Chapter 45. Swish. A yellow figure pierced through the air and flew directly into the small loft. He glanced at the sleeping Yi Qinghan and quickly said, "Qingniu, what's the situation?" "Greetings, clan leader." Yi Qingniu and Yi Qinggu were still talking when they saw Yi Tianlong fly in and hurriedly bowed. Clan leader's guess is correct. Yi Qingniu was injured before, so the final soul sacrifice was not completely successful. Therefore, a trace of her soul remained and fell into a deep sleep. In other words, she has become a vegetable. Yi Tianlong raised his eyebrows and was somewhat delighted. "Oh. Your soul cultivation is higher than mine. Do you think she can still be saved?" "I can save her, but the price will be very high." Yi Qingniu frowned. At their level, the price they spoke of was no ordinary price. "Fool, what price can be higher than losing an expert who possesses the sacred beast body fusion technique? Tell me, even if I have to sell half of the Yi family, I will still save her." Yi Tianlong glared at Yi Qingniu and said angrily. Qingniu is confused. To save Yi Qingniu, we must first ensure that the trace of her soul does not dissipate. We will need a large amount of soul-nourishing medicine. Secondly, to completely wake her up, we will need 2 spirit pills. Spirit pills. Although Yi Tianlong was already mentally prepared, he was still deeply shocked by Yi Qingniu's words. He frowned and fell silent. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwu was confused and asked doubtfully, "I have heard of soul-nourishing medicine, but Grandpa, what is a spirit pill?" "A pill formed from the soul of a heavenly god after death." Yi Qingniu's indifferent words stunned Yi Qingwu. As Yi Qingniu's granddaughter, she was the focus of the family's nurturing. She vaguely knew some of the continent's top secrets. On the surface, the Saint Realm was the pinnacle of martial artists on the continent. However, Yi Qingwu knew that there was a higher and more terrifying realm above the Saint Realm, the Heavenly God Realm. Heavenly God Realm cultivators could actually be considered as cultivators. They had an endless lifespan and terrifying strength. They could split mountains and overturn seas with just a wave of their hands. They could kill a large group of Saint Realm experts with just a glance. They were true gods, omnipotent gods. But now, her grandfather actually said that to save Yi Qingniu, he needed a spiritual pill formed from the soul of a heavenly god realm expert, and 2 of them. Could a god be killed? Are there 2 living gods in this world? Even if there was, who could kill them? Tell me when that kid wakes up. Yi Tianlong let out a long sigh and walked out of the attic. Yi Qinghan had a lot of dreams. In his dreams, he seemed to have returned to Earth and returned to the familiar campus. He saw his senior sister whom he had a crush on for many years. However, when he excitedly ran over to her, the scene changed. The beautiful senior sister turned into the flirtatious lady boss. The scene also changed to the pink bed on that spring night. Then, the scene changed to the enchanted garden. It changed to the moment when his sister sacrificed her soul. It changed to the moment when his sister's hair slowly turned white, and the moment when he cried out in pain and helplessness, "No!" He screamed in fear and woke up with a head full of cold sweat. He saw an unfamiliar attic and a short, yellow figure. "You're awake." The yellow figure slowly turned his head. His eyes were as deep as the sea, and there was a faint smile on his lips. It was Yi Tianlong. "Where's my sister? Why did you stop me? You can stop me once, but can you stop me for the rest of my life?" Yi Qinghan turned his eyes and thought back to everything that had happened before he fainted. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he licked his dry lips with a cold expression. Yi Tianlong looked at the stubborn youth and seemed to see someone from back then, Yi Dao. He said calmly, "After today, I won't stop you anymore. Come with me, if you want to save your sister." Seeing Yi Tianlong's short and skinny figure walk out of the room, Yi Qinghan couldn't understand why he wouldn't stop him after today. But after hearing the last sentence, his eyes suddenly widened and he instantly jumped up, chasing after Yi Tianlong. Clan leader. In another room, Yi Qingniu saw Yi Tianlong walk in with Yi Qinghan. He hurriedly bowed, then smiled and nodded at Yi Qinghan behind him. He left the room, leaving the grandfather and grandson alone. Qingyu. He gazed at the large bed in the room, where his sister lay quietly like a sleeping beauty. Yi Qinghan's eyes immediately blurred. He strode over, half knelt by the bed, and tightly held his sister's cold hand. The white bedsheets, white dress, pale face, and snow-white hair made this room seem so special, so dazzling. Your sister is not dead, so you don't have to pee like a woman. If you're a man, you should think of a way to solve the problem, and not cry because you're sad. Yi Tianlong stood silently to the side and said coldly after a moment. Are you sure? Hearing this, Yi Qinghan reached out and stood up. Although he knew that as the head of the clan, Yi Tianlong would not resort to such tricks, he still asked. Before your sister's soul was sacrificed, she was injured and did not fully recover. Thus, the sacrifice was not a complete success, and there is still a shred of her soul left. She is currently in a state of suspended animation. More accurately, she is in a vegetative state. Elder Yi Qingniu and I both confirmed that she still has a chance of coming back to life. The sacrifice was not a success. Yi Qinghan remembered that after he killed Yi Rong, his body had become extremely weak. He had originally thought that the mysterious power could only attack once. He did not expect that the sacrifice was not a complete success. There was still a chance. That meant that there was still a chance. As long as there was a chance. Yi Qinghan turned his head to look at his sister, and made a decision. Staring at Yi Tianlong's deep eyes, he knelt down heavily, and said with an incomparably firm tone, "Please do your best to save my sister. I am willing to pay any price." Hearing Yi Qinghan call him "you" instead of grandfather, Yi Tianlong felt helpless. It seemed that this brat still had a deep conflict with his irresponsible grandfather and the huge Yi family. "Get up, I promise you, but you have to be mentally prepared. You will have to pay a lot. Come with me." Yi Tianlong turned around and walked out of the room. This time, he walked towards the lake in the middle of the valley. Yi Qinghan was a little confused. He turned around to look at his sister again, then silently followed him out. Standing by the lake, Yi Tianlong gazed into the distance, at the buildings of the Yi family's castle. He let out a long sigh and began to tell the story. Before that, I'd like to say a few words, even though you might think these words are unpleasant and somewhat fake. But I still have to say, your father was extremely talented, and his temperament was very similar to mine in the past. I liked him very much since I was a child. Because your father was born by one of my concubines, Yi Jian, and the others always had some resistance towards him, and even some hostility. At that time, I had just taken over the family affairs, so I didn't ask too much about the affairs between the brothers. As a result, Yi Jian and the others became more and more hostile towards your father, and your father became more and more rebellious. Later, under everyone's opposition, I appointed your father as the successor of the clan head. As a result, it completely angered the first branch. Later, in order to treat your mother's illness, your father resolutely went to the god-slaying mountain. However, his whereabouts were betrayed by a cousin of Yi Jian from the first branch, which caused 4 demon emperors from the demon god residence to join forces to kill him. In the end, he was seriously injured and died. I was extremely angry about that matter and directly killed that descendant of the clan. After confirming that Yi Jian didn't know about it, I still heavily punished him. After your father's death, your biological grandmother was in too much pain and passed away. I was a little disheartened and a little disgusted with the world. There were also some other reasons, so I retired and didn't care about the affairs of the world. Unexpectedly, Yi Jian still held a grudge over what happened in the past and took revenge on you. Perhaps because of what happened in the past, the first branch has always been hostile towards the second branch, which led to the regretful incident a few days ago. Yi Tianlong paused and continued, I'm saying all this not to redeem your hatred towards the Yi family. I want to say that everything is actually my fault. If you want to hate someone, hate me. And this time, you need the cooperation of the younger generation of the clan to save your sister. For the sake of your sister, I hope that you can temporarily put aside the hatred in your heart and work together with them to defeat the enemy and gain points. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and felt a little helpless. He was a little speechless at Yi Tianlong's eloquence. Even a pig could tell that Yi Tianlong was trying to persuade him after saying so much nonsense. However, in order to save his sister, he could only listen obediently. He curled his lips and said, let's make it simple. What do you need me to do? If your sister wants to wake up, she needs a large amount of herbs that nourish the soul. You don't need to worry about this. Secondly, she needs 2 spiritual pills. I know a place that has one, and I will do my best to exchange for it. As for the last one, I can't do anything about it. Only you can obtain it. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was a little impatient, Yi Tianlong knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He wasn't a good persuader, so he made it short. Hearing that it was a serious matter, Yi Qinghan's expression tightened and listened attentively. After listening, he thought for a while and said, spiritual pills. How do I obtain them? You should know a little about the mansion battle. The 3 moon queens are the mansion battle that happens once every 30 years. This time, the mansion battle is an elite mansion battle. Only young warriors under the age of 30 can participate. What you need to do is to lead the Yi family's elite team to participate in the mansion battle. On the premise that you survive, try your best to kill the elites of the monster race and the barbarian race, obtain a large number of points, and go to the divine city to exchange for a spiritual pill. This time, the mansion battle is not the ultimate mansion battle. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I would personally participate in it. This time, you can only rely on yourself. You need to pay attention in the mansion battle. Speaking of serious matters, Yi Tianlong's expression was also solemn as he slowly explained to Yi Qinghan. After a long time, Yi Qinghan finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. It seemed that this grandfather, Yi Tianlong, was really prepared to spend a lot of money to save his sister. Although he didn't understand what a spiritual pill was, he only knew that it was definitely a peerless treasure. Otherwise, why would he need to kill 10,000 low-level foreign soldiers to exchange for it? After a pause, he put forward his conditions. I have a condition. This time, I don't want anyone from the first branch to lead the team. Moreover, I want absolute command of the elite team in the mansion battle. Yi Tianlong thought for a while and nodded, I promise you. You have to promise that you will definitely come back alive. I will definitely come back alive. Mansion battle. 3 clan battle. Try your best to kill. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He nodded heavily. Looking at the attic not far away, through the attic's window, he saw a delicate figure sleeping quietly. His face revealed a trace of a smile that hadn't bloomed for several days. Chapter 46. 5 days later, in Sang City. The 8-door gods stood proudly in front of the gate of the Yi family castle. Their gazes were sharp as they scanned through the crowd. Suddenly, from the corner of their eyes, they saw the side gate open and a luxurious carriage slowly drive out. The 8 of them tensed up, but they didn't smile and flatter like they used to. They just straightened their backs and didn't say anything. There were too many carriages going in and out of the Yi family castle. They were nervous at the beginning, numb at the end, and now they didn't care. However, behind the luxurious carriage, there was another carriage, and after that, another, 4, 5, 9, 10. As the number of carriages increased, the 8 of them started to look serious. Their expressions were still dignified, but they were shocked inside. This luxurious carriage was the largest model of the Yi family castle. Each carriage could seat at least 20 people. 10. That was 200 people. Furthermore, this carriage was the most luxurious one of the Yi family castle. It wasn't something that just anyone could sit in. There were so many important figures of the Yi family. Where were they going? However, after an hour, the side gate of the Yi family castle opened again. Another 20 luxurious carriages drove out and disappeared into the wide streets of Tsang City. Another half an hour passed, and another 20 luxurious carriages arrived. Big brother, what's going on? The family sent out 500 to 600 experts. Isn't this a big move? Looking at the third wave of carriages slowly disappearing at the end of the street, one of the door gods couldn't help but ask the biggest door god at the center of the gate. The people beside him also glanced at him. Their sparkling eyes couldn't hide their bewilderment. What are you doing? Stand properly. Do you think you can pry into the family's secrets? Hearing the question, the door god's expression became even more dignified. He reprimanded in a low voice. However, he was obviously satisfied with the gazes of the crowd. He scanned the street and made sure there was no one nearby. Then, he whispered, "Elite Prefecture Battle." "Ugh!" The crowd quickly retracted their bewildered gazes and continued to look ahead with stern expressions. However, the thick eyebrows on their foreheads revealed some of their thoughts. Didn't the Elite Prefecture Battle usually only send 200 to 300 people? Why did 500 or 600 go this time? It should be known that the young experts of the clan had come out in full force. What kind of secret was hidden in this Fu battle? In the mountains behind the Yi family, in front of the lake in the valley, 2 figures stood side by side. "Patriarch, why did we send almost all of our young experts to the elite prefectural tournament? Also, that kid is going to the mansion battle at such a young age. Can you be at ease?" Yi Baihu, who was dressed in white, looked at the yellow-robed man in confusion. The yellow-robed man turned around with a slight smile on his face. "White Tiger, I thought you wouldn't ask." "I didn't expect you to ask. I'm sure this is a question many people in the clan want to ask, but don't dare to." "Emichim," Yi Baihu nodded slightly. 5 days ago, Yi Tianlong walked down from the back of the mountain. He imprisoned Yi Jian and banished Yi Qingguang. He once again displayed his ambitious and ruthless character. His dragon might shook the world, and everyone bowed down to him. Unexpectedly, when Yi Tianlong regained control of the clan, he issued a few orders that caused the entire Yi family castle to be filled with doubts. However, Yi Tianlong's unparalleled prestige in the Yi family caused these elders to silently carry out his orders. They didn't dare to ask any questions. Today, after 30 carriages drove out of the Yi family's side door, Yi Baihu couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. "Actually, my intention is very simple. I sent people out to buy soul-nourishing medicines. I don't think I need to explain this. You should know that it's for that little girl. Although this jade spirit body has been sacrificed, it's still very important to Yi Qinghan's life and strength. I also admire that little girl. There are 2 reasons why I sent all of the young experts of the clan to the Fu battle. First, only a real bloody battle can train true elites. As for the second reason, I want to give that brat Yi Qinghan a chance. A chance to win over the young elites of the clan. Of course, it's also equivalent to creating an opportunity for the clan to win back Yi Qinghan. After fighting with so many young disciples of the clan, going through life and death situations together, shouldn't there be some feelings? The third reason, about sending that brat Yi Qinghan to the elite Fu battle, is actually something that I can't do. That idiot Yi Jian's foolish actions caused Yi Qinghan to have a deep resistance towards the Yi family and me. If we want to win back his heart, we'll have to spend a long time and do many things to slowly influence him. Otherwise, even if that brat breaks through the sage realm and becomes a god, he won't have any feelings for the Yi family. He might not even be a member of the Yi family. So what if the Yi family does? I sent him to the elite Fu battle for 2 reasons. Firstly, I want to see if he can break through quickly under the pressure of saving his sister. Secondly, he has just been hurt by the Yi family. Letting him go out for a walk will make him feel better. Yi Tianlong spoke with fervor and assurance. His expression was calm, but his words revealed a faint self-confidence and strategizing. It made his originally small body seem tall and big. Yi Baihu nodded and pondered for a while. He then asked, "But, clan leader, aren't you worried that something will happen to that brat? After all, his strength is so low. Once the news that he has a holy beast is exposed, he will definitely become a must-kill target for the Goblin clan and Barbarian clan. Of course I'm worried, but I believe that nothing will happen to that brat. Moreover, based on his strength, I estimate that he will definitely break through again before he reaches Dragon City." Yi Tianlong laughed mischievously, as if he had thought of something. "Baihu, there are some things that you don't know. Do you know what level that Bret Yiqinghan's strength was before he summoned his beast? First level elite realm." "What?" Yi Bai, who had lived at the back of the mountain all year round. This was the first time he had heard of Yiqinghan's detailed information. After being stunned for a while, his eyes flashed and he frowned. "Clan leader, this doesn't make sense. 2 days ago, I still remember that this brat broke through to Commander Realm Level 2 in the back of the mountain. A Level 1 Elite Realm Warrior broke through to Level 4 in 3 months. Could it be that he hid his strength before? Or did he not cultivate before?" Yi Tianlong shook his head. There was a trace of curiosity and excitement in his eyes. "No. According to my investigation, this brat was stuck at Elite Realm Level 1 before he summoned his beast. Then, his cultivation soared rapidly. After a trip to Barbarian City, he came back as a Commander Realm Level 1. This brat has too many secrets, and this time, I sent Yishur San and Yi-17 to him for the Fu battle. His safety should not be a problem. Moreover, his 200-man team is the Death God team that Green Bull has trained for many years. I have already blocked the news of the Yi family. His information should not be leaked." Yi Bai, who was silent for a long time before he calmed down from the shock in his heart. That thin and stubborn brat really gave him too many surprises. Hearing Yi Tianlong's arrangements for Yiqinghan's safety, he nodded and felt relieved. He seemed to have absolute confidence in Yishur San, Yi-17, and the Death God team. He said lightly, "Well, Yishur San and Yi-17's strength is not a problem. However, can Yiqinghan control these 2 people? Also, clan leader, are you sure you can get the spirit pill this time? You should know that this time, the Divine City has thrown out a spirit pill as the first treasure to be exchanged. The other families will definitely covet it. After all, the spirit pill only appears once in 100 years. Moreover, 100 years ago, the Feng family paid a terrible price to get the spirit pill in the Divine City battle. This time, we need 2. Hearing Yi Baihu's question, Yi Tianlong's expression also became solemn. Whether he can control it or not depends on his luck and ability. As for the spirit pill, Yi Qingniu should be able to get the first place to exchange for it. Whether they can get so many points or not will depend on their performance in the Divine City battle. As for the other pill, in half a month, when you are in charge of Tsang City, I will go to the other side of the sea and ask for one." The other side of the sea. Hearing the words "the other side of the sea," Yi Tianlong's expression became obviously respectful and even a little fearful. He nodded and said, "Since clan leader has arranged everything, there should be no problem. I hope everything goes smoothly." Yiqinghan was not in a good mood. Although he was sitting in a super luxurious carriage, and although he had never enjoyed such high treatment, he still felt a little sad. The carriage was very big, enough to seat more than 10 or 20 people. However, he was the only one sitting quietly inside. The carriage was very luxurious. Not only was the exterior luxurious, but the interior was also very luxurious and comfortable. Pulling the carriage were 4 strong and beautiful black-winged horses from the savage mountains. It was said that they could travel 100 miles in a day without panting. In front of the carriage were 2 men in black. They were both guards and coachmen. The men in black were called Yi 13 and Yi 17. According to Yi Tianlong, they were the Yi family's secret death warriors. They were shockingly powerful and were at the 2nd and 3rd level of the noble realm. It could be said that he was currently enjoying the life of a crown prince. Not to mention Yi Qingxian, even Yi Qinghuang had not enjoyed such treatment before. However, Yi Qinghan did not feel honored or flattered. He had long experienced the cruelty of this world. What if he was still that good for nothing? Would the Yi family treat him like this? Would Yi Tianlong, his grandfather, treat him like this? Or could it be said that he indulged him? Therefore, he did not feel any excitement or gratitude towards such treatment. Instead, he felt a faint sorrow of separation because he was leaving this place and the white-haired girl sleeping in the small pavilion at the back of the mountain. This journey would take more than a year. He would have to leave that soft and weak sister of his for more than a year. Although Yi Tianlong had promised that he would take good care of Yi Qingyu and do his best to protect her life, he was still very sad and unhappy. Since he was unhappy, he obviously needed to find something to do. He picked up the wine on the small table in the carriage and began to drink. The wine was good. A bottle of monkey wine cost dozens of purple crystal coins. However, the more he drank, the more unhappy he became. Looking at Sang City, which was getting further and further away from the carriage, the sweet monkey wine in his mouth seemed to become more and more bitter. Chapter 47. Yi 17 was also in a bad mood. Although he had been taught by his family since he was young and shouldn't be in the mood for such things, he was still unhappy. As an orphan, he wandered the streets and alleys, searching for food in the smelly gutters and garbage dumps behind taverns. He slept in a dilapidated abandoned house and a dirty pigsty. Of course, he was extremely loyal and fanatical to the Yi family that had rescued and nurtured him. He was adopted at the age of 7. The family had nurtured him for 20 years and he had also contributed to the family for 20 years. This time, he was ordered to participate in the elite prefectural battle. He was extremely happy about this mission. He could finally kill again. It had been a long time since he had tasted fresh blood. However, it seemed that the most important thing on the order wasn't to kill. Instead, it was to protect the frail little fellow in the carriage. He didn't dare to disobey the family's orders, nor would he disobey them. But the family didn't order him to be in a good mood, right? So naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. It wasn't that he hadn't received orders to protect the young master of the family. He had also secretly expressed his displeasure and ridicule towards the arrogant and unreasonable young masters of the family. However, he still didn't dare to show it on the surface. But this time, he was deeply suspicious of the family's orders. Was this little fellow, who was obviously only 15 or 16 years old, really going to participate in the prefectural battle? Second-level commander. He shook his head inwardly. Wouldn't the family know how many people would die if they brought such a young master to participate in the prefectural battle? 17. Seeing Yi 17's gloomy face, Yi 13 glanced at the carriage behind and reminded him in a low voice. Humph. Yi 13 glanced at the curtain behind him and let out a low snort that only the two of them could hear, expressing his displeasure. It seemed that the young master in the carriage was even more arrogant than the previous young masters. He had been sitting in the carriage for more than a month, yet he hadn't said a single word to the 2 Marquis realm experts. He hadn't even stepped out of the carriage. It seemed that this young master was even more arrogant than Yi Qinghuang. Yi Qinghan wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense. He didn't have the time either because he had been living a monotonous life of pain and happiness for more than a month. He was attacking the remaining 2 main meridians. In the savage mountain range, he unexpectedly discovered a shortcut that could allow him to cultivate to the general realm at a terrifying speed. Using battle chi to attack the meridians and block the substance, he had done so. With the help of his strong mental fortitude and the miraculous bronze ring, he was already halfway there. In 1 month in the savage mountain range, he had opened 6 small meridians and broken through to the commander realm. However, he did not give up on cultivating diligently. When the night stick sent him back to the Yi family in a horse carriage, he worked hard every day. Finally, on the 2nd day of his stay at the Yi family's back mountain, he successfully opened a major meridian, the extraordinary meridian. He had stepped into the 2nd level of the commander realm. Now that more than a month had passed, the melancholy of parting with his sister had completely transformed into motivation for his cultivation. Along the way, the boring journey had given him ample time. Thus, he began to train day and night. Other than sleeping, eating, and playing with his beast Xiao Hei for a while every day, he was basically training. With the experience of breaking through 6 small meridians and 1 main meridian, as well as the experience of being injured many times in the savage mountain range, Xiao Chen was able to recover quickly. Now, it seemed that his cultivation had become very simple. Breaking through the meridians and shattering them did not seem to be able to make him faint. Although it was still very painful every time, so painful that his facial features were distorted and cold sweat poured down like rain, he had not cried out for more than a month. It seemed that the repeated pain and injuries had made him resistant to these kinds of pain, and he was already numb to it. After finishing his last training session for the day, his whole body finally began to relax, and a happy smile appeared on his face, which had not smiled for many days. He lifted the curtain and walked out, saying to the gloomy Yi Shisan and Yi 17 for the first time in a month, "Greetings, big brothers. I am Yi Qinghan, may I know your name?" Yi 17 was still sulking when he suddenly saw the curtain open and the delicate and thin young master walk out with a smile. He even spoke gently. For a moment, he felt a little baffled and was stunned. Young Master Han is too polite. This subordinate is Yi Shisan, and this is Yi 17. Yi Shisan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was the first to react. He put away the whip in his hand, stood up, and cupped his fists respectfully. Then, he stretched out his arm and lightly touched Yi 17 beside him. 17 greets young Master Han. Yi 17 quickly reacted and cupped his fists in greeting. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, a little unused to it. He smiled and said, "Don't be so polite, and don't call me young Master Han. I'm not used to it, just call me Qinghan." Thank you for taking care of me for more than a month. I'm afraid I've neglected you 2 big brothers because I've been busy with cultivation. This subordinate doesn't dare. It's my duty to take care of young Master Han. Yi Shisan sighed at the obvious difference in young Master Han, and replied respectfully. Then, he asked, "Young Master has never come out of the carriage before. Today, you came out for a walk. Did you have a breakthrough?" Hee. Yi Qinghan stretched his arms. They were a little rusty after not moving for a long time. He looked at the distant sun shining down on the wilderness, and then looked at the green mountains and clear waters receding as the carriage moved forward. His mood was a little better. I broke through to the first heaven of the commander tier. Yi Shisan's expression froze. He felt a little suspicious. Breaking through 2 main meridians in more than a month. Although the governing meridian and conception meridian were connected, and could actually be considered as 1 meridian, wasn't this speed a little too fast? Or had this young master already broken through halfway before he boarded the carriage? Although he had a lot of questions in his heart, Yi Shisan still smiled and said, "Congratulations, young Master Han. Congratulations, young Master Han." Yi-17 also opened his mouth, but the suspicion on his face was very obvious. Hee. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, not looking at the suspicion on Yi-17's face. That's right, breaking through 2 main meridians in more than a month. This was a little too unbelievable, and anyone would be suspicious. But he didn't care. He didn't want to explain, and he wouldn't explain. The 3rd level of the commander tier. He had finally reached the 3rd level of the commander tier. In the future, he would no longer have to endure the pain of his meridians bursting. He was very happy. The sadness of leaving his sister also disappeared in the whistling mountain wind. Strength. Only by continuously becoming stronger could he survive in the Elite Academy tournament. Only then could he kill more people, or more accurately, beastmen and barbarians. Only then could he obtain enough points to exchange for spirit pills. Only then could he wake up that white-haired, white-robed woman. In the evening, the convoy began to set up camp at the foot of a mountain. 10 large carriages formed a circle, and countless people began to emerge from the carriages and began to distribute tasks in an orderly manner. Those who made arrangements for the camp began to make arrangements for the camp, those who hunted began to hunt, those who cooked began to cook, and those who patrolled began to patrol. Countless people hurried in and out, and began to do their own things in an orderly manner, busying themselves with what they should be busy with. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan sat quietly in the carriage. Beside him, Yi-17 stood coldly beside him, while Yi Shisan went to make arrangements for everyone. Yi Qinghan watched with interest as everyone bustled in and out. It had been more than a month since he sat in the carriage, and he hadn't taken a single step out of the carriage. He had always given orders to Yi Shisan, and this was the first time he had seen something so lively. What's that? We don't need to go help. Yi Qinghan was a little embarrassed as he rubbed his hands. If we go help, it will only make things worse. They wouldn't dare to let you, the commander of the team, and the young master of the family, do these chores. Yi-17 said coldly, but he snorted in his heart. Now you want to help. What did you do before? Ah, that's true. Yi Qinghan said, a little embarrassed. Although Yi-17's tone seemed to be a little dissatisfied with him, he didn't care much. This was because he had never been a true young master since he was young. He also felt that it was a bit unfair for the 2 dukes to be sent to serve and protect him. As such, he should accommodate them, not the other way around. He looked at the busy people in front of him and the young master who had suddenly appeared today, and from time to time, looked at him with curiosity and awe. He knew that Yi-17 was right. He was afraid that if he went to help, he would become busier and busier, so he continued to rub his hands and continued to sit there and watch. After half an hour, Yi Shisan slowly walked over and said to Yi Qinghan, "Young Master Han, will you continue to eat in the carriage today, or?" "No need, let's eat together." Yi Qinghan smiled and nodded, then got off the carriage. Seeing Yi-13 and Yi-17 arrive, everyone sitting around the fire hurriedly stood up respectfully. When they saw Yi Qinghan behind Yi-13, everyone's expression stiffened, then they simultaneously knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, young master." What did it sound like when 200 people, 200 men, shouted at the same time? Yi Qinghan didn't know before. Now he had a deep understanding. He rubbed his ears, turned his head, and said to Yi-13, "I seem to remember that I'm the commander of this team." Yi-13 was also a little shocked by this sudden roar. Although he didn't understand why Yi Qinghan said this, he still answered honestly, "That's right, young Master Han. Including the 2 of us, there are a total of 202 people, all of us must listen to your orders." "That's good." Yi Qinghan nodded, turned around, and said seriously to the 200 people kneeling on the ground, "Everyone, listen carefully. In the future, when you see me, you must not kneel or bow. As long as it's not a battle, you must not be too serious. I don't like it. This is an order. Chapter 48. The 200 people quietly looked at the handsome young man in front of them and listened to his strange words. They were a little confused. They were all men of sacrifice secretly trained by the Yi family. They were the Reaper squad. Like Yi Shisan and the others, they were orphans from all over the House of Ares. They had been adopted and trained by the Yi family since they were young. However, their talents were not as terrifying as Yi Shisan and the others. Therefore, they were arranged into a group of 200 people. After being adopted into the Yi family, they were very grateful to the Yi family and had been taught and trained by the Yi family for more than 10 years. Therefore, they had always taken the orders of the Yi family as the highest standard. Before they came, their chief instructor, Elder Yi Qingmyo, had personally told them that Yi Qinghan would be their master from now on. He was the person they would protect with their lives. If Yi Qinghan wanted them to die, they would die. Therefore, they were very puzzled. Why was the first order given by this new master that they must never kneel in the future? Did they not need to respect their master? If they wanted to respect him, they had to kneel. However, when they glanced at their leader, Yi Shisan, they suddenly realized something when they saw the coldness in Yi Shisan's eyes. They quickly stood up and said respectfully in unison, "Yes." Yi Shisan's cold eyes made them instantly understand one thing. The chief instructor had once said that no matter how ridiculous the master's orders were, an order was an order and must be carried out. However, they had actually hesitated just now, so as the leader, Yi Shisan's eyes turned cold. "Okay, it's okay. You go about your business. Those who can eat, those who can drink, and those who can brag, just pretend that I'm not here." Feeling that the atmosphere in the field was a little heavy, and this heavy atmosphere was caused by him, Yi Qinghan felt a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and sat down next to the fire at the edge. After taking a yellow rabbit leg from Yi Shisan, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and motioned for the two of them to sit down. Yi Shisan hesitated for a moment before sitting down with Yi 17. Yi Qinghan nodded. He was very satisfied with the barbecue technique and turned to ask Yi Shisan, "I feel like they respect me very much. Or should I say, they are very afraid of me. Because they are the Reaper squad." The chief instructor, Elder Yi Qingmyo, bestowed this team to you, which means that the lives of these 200 people will be yours in the future. Furthermore, before the Elite Academy battle ends, both of our lives are yours. If you tell us to die, we don't even dare to live. How could they not respect you? Not afraid of you? Before Yi Shisan could answer, Yi 17 interjected. He seemed to find Yi Qinghan's question a little strange. They had originally thought that Yi Qinghan was a very important young master of the family. This time, it was obvious that the clan wanted these 200 people to be his escorts for the prefecture battle. Then, before he left, the clan would definitely tell him of their existence and their role. Thus, when Yi Shisan asked this question, Yi 17 easily misunderstood that Yi Qinghan was showing off his power as a young master. He was asking a question that he already knew the answer to, so his answer was obviously a little sarcastic. There's such a thing. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly, revealing the shock in his heart. He had never seen any of these people before. He had told Yi Tianlong that the first branch didn't want any of them, but in the end, Yi Tianlong had sent out the clan's secret suicide squad and directly bestowed a squad to him. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 were obviously not over 30 years old, but they had actually reached the second and third level of the Duke realm. With such strength, they were more than enough to be sent out to be city lords. It was obvious that they were experts that the Yi family had secretly nurtured, but now they were only sent to protect him. Young Master Han really doesn't know about the Reaper squad. You didn't know about our existence in the past. Yi Shisan asked doubtfully when he saw that Yi Qinghan's expression was obviously not artificial. Any young master of the clan could shit on me in the past. My status in the clan was probably higher than any one of the 200 people. Why do you think the clan would let me know about your existence? Yi Qinghan said self-deprecatingly. Thinking of his past life, he smiled somewhat bitterly. 17 and I didn't know. We wrongly accused young Master Han. Please forgive us. Yisher-san and 17 quickly looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise and shame in each other's eyes. They had wrongly accused him. It seemed that this young master definitely didn't have a good life in the clan in the past. They were afraid that he had some fortuitous encounter recently and was valued by the clan leader. Thinking of what Yi Qinghan said on the carriage just now, that he had just broken through to the 3rd level of the commander realm, the two felt that it was really possible. Seeing this young man's somewhat bitter smile, Yisher-san and Yi-17 seemed to gradually feel that this young master had a trace of familiarity. It seemed that he had the same experience as them, that he had slowly been valued by the clan through his own efforts. This made the two feel that he had something in common. Thinking that this thin and weak young man hadn't gotten off the carriage for more than a month, it turned out that it wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he was cultivating. The two felt that they had somewhat wrongly accused him, and the trace of disgust they had for him slowly faded away. Yisher-san paused and opened his mouth to explain to Yi Qinghan, "Young Master Han, let me give you a brief introduction. These 200 people and us are all orphans adopted by the clan. We have been secretly trained by the clan since young. Under normal circumstances, we are all in the dark. We have never appeared together in the open like this time. We have a total of 1,000 people, but some are dead and some are crippled. In the end, there are only about 700 people left. This time, 605 people were sent out for the Elite Academy battle. I don't know how many of us will be able to return alive in the end. How can there be more than 600 people? Aren't there only 200 people?" Yi Qinghan asked as he chewed on the delicate rabbit meat. The more he listened, the more puzzled he became. Other than our small team, there are 2 other small teams. It is likely that the clan has some secret mission. Otherwise, they would not have exposed almost all of us, Yisher-san said indifferently. There was a trace of confusion and doubt in his eyebrows. It seems that the old men have also arranged 2 hidden chess pieces. They are quite thoughtful. Yi Qinghan naturally knew what the 2 small teams were secretly carrying out. He felt a trace of guilt in his heart. Looking at the 2 people in front of him and the 200 people in front of him, he said solemnly, "I cannot guarantee that these 200 people will not die in the Elite Academy battle. However, I can promise you that if it is possible, I will not let a single one of them die. I thank young Master Han on their behalf." When Yisher-san and Yisher-san heard this promise that was not really a guarantee, they finally felt a little happy. They stood up at the same time and said seriously. In fact, the 2 of them had always been a little unhappy. It was because the clan's action this time seemed very stupid, but it was an action that they could not resist. They were all orphans. After many years of training and living together, they had already developed a deep bond. If this young master, who was merely at the commander realm, died for no good reason, they would be very unhappy, and very pained. Yi Qinghan nodded. After eating a big rabbit leg, he wiped his mouth and drank some water. Then, he seemed to think of something and suddenly turned around to ask, "Where are we going now? How much longer do we need?" "You family's Enchantment City. We will meet up with the disciples of the other 4 clans who are participating in the Elite Academy battle. Then, we will go to Dragon City together and enter the Academy Battle Island together. About half of the Moon Queen will arrive." Yisher-san replied respectfully, but in his heart, he rolled his eyes. "You are really a competent young master. You actually traveled for more than a month, and we don't know where you are going." "I'm going back to rest." Yi Qinghan nodded and walked into the carriage. There was still half a month left. He decided to cultivate hard, condense his dantian as soon as possible, and break through to the general level. However, he didn't know if he could reach the terrifying martial level after he merged with his battle beast after breaking through to the general level. If he could reach the martial level, then his journey to the academy battle should be easier. Chapter 49. The 10 carriages moved quickly and smoothly on the main road. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 sat calmly in front of the third carriage. Their expressions were very natural and relaxed. But their eyes that kept turning and ears that kept twitching betrayed their constant vigilance. The carriages had traveled more than half the distance and had long passed the Yi family's sphere of influence. They had arrived at the Yu family's territory. In order to better protect the young man in the carriage, they needed to be constantly vigilant of their surroundings and be ready to deal with sudden special situations. Thinking of the young man in the carriage, the two no longer had the usual feelings of disgust or even disgust. Instead, there was a kind of respect and intimacy that came from the bottom of their hearts. Ever since Yi Qinghan stepped out of the carriage that day, they increasingly found that this young master was obviously different from the young masters they had served in the past. Perhaps it was because this young master was not favored in the family when he was young or because of his nature. Yi Qinghan did not put on any airs. He was very easygoing with the Death God squad and very respectful to the two of them. This made them feel very comfortable and honored. This made the two of them feel closer to their master, Yi Qinghan, and they were somewhat satisfied. What made them feel even more respect was the hard work of the young master in his cultivation. Apart from eating and sleeping, Yi Qinghan was holed up in the carriage every day to cultivate. Back then, he was able to stand out among the 1,000 orphans. Of course, he knew that if a martial artist wanted to become a strong martial artist, talent was absolutely indispensable. However, apart from talent, hard work was the most important thing. And this young Master Han, since he could break through to the 3rd level of the Commander realm in more than a month, his talent was definitely not bad, at least for now. Now, seeing how diligent he was in training, and hearing that he even had a pretty good beast, although they didn't know what level it was, they knew that if young Master Han continued to work hard, he would definitely become a strong warrior in the future, and strong warriors deserved respect. At this moment, Yi Qinghan certainly did not know that his position in the hearts of Yi Shisan and the others had changed from disgust to closeness and respect. He did not deliberately do anything to make them respect him. He only did certain things according to his nature. From Yi Shisan and 17, he learned that they were all deathsworn of the clan. They were people who silently contributed to the clan without asking for anything in return. Therefore, he was very respectful to these people. He did not feel superior to them because of their status and his current status. Because they had participated in the mansion battle to save his sister, he felt grateful and guilty towards them. Therefore, he was very easygoing with the Reaper squad and very respectful to Yi 13th and 17. He told himself to work hard and improve his strength as soon as possible so that he could save more people's lives in the mansion battle and complete the mission faster. Therefore, at this moment, he was still sitting in the carriage, closing his eyes and continuously cultivating. He needed to condense his dantian, break through the commander realm, and enter the general realm. Battle chi was like wine, and human meridians were like wine bottles. However, these bottles were very small. Warriors needed more power, so they had to have more battle chi and a bigger bottle. Therefore, the last stage of a martial artist's basic training was to condense a bigger bottle and condense the dantian. Once the dantian was successfully condensed, the warrior's battle chi would have a much larger storage space than before. Secondly, it could allow the battle chi to circulate faster in the meridians. The human body had 12 meridians and 9 minor meridians. The 3 major meridians had a common connection, which was the dantian acupoint in the lower abdomen. Therefore, the dantian was condensed in the dantian acupoint. Relatively speaking, the dantian acupoint was the closest to every part of the human body. If battle chi was needed, it could travel from the dantian acupoint to every part of the body faster. Unneeded battle chi would return to the dantian, and needed battle chi would be deployed from the dantian. The dantian was like a hub that could make battle chi play a greater role and faster. Therefore, the dantian was very important. Therefore, if a warrior without a dantian was a baby, a general realm warrior with a dantian was definitely a teenager. As for an emperor realm expert who could vaguely sense some of the rules of heaven and earth, he could be considered a teenager. Above the sage realm, he was definitely in his prime. Condensing the dantian sounded simple, but it was actually very complicated. It was simple because in theory, the dantian only needed to constantly push the junction of the 12 meridians in the dantian acupoint with battle chi so that the junction would expand. Finally, the junction would become an ellipse and the two sides of the ellipse would fuse with the dantian acupoint. Once it was stabilized, it would be considered a success. The reason it was complicated was because the process couldn't be too fierce. The control of battle chi had to be gentle. The balloon had to be blown up slowly and carefully. Moreover, it had to be blown up a little and nourished with battle chi for a period of time so that the meridians at the junction would slowly become thick and tough to prevent it from exploding. Then, it had to be blown up again. Moreover, it had to be completely focused on that point, the balloon, to sense its limit and control the speed of the battle chi. Because, this was related to one's cultivation and life. If the balloon exploded, one's cultivation might be crippled. If the explosion was too fierce, one might lose his life. However, this dantian condensation was extremely simple for Yi Qinghan. After watching the secret skill of condensing the dantian which Yi Tianlong prepared for him for a whole day, he burst into laughter. Blowing the balloon. Be careful. One careless move and it might explode. Was he afraid of exploding? Yi Qinghan looked at the bronze ring in his hand with a smile. He sighed with emotions inside. With this sacred object and bronze ring, even a pig could reach the general realm if it knew how to cultivate. Therefore, he started to blow the balloon. However, on the first afternoon of cultivation, the balloon exploded, causing his mind to shake. His limbs became numb and his mouth corners started to bleed. However, it seemed that he had been used to exploding this thing. He didn't even make a sound. After resting on the carriage for a whole afternoon and drinking a jar of liquor, he had recovered in the evening. In the evening, he continued to open the junction of the dantian acupoint with battle chi and continued to explode it. Then, after sitting with crossed legs for a while, he fell asleep. On the second day, the third day, the ninth day, he still exploded it. There was no other possibility besides exploding it. This was because he had intended to use battle chi to explode that meridian. He had done it on purpose. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't have the habit of being abused, and it wasn't that there was something wrong with his nerves of pain. Rather, he had discovered a long time ago that after exploding meridians were repaired by a mysterious flow of chi, they would become even more resilient and thick. Thus, after careful consideration, he decided to create a peerless dantian. He wanted to create a dantian that would be even thicker and more resilient than other general realm cultivators, or even duke realm cultivators. Battle chi was something that cultivators could quickly obtain through cultivation. Thus, a cultivator's strength was determined by how much battle chi he could store in his body and how he used it. The most important part of storing battle chi was the dantian. After a cultivator condensed the dantian, they needed to constantly expand and nurture it so that they could accumulate even more battle chi. For example, a newly condensed dantian was like a pigeon's egg. After a cultivator continuously cultivated it, it would slowly grow larger. When a cultivator reached the martial realm, it would become the size of a chicken's egg. After cultivating to the duke realm, it would become the size of an ostrich's egg. Yi Qinghan's current goal wasn't to make his dantian the size of an ostrich's egg, but it should at least be the size of a chicken's egg, right? Thus, he slept in the carriage every day and continuously exploded the balloon. The bronze ring would then repair it, and the membrane on the surface of the balloon would become even more rigid. On the 15th day, Yi Qinghan was expressionless as he sat cross-legged in the carriage. Outside the carriage, he could hear the whistling of the wind and the slight noise. The whistling of the wind and the faint clamor outside the carriage didn't affect his state of mind. He could feel that the meridian in his dantian was no longer as strong as before. It had probably already reached its limit. He decided to completely condense his dantian today. He couldn't wait to find out just how powerful his dantian would be after it was condensed. He circulated his battle chi, and it wasn't as brutal and vicious as before. Instead, it flowed gently and slowly towards the intersection of the meridian. Then, he continued to gently and slowly expand the bulging meridian. His movements were gentle and careful, like a groom slowly undoing a bride's dress on the first night of marriage. The balloon slowly grew bigger and bulged. An hour later, the balloon stopped growing. The balloon wasn't like the description in Yi Tianlong's secret technique. It wasn't a long oval sphere with only 2 points on both sides that connected to the dantian acupoint. Instead, it was a rectangular oval. Instead of 2 points connecting to the dantian acupoint, the 2 sides were firmly attached to the acupoint. Damn! That's a little scary. Feeling that his dantian was much larger than the description in the secret technique, Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and increased his speed. After confirming the limits of his dantian's expansion, he quickly circulated his battle chi, allowing it to flow through the cells of his dantian to the walls of the acupoint. Then, using the secret technique's method, he firmly connected the dantian and the acupoint together and stabilized them. Another hour passed. Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his face fiercely. Then, he began to laugh loudly. Yi 13th and Yi 17th were a little confused. Looking at the nearby ecstasy city, Yi 17th frowned and whispered, "Although I'm a little excited to come to the holy land of men, ecstasy city, there's no need for young master to laugh so obviously, right? So slutty, right?" Chapter 50. The original name of Ecstasy City was not Ecstasy City, but Silvermoon City. Thousands of years ago, a peerless woman called the Moon Queen walked into the city. The city became the Yu family's city, and the city became Silvermoon City. The reason it was nicknamed Ecstasy City was because of a joke made by a house lord. After successfully challenging the previous manor head in the manor head challenge competition, the expert who had been cultivating in seclusion for several decades received invitations from the 5 great clans, inviting him to stay in their respective great clans for a few days. As for the mansion master, he did not refuse the invitations from the great clans. After settling the affairs of the mansion, he went on a tour of several major cities. However, after staying in Silvermoon City for 5 days, he resolutely refused the Yu family lord's invitation to stay. He was determined to return to Dragon City. After he left Silvermoon City, he looked at the plaque that read, Silvermoon City, for a long time. He said, "This city should not be called Silvermoon City. It should be called Ecstasy City. This city is ecstasy." Later on, the people of the House of Aries began to call this city Ecstasy City because it was truly ecstasy. If the divine city was the holy land of all the races on the continent, then Ecstasy City was definitely the holy land in the hearts of the men of the House of Aries. There was nothing famous in Ecstasy City. There were only women, beautiful women, and all kinds of beautiful women. So this is the famous Ecstasy City. There's nothing special about it. Yi Qinghan sat at the front of the carriage with a relaxed expression. He looked at the wide road in front of him, the sparse passers-by, and the shops on both sides of the street. He did not feel anything special. He smiled at Yi 17, who was sitting beside him. From the outside, there's nothing special about this city compared to other cities. Yi 17 chuckled. He seemed to remember something, and his eyes flashed. He licked his lips and continued, "The special things about this city are in the buildings in front of us, as well as the moon loft that we will be staying in." Yi Qinghan nodded. He didn't think much of it until the carriage continued forward. After 2 or 3 kilometers, they made 2 more turns and arrived at a street. Yi Qinghan finally understood what was so special about this city, and why it was called Ecstasy City. The street ahead was very wide, even twice as wide as Tsang City's Nyolan Street. It was enough for the 2 carriages to travel side by side. Logically speaking, there was no need for a city to build such a wide road, but it was obvious that the architect who designed this road was definitely a genius. That was because the road was densely packed with carriages and pedestrians. What is this place? Why is it so lively? After walking for a few miles and making 2 turns, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt as if the sky had changed. Looking at the densely packed carriages and crowds of people in front of him, he felt a trace of shock. Why didn't he see anyone on the streets just now? It turned out that they were all gathered here. This street is called the Street of Clouds and Rain. There are 13 streets like this in Enchanting City. And what you see isn't the most lively. You'll see what's really lively later. Yi 17 nodded. He was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's expression, because he had the same expression when he first came here. Those women, this place is actually a brothel. These people are all here to visit prostitutes. Before Yi 17 could finish, Yi Qinghan suddenly shouted. He suddenly discovered a very surprising phenomenon. He finally understood why the street was built so wide, why there were so many people on this street, and why this city was called Enchanting City. This was because he discovered that the street in front of him was filled with neatly arranged lofts, and in front of each loft was a row of beautifully dressed and flirtatious women. They were constantly throwing flirtatious glances at passers-by, their half-naked breasts and snow-white thighs swaying from time to time, displaying their powerful charm and passion. Whenever a guest stopped in front of the door of the loft, countless women would immediately surround them and use their coquettish voices and plump breasts to make the guest dizzy. In a daze, the guest would walk in unknowingly. Yi 13 smiled, nodded, and explained to Yi Qinghan, "Hee, young Master Han, it seems that you really don't know much about the Yu family and Enchanting City. The Yu family is most famous for their charm techniques, and Enchanting City is most famous for its brothels and beautiful women. There are more than 3,600 registered brothels in Enchanting City. Beautiful women of all races and styles are gathered here, and they are said to be 100,000 beauties. And their slogan is that there are only things that you can't imagine, and nothing that you can't get. Let's go. When we reach the Yu family, you'll know what it means to be in ecstasy." I know that the Yu family is most famous for their charm techniques, which are as famous as our family's beasts. But I didn't expect them to use their charm techniques to seduce men, and even make the city's sex industry so prosperous and powerful. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly, and said in confusion. "Wrong. Young Master Han, the Yu family's charm techniques are definitely not like what these prostitutes have shown. There is only one brothel in Enchanting City that belongs to the Yu family, and that is the Yu family's Yu family that we are going to now. Furthermore, the Yu family's charm techniques are definitely not on the same level as the low-level charms displayed by these prostitutes. You'll know when we reach the Yu family's Yu family." Yi 13's face showed a hint of nostalgia, and he said with certainty very seriously. "Oh. Is that so?" Yi Qinghan smiled with great interest. He was looking forward to the Yi family's charm techniques, which were as famous as the Yu family's beasts. 10 horse carriages moved forward majestically. On the horse carriage, Yi Qinghan was once again shocked by the brothels and the densely packed crowd on the street. This street was more than 10 miles long, and the entire street was filled with brothels and more brothels. Other than prostitutes, there were only customers. It was still dusk, and the sky had not really darkened yet. The nightlife had not started, and yet there was such a luxurious lineup. Furthermore, there were 12 such streets in the Ecstasy City. However, when the group of carriages turned a corner in front of them, they arrived at a plaza. Only then did Yi Qinghan understand what was called shock, and what was called a lineup. The plaza was very big. It was as big as 2 football fields in Yi Qinghan's previous life. There was a row of lofts in front of the plaza, but they were surrounded by a pink palace wall. There were 3 large doors in the middle, and 2 large words, "You families," were written on top of the doors. The super large plaza, the long pink palace wall, and the 3 large doors that were twice the size of the Yi family's main door did not shock Yi Qinghan at all. What shocked him was the countless luxurious horse carriages in the plaza, as well as the countless horse carriages that were rushing over from all directions. I'm afraid there are thousands of them. Yi Qinghan's mouth was wide open. He pointed at the neatly arranged luxurious horse carriages, and his heart was truly shocked. There will be more in the future. Ah, that. Young Master Han, you are the young master of the Yi family, Yi-17 reminded him, a little embarrassed. Why did his young master feel like a country bumpkin entering the city? Did this young master really have a hard time when he was young? Of course, Yi Qinghan had a hard time when he was young. As the young master of the Yi family, it was his second time sitting in a luxurious horse carriage, not to mention visiting such a big place. Although his identity was different now, and he had changed from a chicken to a phoenix, he still thought of himself as the 7th son of the Yi family, and not the 7th young master of the Yi family. However, he had grown up in the Yi clan after all. Moreover, he had lived 2 lives and had experienced so many changes. After a short period of time, he regained his composure and nodded silently, indicating that he understood and understood. The carriage slowly came to a stop in front of the brightly lit moon tower. What made Yi Qinghan curious was that there weren't rows of half-naked beauties standing in front of the moon tower's entrance. Instead, there were rows of middle-aged men in gray robes, their backs hunched and their smiles sincere. Seeing the 10 luxurious carriages parked neatly in front of the moon pavilion, the gray-clothed men's smiles became even more sincere. And when they saw the flamboyant knight on the flag fluttering in the wind, their sincere smiles clearly became a bit more respectful. 3 people quickly walked out from the group of gray-clothed people and stood in front of the carriage. They smiled as they looked at the members of the Yi family getting off the carriage. Finally, their gazes stopped on Yi Qinghan, who was surrounded by Yi Shisan and Yi-17. They cupped their fists together and bowed. The gray-clothed man in the middle smiled and said, "Yueping greets young Master Yi and sirs. Please come inside. Our steward has been waiting for young Master Yi for a long time." Yi Qinghan nodded, smiled slightly, and walked inside. Yi Shisan, Yi-17, and Yueping followed closely behind him. As for the Reaper squad behind him, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried because he knew that since Yu Qiu knew that he was the young master of the Yi family and also knew why they were here, he would definitely make good arrangements for the 200 people. After entering the moon tower, Yi Qinghan didn't directly enter the hall under Yuping's lead. Instead, they turned into a luxurious passageway on the side. The passageway wasn't big, but it was very luxurious, even extravagant. From the 2 guards standing at the entrance, it was obvious that not everyone could enter this passageway. The passageway wasn't long. After exiting the passageway, the 4 of them came to a quiet pavilion. The pavilion had 2 floors, and the decoration wasn't as luxurious as the passageway. Instead, the 3 ancient words, "Square Pavilion," in front of the door faintly revealed a trace of an ancient atmosphere. There were people in front of the pavilion, and they were all women. 4 women exuded a seductive aura. Moon Tower Manager, Yunyang greets young Master Yi and the 2 lords. The mature woman standing slightly in front of them spoke. Her voice was very pleasant and enchanting. She was very good-looking, like a ripe peach, red, and gave people the urge to take a bite out of her. Her figure was almost comparable to that of the beautiful lady boss of the barbarian city, but the charm on her face was a bit better than that of Dark Moon. It seemed that this woman was born with charm. She didn't need to do much. She just greeted them lightly and smiled slightly, and the space became charming. The Yu family's charm technique is really powerful. This mature woman definitely didn't use any charm technique, but she actually made my mind faintly waver. If she used charm technique, I would be dizzy for a few seconds. I wonder who will faint first if my body fusion combat technique and the Yu family's charm technique go up against each other. Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. He thought a few words in his heart, and then he smiled slightly and said politely, "Lord Manager is too polite. My apologies for disturbing you. Yunyang, I haven't seen you for a year, but you are still so charming." Yi Shisan only nodded lightly, while Yi 17 beamed with joy and tried to curry favor with her. Hee, Lord 17 is still so bad. Yunyang rolled her eyes, and her sweet smile dazzled the eyes of the others. "Young Master Yi, please come inside. The other 3 families have already arrived, and we are just waiting for you." Yi Qinghan took the lead and walked into the attic. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped through the door, his smiling face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes narrowed into slits. Endless killing intent burst out from those slits, causing Yi Shisan, Yi 17, and Yunyang to feel a chill, as if a cold winter wind had blown past them. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 tensed up, and instantly prepared for battle. Their sword-like gazes followed Yi Qinghan's gaze, and what they saw was an incomparably handsome face and a pair of eyes, one big and one small, exuding a demonic aura. Chapter 51. Xue Wuhan looked at the skinny young man at the door in surprise. He had mixed feelings. A few months ago, he had met this young man for the first time on Nyolan Street in Sang City. This young man was like an enraged lion. He jumped up high and waved his hand at him. However, the young man casually slapped his hand away. In the Yi family's courtyard, he asked old Shi to investigate this young man. He found out that his name was Yi Qinghan. He was Yi Dao's son. He was a useless cultivator. He was the poor young master of the Yi family. He didn't care about him. He thought that the young man had Yi Dao's temper, but he didn't have Yi Dao's strength. He was just a useless person. He knew that in the Fire Dragon continent, in the House of Ares, and in the 5 noble families, those who didn't have strength were useless. Even though he was the direct descendant of the Yi family, they could only ensure that he didn't have to worry about food and clothing. He didn't have any power or influence. As a direct descendant of the 5 noble families, he knew that similar things happened in every family. Of course, his family was no exception. Therefore, after knowing that Yi Qingyu was a resolute person, he didn't think much. He ordered Shui and the others to capture or kill Yi Qinghan. He knew that as long as he did it discreetly, even if the Yi family knew that he did it, they wouldn't make things difficult for him. Because he knew that the Yi family wouldn't make things difficult for him because of a useless person. Then, news came from the man's city. Shui and the others were killed by Yi Qinghan. He started to pay more attention to this useless young master of the Yi family. He took the risk to kidnap Yi Qingyu. However, he didn't expect that Yi Qinghuang wouldn't succeed. He even crippled himself. He didn't know what had happened to the Yi family that day. He only knew that Yi Rong had been killed, Yi Jian had been imprisoned, and Yi Qinghuang had been crippled. As for the youth that he once thought was trash, he seemed to be valued by the Yi family. He had never thought about hiding what he had done in the Yi family castle from the Yi family. He had never thought that the elders of the Yi family would attack him, the young master of the Xue family. He also knew that the Xue family would give the Yi family a satisfactory price to resolve the hatred the Yi family had towards him. However, when he looked at the thin and weak young man in front of him and the endless killing intent in his squinted eyes, he understood that even if the Yi family did not do anything to him and no longer hated him, this young man would never let him go. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about meeting this youth again. He had also thought about what he should say and what he should do when he met this youth again. But he didn't expect that the two of them would meet again so quickly and so suddenly. He hadn't expected the killing intent in the youth's eyes to be so obvious and so arrogant. So much so that he couldn't say a single word of what he had prepared and wanted to say. Young Master Han, this is the Moon Pavilion. Yishir-san didn't understand what had happened, nor did he know what had happened to the Yi family not long ago. He only knew that this young master had been quiet, shy, and even a little uncouth for more than a month. Why was he acting so sharp and arrogant at this moment? But he also knew that the target that caused his young master to display such shocking killing intent was Xue Wuhan, the young master of the Xue family. And this was the Moon Pavilion of the Yu family, so he spoke in a low voice to remind his young master who was about to go berserk. I know this is the Moon Pavilion, so I didn't make a move. Yi Qinghan said in a low voice. His voice was cold and not loud, but he didn't deliberately suppress it. In the quiet 8-direction pavilion, his words were like a clap of thunder, exploding a group of people. There weren't many people in the pavilion, only about 7 or 8. But those who could enter this 4-direction pavilion and sit inside to drink tea were not ordinary people. This 4-direction pavilion didn't receive guests from anywhere, only distinguished guests. And there weren't many people in the House of Aries who could be called distinguished guests by the Yu family, one of the 5 big families. Of course, Xue Wuhan could be considered a distinguished guest. He was the young master of the Xue family, a young elite ranked 10th on the Earth roll. Of course, he was a big figure, a big figure. And this unfamiliar, immature youth in front of them released his killing intent the moment he entered, ruining the elegant atmosphere in the room. Of course, the people sitting inside weren't very happy. And now this youth was boasting shamelessly that he wanted to make a move on Xue Wuhan. This kid was a little too pretentious, and the people in the room were a little dissatisfied. A young man on the far left stood up, ready to help young Master Xue gain some face. The young man wasn't old, and his face was a little pale. He was quite handsome, and his curly hair was casually draped behind his head, giving him a very demonic air. He looked carefully at Yi Qinghan, and after confirming that he didn't know him, he said unconcernedly, Yu Ji, which family is this kid from? Why are you so impudent? Young Master Long Shui Lu, this is the young master of the Yi family. Young Master Yi, can you give me some face and come in to take a seat quietly? Yunyang smiled sweetly and explained. Then, she turned to look at Yi Qinghan with an expression of hope. I'm giving face to your family, that's why I didn't make a move. Yi Qinghan said indifferently. He didn't care about the people in the room at all, and walked straight in. He walked to the front of Xue Wuhan, squinted his eyes, and actually smiled. Xue Wuhan, young Master Xue. You are very good, very good. Xue Yi asked me to pass a message to you. He said that you can go and meet up with them when you have time. Hua. Xue Wuhan didn't move, but his face became a little gloomy. Next to him, Old Shi and Old Emo stood up with a flop and fully activated their battle chi. They stared fiercely at Yi Qinghan, their eyes full of anger and a trace of surprise. Others didn't know, but the two of them and Xue Wuhan were very clear about the meaning of Yi Qinghan's words. Xue Yi and the others were already dead, killed by Yi Qinghan. And Yi Qinghan said that he wanted to meet up with Xue Yi, which was a naked threat and a declaration of war. Yishir-san and Yi-17 stood nervously behind Yi Qinghan. They didn't know why Yi Qinghan said those words. The two guards of Xue Wuhan immediately looked like they were about to attack. They only knew that if the two old men in front of them wanted to attack, they could only attack at all costs. Hee. Xue Wuhan didn't say anything. Old Shi and Old Emo didn't say anything. But the curly-haired young man, young Master Long Shui Lu, who was standing beside them, smiled with a hint of anger at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that when Yi Qinghan walked over expressionlessly and didn't even look at him, he felt a little despised. Or perhaps Yi Qinghan's arrogant attitude made him feel very uncomfortable. He twisted his neck and said, "Young master of the Yi family. Isn't the young master of the Yi family Yi Qinghuang? Since when can a kid who hasn't even grown his hair represent the Yi family in the elite prefectural tournament? Is there no one left in the Yi family?" This sentence was very hurtful and harsh to the ears. Even the two well-dressed young men sitting next to him, who were obviously young masters, narrowed their eyes. Yi San and Yi 17 narrowed their eyes slightly. Yi San and Yi 17 also looked a little gloomy after hearing this sentence. As for Yi Qinghan, he was still expressionless and indifferent. He just turned his head in surprise and looked at Yi San. He said lightly, "Who is he?" "Young Master Long Shuilu, the nephew of Chief Long." Yi San's lips trembled as he said in a low voice. "Oh." Yi Qinghan nodded and twisted his neck. He asked with some doubt, "Isn't Chief Long's only daughter? Since when did you have a nephew? Could it be that he was arrested?" Yi Qinghan's question caused Yi San's face to darken even more. It also caused the expressions of the two young masters beside him to brighten. Of course, it also caused Long Shuilu's pale face to darken. "Ah." Yi Qinghan didn't wait for Long Shuilu to speak. He turned his head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Well, even if you are a relative of Chief Long, I don't think you are a relative of Shui Wuhan, right? The matter between me and Shui Wuhan. What right do you have to stand up for him? Or, I can think of it this way. Are you standing up for the Shui family on behalf of Chief Long? Are you standing up for the Yi family on behalf of Chief Long?" Wow! Yi Qinghan's sharp words shocked everyone present. His words were too sharp. He had actually elevated a small dispute to the level of the chief and the 5 great families. Who would dare to say such things? Who would dare to answer? How could Long Shuilu dare to represent Chief Long? How could he represent Chief Long and make an enemy of the Yi family? Therefore, his mouth was wide open, but he couldn't say anything. However, his handsome face seemed to be slightly distorted. The two young masters sitting next to him also had very distinctive looks. One was a typical muscular man who exuded a fierce and barbaric aura and carried a long sword on his back. On the other hand, the other young master was the exact opposite. He was even more handsome than Long Shuilu. One could even say that he was quite beautiful. If it wasn't for his Adam's apple, people would definitely think that he was a beauty. At this moment, the expressions on their faces were even more distinctive than their looks. However, no matter who it was, if they wanted to laugh but tried hard not to, their expressions would be very special. Yunyang's expression was also very special. She was thinking, why is it that each member of the Yi family is more and more arrogant than the other? Her beautiful phoenix eyes winked at the maid behind her, revealing a special meaning. The maid nodded and quietly left the loft. Of course, young Master Long doesn't represent the chief now. However, I would like to know something. You are just a young master who has fallen from grace. Since when can you represent the Yi family? At this crucial moment, Shui Wuhan finally spoke. Previously, when he was facing Yi Qinghan, he felt that he was in the wrong. Therefore, he remained silent. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan's insolent and even direct hostile attitude had successfully aroused his arrogance. In the face of such a situation, if he didn't speak, others would definitely look down on him. Oh! You tortoise, you finally dare to speak. Also, since I can stand here today, I can represent the Yi family. Although I don't really care about this identity, Yi Qinghan looked at Shui Wuhan with interest. He raised his eyebrows and said provocatively. Shui Wuhan's pupils shrank. His expression changed a few times. Finally, he said, Yi Qinghan, sometimes, it's better to be friendly. Humph. I've always been friendly, but... I don't think it's necessary to be friendly to people like you. Moreover, I'm not friendly. You. What's wrong with you? Yi Qinghan sneered and said arrogantly. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was looking for trouble, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone was silent. The place was quiet, but everyone could smell the gunpowder in the air. Chapter 52. You. Hearing Yi Qinghan's provocative words, Shui Wuhan almost went berserk. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Finally, he remembered what his father had told him before he left. He suppressed his anger and snorted, "I don't want to talk to a lunatic like you." His father, the leader of the Shui clan, Shui Piao, had warned him before he left. This time, he came to Ecstasy City not only to meet up with the elites of the four clans, but also to resolve the conflict between him and the Yi family when he planned to kidnap Yi Qingyu and kill Yi Qinghan. After all, the Shui clan was in the wrong, so this time, the Shui clan sent a supreme elder to negotiate with the supreme elder of the Yi family. More importantly, the representative of the Yi family was said to be Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu's violent temper was well known in the House of Aries. Therefore, Shui Piao warned Shui Wuhan not to do anything out of line if he met the disciples of the Yi family in the Yu clan. Otherwise, Yi Qingyu would lose his temper again. Therefore, when faced with Yi Qinghan's arrogant attitude, Shui Wuhan could only snort coldly. He did not dare to say or do anything. It was obvious that Shui Wuhan knew that Yi Qinghan was not someone to be trifled with. However, the people present did not know that, especially Long Shuilu, who had just been slapped in the face by Yi Qinghan. He was a little curious about Shui Wuhan's behavior today. However, after a while, he thought that perhaps Shui Wuhan did not want to ruin his gentle temperament. He did not want to quarrel with this kid or teach him a lesson. Just now, both of them had been slapped in the face by this young man. Since Shui Wuhan was embarrassed, then he felt that he should stand up and regain his face. Therefore, he stood to the side and said in a somewhat sinister tone, "I also think it's better to be kind." Usually, people who are not kind will basically be taught a lesson. They will all be slapped to the ground. The moment Long Shuilu's words left his mouth, the other two young masters sitting beside him smiled at each other, shook their heads, and remained silent. Idiot! Yunyang cursed inwardly. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan wanted to flip out, but Shui Wuhan didn't want to face this young man. Yi Qinghan couldn't find an opportunity to flip out. At this time, the idiot Long Shuilu actually came to the door. He didn't understand why Master Long, a hero of his generation, would have such a nephew. Moreover, this nephew of his didn't understand how much wealth he had. He often used his uncle's name to show off. She shook her head helplessly, not daring to get involved. After all, as a middle-level member of the Yu family, she didn't dare to interfere in matters between young masters, nor did she want to. A few months ago, a lot of people could slap me to the ground, and I was slapped a few times. And now, I think a lot of people want to slap me to the ground, but there are a lot of people who are slapped to the ground by me. If you want to have a taste of being patted, you can try. Although his words were a little awkward and sounded like a tongue twister, the arrogance and contempt in his words could be heard even by a deaf person. Humph. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders and let you know that the sky outside Song City is even vaster than the sky outside. Long Shuilu sneered and cracked his knuckles. It seemed that he was about to take action. The sky is indeed very vast, but I don't think the area above your head is very vast. Yi Qinghan shook his head, but he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head to look at the two young masters who looked very special and said, What is that? I guess you two are the young masters of the Feng clan and the Hua clan. I have a question to ask you two young masters. Since young Master Long wants to teach me a lesson, why don't you come here? I have no choice but to accept the lesson. It's just that he failed to teach me a lesson and got slapped. You won't be so ungentlemanly as to find the adults of your clan to continue teaching me a lesson, right? Ah! The two young masters were obviously stunned by Yi Qinghan's words. They smiled bitterly in their hearts. They didn't provoke anyone, but this young master was obviously trying to drag them down with him. However, since he had been asked, it would be embarrassing not to answer. Thus, the muscular man flexed the muscles on his chest and chuckled. He said, "Well, under normal circumstances, when I fight with young people, I won't find my clan even if I win or lose. That's very embarrassing. I've never found my clan because I've never lost." The beautiful young master's words were very simple and his voice was also very feminine. However, the confidence and disdain in his tone were very obvious. "You don't have to provoke me. I don't have the habit of doing that. Talk is not real. Go out, it's not good to break things." Long Shui Lu snorted and walked out with a black face, expressing his extreme displeasure. It didn't feel good to be looked down upon, let alone by a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Yi Qingniu was in a very good mood at the moment, even though his face was even darker than Long Shuiliu's. At the moment, he was sitting in the three-way tower, not far from the four-way tower, and was slamming the table with force. He didn't know that Yi Qinghan was about to slap someone. He only knew that if he didn't slam the table, no one would know that he was about to flip out. As expected, when he slammed the table, the few people in the room all reacted. Sitting opposite him was an old man dressed in snow-white clothes and with a white beard that looked like a living immortal. The old man's face darkened first, and his fair and clean face was even darker than Yi Qinghan's. There were also two old men sitting on the left. However, their eyes were originally closed as if they were asleep. At this moment, they also opened their eyes. The two of them sighed at the same time and shook their heads. On the right was a beautiful middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. Although the crow's feet at the corner of her eyes showed that age was unforgiving and that she was a butcher's knife. However, the ripples in his eyes and his well-maintained figure still gave people a familiar feeling. At this moment, seeing that Yi Qingniu had slammed the table loudly but did not break, she knew that Yi Qingniu was about to explode. He smiled helplessly and stood up to mediate. "Brother Niu, don't be angry. You're already so old, why can't you change your temper? You're here to solve the problem, aren't you?" Yi Qingniu's bulging eyes bulged even more, as if they were about to pop out. Hearing the middle-aged woman's persuasion, he snorted and turned his head. "Sister Yu Ji, if I'm not here to solve the problem, would I be slamming the table?" Jade spirit body. How long does it take for a jade spirit body to appear on the continent? But now, he was crippled by that black-hearted wolf, Shui Wuhan. Also, because of this, our Yi family's elder, Yi Rong, died. He was a martial artist who had a 100% chance of entering the Saint Realm. Also, Yi Qinghuang's cultivation was crippled. You all know Yi Qinghuang's aptitude. He had a high chance of entering the Saint Realm, and he also had a jade spirit body to create a Saint Realm. Our family lost 3 Saint Realm martial artists in one go, and that's not even including the dead core disciples. Look at old Shui. Does he think he can settle this matter with something that's used to dismiss beggars? Let me tell you, there's no way. As they listened to Yi Qingniu's bulging eyes and roaring angrily, black lines appeared on everyone's foreheads. It was said that Yi Qingniu used to be in the underworld when he was young. It was not groundless after all. Look at this smack. Let's not talk about whether Yi Qinghuang, a general realm martial artist, could enter the emperor realm or not. As far as they knew, Yi Rong had been stuck at the first level of the emperor realm for more than a decade. It was unknown whether he could advance 1 or 2 levels in this lifetime, but he had the cheek to say that he had a 100% chance. As for the compensation that the Shui family was offering, even the higher-ups of the various families who had seen the treasures were tempted. How dare Yi Qingniu say that he was a beggar? You! Yi Qingniu, don't go overboard. I also said that Xue Wuhan was young and ignorant. Our family head also taught him a harsh lesson. Now, I have come with sincerity. We almost emptied out our family's treasury to gather these items. The Xue family's grand elder was so angry that his white beard actually fluttered. He stood up with a thump and said in a low voice. Yi Qingniu snorted disdainfully and said coldly, young and ignorant. 26 years old is considered young. Ignorant? How would an ignorant person know about the jade spirit body? Taught a lesson. I know that he is still sitting in the square tower drinking tea, safe and sound. Almost emptied out, but not emptied out, right? Why don't the Yi family secretly send someone to kidnap him the next time someone with a divine body appears in your family? Do you still want the rules? Do you still want the blood oath of the 5 great families? Forget it. Brother Xuefei, Brother Niu, the two of you should talk less. Give me some face and take a step back. The middle-aged beautiful woman, Yu Ji, smiled slightly, and the wrinkles at the corner of her eyes slightly curled up, but she looked a little charming. As the host, she had no choice but to persuade them. She did not want the two of them to tear down her building. All right, Yu Ji, I will give you some face. The Xue family will give you another 5,000-6,000 bottles of snow panacea, 3 divine-level secret skills, and 1 condition from the Yi family. Then, we will let this matter go. Yi Qingniu nodded, indicating that he would accept Yu Ji's mediation. When Xuefei heard this, he jumped up in anger. His originally dark face turned even darker. His lips trembled slightly as he said, 5,000 bottles and 3 divine-level secret skills. Why don't you just rob them? If you don't have them, I can at most give you another 500 bottles of snow panacea. Anything more than that is nothing. Paw. When Yi Qingniu heard this, he could not take it anymore. He waved his hand and slapped the table again. This time, he clearly did not control his strength, and the table was instantly shattered. Following Yi Qingniu's slap, the 2 old men at the side simply closed their eyes again, looking as if they were none of their business. Yu Ji also sighed and did not want to care anymore. The scene suddenly became serious and solemn. Shaw, Shaw. At this moment, a woman suddenly walked in from outside. When the woman saw the extremely tense atmosphere, she stuttered while trembling, Supreme Elder, they have started fighting. The young master of the Yi family and young master Long Shui Lu are fighting. Chapter 53. The young master of the Yi family. He fought with young master Long. Yu Ji laughed bitterly and thought to herself. The members of the Yi family were all carved from the same mold. The younger ones had already started fighting before the older ones had even started fighting. Yu Ji glanced at the servant girl, who didn't dare to breathe loudly under the pressure of Yi Qingniu's aura, then said to the servant girl, what exactly happened? Tell me in detail. Yi Qingniu saw the look Yu Ji was giving him and didn't want to make things difficult for a little girl. He withdrew his aura and said, tell me in detail. The members of the Yi family are not people who look for trouble. When the servant girl saw that Yi Qingniu had relaxed, she hurriedly explained, it's like this. The young master of the Yi family had just arrived, and when he saw young master Xue Wuhan, it was as if he had seen an enemy. Then young master Xue Wuhan stopped talking, and young master Long Shui Lu wanted to teach the young master of the Yi family a lesson, so the two of them prepared to fight outside the square restaurant. Look, the members of the Yi family are reasonable. That jade spirit body is the younger sister of that brat, Yi Qinghan. When I came, I told him that the family would take responsibility for his sister's matter, and told him not to touch Xue Wuhan, but look, he didn't. That idiot Long Shui Lu was looking for trouble, so he couldn't do anything. I think that if we can't come to an agreement, let him handle it himself. Everyone was speechless again. Did Yi Qingniu really think that his Yi Qinghan was the same Yi Dao from back then? What kind of strength did Xue Wuhan have? Ranked 10th on the Earth roll. Could any Tom, Dick, or Harry touch him? Besides, even though Long Xuelu was a bit of a spoiled brat, he had painstakingly cultivated his strength to the second tier of the general realm. It was hard to say who would be the one to be hit. He wasn't worried that Long Xuelu would be hit. Even if he was hit, Chief Long wouldn't care. He was just worried that if Yi Qinghan was hit, Yi Qingniu would take the opportunity to flip out and make her square restaurant a mess. Hee, let's go out and take a look. Yi Qingniu chuckled, but thought to himself, this brat can even cripple Yi Qingquang, who is in the third tier of the general realm, not to mention Long Xuelu, a good-for-nothing. And I heard that this brat has broken through again. Make your move. Seeing that you're young, I'll let you have 3 moves. Long Xuelu stood calmly outside the square tower, a sword in his left hand. The sword was not unsheathed and his right hand was behind his back. He held his head high, giving off the aura of an expert. What an idiot. There's no beauty by his side, so what's the point of showing off? Why are you putting on airs? The muscular young master was the strongest among the younger generation of the Feng clan. His name was Feng Zi. His name was a bit feminine, but he was a very pure man. At this time, he was standing next to the beautiful young master with a feminine temperament and whispered, I reckon it'll be settled in 3 moves. The feminine and delicate young master was the young master of the Hua family, Hua Ji. He shook his head and said, but it was unclear whether he meant that he could defeat Long Xuelu in 3 moves, or that Yi Qinghan could defeat Long Xuelu in 3 moves. Ah! Feng Zi obviously understood that Hua Ji was referring to the latter, or the former, or both. He knew very well that this friend of his, who was like a transvestite, had grown up in the midst of slaughter. His foresight and battle experience could be said to be the strongest, and Feng Zi had never doubted his foresight. However, when he looked at Yi Qinghan again, his gaze was a bit different. It was a bit scorching. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. Before coming here, Yi Qingniu had instructed him, and his sister, who was lying in the mountain behind the Yi clan, had all made him apprehensive. That was why he didn't kill Xue Wuhan the moment he saw him. That was why he had a fire burning in his heart. At this time, this fire was being fanned even more fiercely by Long Xuelu. Looking at the arrogant Long Xuelu before him, he felt as if he was looking at the old Yi Qingquang. So he narrowed his eyes and considered whether he should seriously injure this idiot with 1 move. Little Han, don't cripple him. Don't expose your body fusion technique. You can do whatever you want. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and looked to the left with a smile. He could tell that this was Yi Qingniu's telepathic message. Since the old fellow was here and had spoken, he no longer had any scruples and shouted, Battle Beast Fusion. A black shadow faintly appeared in front of his chest and quickly entered his body. When a faint black tattoo appeared at the corner of his eye, a huge aura instantly enveloped the entire area in front of the square tower. It was as if the air had frozen. Ah! Long Xuelu looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. How did this young man's aura become so strong after the Battle Beast fusion? He didn't dare to be careless and quickly released his battle aura, forming a yellow battle aura shield around his body. 8th grade Battle Beast. Feng Zi and Hua looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. The Yi family had really hidden their strength well. Looking at the aura of the body fusion technique, it was very likely to be an 8th grade Battle Beast. As for the Holy Beast, he didn't think too much about it. After all, the Yi family had only produced 1 Holy Beast in a few thousand years. The Yi family was probably going to have another strong warrior. Old Nyo. Your family has really hidden their strength well. When did you have a talented young man with an 8th grade Battle Beast? Furthermore, He's already at the first level of the general realm at such a young age. His future is limitless. At the entrance of the square tower not far away, one of the two elders from the Feng and Hua families who had been silent all this time finally spoke up. His eyes were filled with surprise and envy. An 8th-grade battle beast and this young man's great talent could be foreseen that the Yi family would have another terrifying expert in the future. Hee hee. Yi Qingniu laughed foolishly, but in his heart, he thought to himself, we're the ones who hid it. It's this brat who has been hiding it well recently, and very well at that. It's only been a month, and he's actually broken through to the general realm. It seems like the clan leader was right. This brat really has a lot of secrets. Xue Fei, on the other hand, stood silently at the side. His face darkened even more as he thought about how to settle the matter today. Looking at the posture of the old and the young, they would probably bleed a lot. However, Yi Qinghan didn't know that 4 old fellows were secretly watching him from afar. He only knew that this young master long in front of him had to be ruthlessly slapped to the ground in order to completely extinguish the fire in his heart. Therefore, he made his move. Feeling the surging power in his body that he had never felt before, he was full of confidence as he swung his fist and smashed it directly at Long Shuelio's battle aura shield that was emitting a faint yellow light. He didn't use any fancy moves, nor did he use his battle aura to transform into various weapons like the other General Realm warriors. Because he had just entered the General Realm, he didn't know how to do it. He simply circulated all the battle aura in his body, turned into a horned rhinoceros, and smashed it down savagely. With Yi Qinghan's wind-like speed and the surging aura condensed from the vast battle aura on his left fist, the temperature in the air suddenly became scorching hot. When the golden fist smashed onto the yellow battle aura shield, it caused a violent explosion that almost set the air on fire. Bang! As was expected, the yellow battle chi cover was broken in a split second. Like a cannonball, Long Shuailu was ferociously sent flying backward and hit the solid wall behind him. After bouncing back and rolling on the ground for a few times, he directly passed out. On the surface, Yi Qinghan was only a level 1 General Realm warrior. However, because of his incomparably special Dantian, the battle aura in his body was almost more than that of a level 2 General Realm warrior. After merging with his battle beast, his strength had reached the terrifying martial realm. The battle aura shield of Long Shuailu, a level 2 General Realm warrior, instantly shattered upon contact with Yi Qinghan's fist. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan seeing this and withdrawing most of his battle aura, Long Shuailu would probably have been smashed into a pile of minced meat. Ugh! Ah! Ha! After the 3 exclamations, the entire place fell into dead silence. Feng Zi, who was as strong as a mountain, opened his mouth wide. His expression was a little exaggerated, but the battle intent instantly ignited in his eyes was exceptionally fiery. The beautiful transvestite lowered his head timidly. Under his long eyelashes, a pair of blinking eyes concealed his shock and bewilderment. Xue Wuhan's face was still very gloomy, but his black and gray eyes were full of shock and bewilderment. He didn't seem to understand how the little guy he could casually slap away a few months ago could grow to such an extent. Yunyang, on the other hand, slightly frowned. She looked at the young master of the Yi family who was silently standing in front of her and the bald guard who was walking towards Long Shuailu. She was a little worried. Long Shuailu didn't bring many guards with him. He was a bald, middle-aged man with a slightly dark complexion who had been silent the whole time. The bald, middle-aged man hadn't said a word since Yi Qinghan came in. He didn't even make a sound when Yi Qinghan almost killed Long Shuailu, nor did he stop him. Only now that Long Shuailu had fainted on the ground, he walked out and silently picked up Long Shuailu. Then, he turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said, "Thank you, young Master Yi, for showing mercy. Long Fifth will take his leave first." Yunyang let out a sigh of relief. She knew that since Long Fifth said this, he definitely wouldn't cause any more trouble. She also knew that this dark, bald man was a level 2 Imperial Realm expert. Once he caused trouble, it would definitely be very troublesome. Therefore, she smiled and arranged for someone to bring Long Fifth away to treat Long Shuelio's injuries. Damn, old Nyo, this kid from your family is so fierce. That power just now was at least the strength of a martial. Your family has found a treasure. This is another Yi Dao. The great elder of the Feng family nodded and looked at Yi Qinghan enviously. They were all experts and could easily tell that Yi Qinghan had left something up his sleeves. Old Nyo's family is not bad. My family Xiao Chao is no match for him. Old man Hua also nodded and said seriously. Yu Ji was also beaming with joy. She smiled charmingly and said, Brother Nyo, congratulations. Not at all, not at all. This kid is still a lot weaker than those two freaks, Feng Zihua and Hua Hua. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said very modestly. However, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Xue Fei and said, but I think it shouldn't be difficult to eliminate Xue Wuhan. How about, old Xue, let them fight to the death. After the fight, I don't want that stupid thing of yours. What do you think? Chapter 54. Air. Xue Fei looked at Yi Qinghan's smiling face, but his heart was pounding. This old black bull was smiling so obscenely. Could it be that Yi Qinghan still had a trump card that defied the natural order? One had to know that Xue Wuhan was extraordinarily talented and was currently at the 3rd level of the general realm. Coupled with the 12 golden-shelled insects that he was raising, even a 1st or 2nd level marshal would not dare to say that they could defeat him for sure. Old bull, why are you so confident in that kid of yours? You have to know that Xue Wuhan is a genius that only appears once in 100 years in the House of Aries. Even my little madman admits that he is no match for him. The Feng family's grand elder revealed a shocked expression and said with great astonishment. Old Fei, bet with him. I don't believe that a 15 or 16-year-old kid can fly in the sky. The Hua family's grand elder also took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Yu Ji, on the other hand, was silent at the side. However, the expression on her face also showed that she did not believe it. The three of them echoed each other in silence. They cooperated very well. Of course, they hoped that Xue Fei would bet with them. After all, these two youngsters were very talented. No matter who died in the end, it would be more beneficial than detrimental to their family. Xue Fei's heart was pounding even harder. These three were obviously adding fuel to the fire. Xue Wuhan was the only son of the patriarch and the future successor of the family. Anyone could think of exchanging some external objects for a powerhouse that had a high chance of becoming a sage in the future. Hence, he was silent. I say, old man Xue, what do you want? Why don't you say something? Let's have a fight to the death. I don't want your things after we're done. Yi Qinghan was a little impatient. He bulged his bull eyes and looked provocatively at Xue Fei. You. Xue Fei was speechless again. How was this Yi Qinghan a green bull? It was clearly a wild bull. The Green Knight Bull's battle beast was of the 8th grade, and its body was at the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. There were not many in the House of Aries who could defeat it after merging. At the very least, Xue Fei knew that if he were to fight this wild bull to the death, he would definitely die if he couldn't escape. Xue Fei, I still think that Xue Wuhan has a higher chance of fighting against the boy from the Yi family. The Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder started to encourage Xue Fei again. Yu Ji flew away from the Grand Supreme Elder of the Hua family. She was a little angry at him for wanting the world to fall into chaos. She sighed and said, all right, Brother Nyo, let me say something. Xue family will add 2,000 bottles of the best grade snow panacea and this saint-level secret skill on top of the original offer. How about we let this matter go? The prefecture battle is just around the corner, and our common enemy is the other two prefectures. Don't make a fool of yourself. Shui Fei was silent for a while before he gritted his teeth and said, "Sigh, this is also Shui Wuhan's fault. Forget it, we'll do as Yu says." Brother Niu. Yu was a little dissatisfied after seeing Yi Qingniu's silence. After all, the Shui family was bleeding a lot this time. If Yi Qingniu still didn't agree, then he wouldn't be giving her face. "I have one more condition." Yi Qingniu was silent for a while before he spoke again. However, before Shui Fei and Yu could answer, he continued, "Don't panic, I don't want anything else. I want the right to exchange for the first prize." The right to exchange for the first prize. Everyone pondered. After a moment of silence, the Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder was the first to speak. "You want the spirit pill? As long as your family's disciple can get enough points, I don't mind. 10,000 points is not easy to get. I don't have any objection since that boy from your family is so fierce." The Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder also expressed his opinion. "I agree." Shui Fei and Yu expressed their opinions at the same time. Even though the spirit pill was very tempting, it could only be exchanged with 10,000 points. They heard that the Demon God Mansion and Barbarian God Mansion had sent out many elites to obtain the spirit pill. They didn't want to sacrifice a large number of their family's elites for a single treasure. The gains would not make up for the losses. "Alright, since everyone has agreed, Brother Fei and Brother Niu, come and sign this agreement. In the future, don't use this matter to destroy the unity of the 5 clans." Yu sighed in relief and led the group into the tripartite pavilion again. After the agreement was signed, the atmosphere in the pavilion clearly relaxed. Yi Qingniu no longer wore a sour expression and began to chat with the Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder. The Shui family's Grand Supreme Elder no longer wore a dark expression and continued to chat with Yu and the Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder. After a while, the atmosphere in the pavilion became harmonious. It was as if they had become old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time and began to chat about their parents. "What is that?" Yu The Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder seemed to remember something. He suddenly turned to Yu and said, "Isn't it your family's Summer Flame Festival in 3 days? I heard that your family has a peerless saintess who will appear for the first time." "That's right, my family's Xiao Chao is here for this peerless beauty of yours. Your family is also very mysterious. Every time the saintess appears, she will only appear during the coming-of-age ceremony, the Summer Flame Festival. Who knows how many young geniuses fall for her?" Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder Yi nodded and said, How many young geniuses fall for her? Was it my family's Yan, dumped by Yi Dao last time? In the end, she died of depression." Yu sighed deeply and turned to look at Yi Qingniu with some hidden bitterness. She began to talk about the past. Yi Qingniu was startled. Seeing Yuji's bitter expression, he bulged his bull eyes and said bashfully, "Don't look at me, I didn't dump you. Wasn't Yi Dao almost driven out by my family's patriarch because of this? After that, Yi Dao died. Your family's Yu Yan missed him so much that she fell ill. In the end, she died of depression. I was also very sad. Sigh, this is probably their fate. Alright, Yu don't bring up the past. Why don't you ask your family's Qingqing to choose my family's Fingzi this time? I guarantee that my son will definitely treat Qingqing like a treasure. Moreover, my family's Fingzi is quite good-looking and is quite strong." The Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder chuckled and said. When the Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder saw that the Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder was acting as a matchmaker, he was displeased. "Good-looking? How can your family's big guy be as good-looking as my family's Xiao Chao? My family's Xiao Chao is a flower of our Luohua city. There's no doubt about her strength. As long as she successfully ambushes a marshal, she will definitely kill her opponent in one move. F***CK. You call that good-looking? He looks neither human nor demonic. If thrown into the demon god residence, he will definitely be a member of the royal family. Even if he can kill a marshal with a sneak attack, he has to succeed first. When the Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder heard this, he couldn't take it anymore. He widened his eyes and roared in anger. Your family is the real transvestite. If you throw that lunatic of yours into the barbarian god residence, he will still be the barbarian god's successor. Yuji let out a deep sigh. She looked at these two clowns and shook her head. All right. Brothers, please spare this little sister. It's not like you don't know about this summer flame festival. In the end, the one who will choose the protector is that girl, Yi Qingqing. I don't have this right, do I? What's the point of you arguing? Summer Flame Festival. What Summer Flame Festival? Yi Qinghan was sitting in the square tower. He originally wanted to ask Fengzi when he could depart for Dragon City, but Fengzi said that he would only depart after the Summer Flame Festival 3 days later. Hence, he asked in confusion. Ah. Hearing Yi Qinghan's question, Fengzi and the flowers and plants looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Even Xue Wuhan, who was sitting quietly at the side, twitched his nose. You don't know about the Summer Flame Festival? Fengzi asked in astonishment as he puffed up his iron-like chest muscles. You don't know. Is the Summer Flame Festival very famous? Yi Qinghan was a little baffled. He knew about the summer festival. Let me put it this way. The Summer Flame Festival is actually the most important festival of the Yu clan. Fengzi chuckled, and his eyes revealed an indescribable feeling. He continued, what is the Yu clan most famous for? Beauties, peerless beauties. Every year during the Summer Flame Festival, they will send a peerless beauty to the Moon Tower to be an artist for a year. Under normal circumstances, that beauty will be the goddess of the Moon Tower's guests. She is definitely a super red card. After a year, the beauties will be auctioned off, and the 3 with the highest bid will have the chance to win the beauty. 3. Not the one with the highest bid. Yi Qinghan's curiosity was piqued by Fengzi's description, and he asked with interest. Nope. Fengzi shook his head and sighed. This is also the most brilliant part of the Yu clan. In the end, it's all up to the lady to choose the one she likes among the 3. This way, the Yu clan will receive great benefits, and their lady will marry happily. Don't you think it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Indeed clever. Then, will the Yu clan have a new beauty in 3 days? Yi Qinghan nodded and sighed. Beauty, a peerless beauty that can topple cities and countries. Let me tell you, you're in luck. Today is the Calm Lake Summer Flame Festival that the Yu clan holds once every 15 years. That's a grand ceremony for the younger generation of the House of Aries. I, your young master, have been waiting for years. Fengzi flicked his bangs, and his eyes emitted a fiery glow as if he wanted to burn the entire square tower. Calm Lake Summer Flame Festival. Didn't you just say the Moon Tower Summer Flame Festival? Isn't the Calm Lake the place where the Yu clan's descendants live? Yi Qinghan was getting more and more confused as he listened. If the Yu clan sends a peerless beauty out of the Moon Tower every year, then the Summer Flame Festival wouldn't be that famous. Let me tell you, the Summer Flame Festival is famous because of the Calm Lake Summer Flame Festival that happens once every 15 years, which is 3 days from now. Every 15 years, the Yu clan selects a saintess from hundreds of female disciples. Then, they invite all the descendants of the great clans to gather at the Calm Lake to watch the saintess coming-of-age ceremony. And their saintess will choose 2 guardians from dozens of youthful talents. They will observe her for 3 years, and the last person will return with the beauty. Furthermore, the talent who is fortunate enough to marry the saintess will receive the position of a lifetime guest elder of the Yu clan, and will receive the full support of the Yu clan. A peerless beauty and an unparalleled status are within reach. Tell me, which talent in the world wouldn't go crazy for it? Who wouldn't want it? The more Feng Zi spoke, the more excited he became. It was as if he had already succeeded, and the corners of his mouth curled into an intoxicated and wanton smile. Didn't Yi Dao not want it back then? Just as Feng Zi finished speaking, the transvestite flower and plant suddenly spoke after a long silence. Ah! Yi Qinghan looked at the flower and plant in surprise. This matter actually involved his father. His father, who was so awesome back then, was actually so awesome that he didn't even want the Yu clan saintess. Pfft! How many Yi Daos do you think there are in the world? He doesn't love the saintess, but he loves the red card of the moon tower back then. Feng Zi snorted and said with dissatisfaction. However, he still admired Yi Dao back then, and his tone was still very respectful. He doesn't love the saintess. Only loves the red card. Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued. It seemed like it was related to his mother's background. Looking at Yi Qinghan's very interested expression, Feng Zi was completely speechless. You don't even know about the Yi family. Have you been locked up for secret training since you were young? That's too hard. Let me tell you, 15 years ago, Yi Dao was also invited to the Quiet Lake Summer Fire Festival. Back then, he was peerless and had unparalleled martial arts. In the end, he wasn't charmed by that generation's saintess. Instead, he charmed that generation's saintess, Yu Yan. However, this guy didn't like Yu Yan. He only loved the red card of the moon tower, Yu Shuwei. In the end, he rejected Yu Yan and brought Yu Shuwei back to the Yi family. In the end, Yu Yan, who was bewitching, died of depression. When she died, she wasn't even 30 years old. Don't you think it's sad? Humph. Your life is destined to be sad because I'm determined to get you Qingqing this time. Suddenly, the unique sharp voice of the flower and plant was heard. Hearing this, Feng Zi jumped up and shouted, Humph, you damn transvestite, don't even think about it. I'll fight whoever dares to snatch you Qingqing. So that's what happened. The Summer Fire Festival seems to be a little interesting. Feng Zi and the flower and plant started to curse at each other. However, Yi Qinghan ignored them and thought to himself, so my father and mother have such a tragic story. It seems like the Summer Fire Festival in 3 days will be very lively. Also, he was a little interested in the legendary beauty Yu Qingqing, but of course, it was just a little. Chapter 55. The Tranquil Lake was, of course, a lake. It was originally located outside the eastern city wall of the Ecstasy City, but after many years of renovation by the Yu clan, it was surrounded. The eastern city wall was expanded several times, and now, the entire Tranquil Lake was included in the Ecstasy City. The Tranquil Lake wasn't big. Strictly speaking, it couldn't even be called a lake. It was just a big reservoir. However, since the Yu clan called it a lake, others would naturally call it the Tranquil Lake. The Tranquil Lake wasn't as quiet as a stagnant pool. Not only was it not quiet, but it was also windy all year round, so the lake water never calmed down. There would always be waves, waves, and waves. This is the Tranquil Lake. Nothing special. Yi Qinghan and the other young masters followed behind Yunyang and arrived at the side of the Blue Lake. Although this place could be considered as having verdant hills and clear waters, and the scenery was pleasing to the eye, it was still just an ordinary small lake. It was far from the Tranquil Lake's image as a holy land in the eyes of the world's geniuses. They couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. There's nothing special about this lake. What's special is the small island in the middle of the lake. That's where the core disciples of the Yu clan live. There are peerless beauties there. Usually, it's a forbidden and holy land for men unless it's the Summer Fire Festival. We're the first batch of people to enter the Holy Land in 15 years. Don't you think it's special? Feng Zi was still carrying his long sword. He chuckled and whispered into Yi Qinghan's ear. A forbidden place for men. Yi Qinghan was indeed stunned by this news. Looking at the hazy little island in the distant lake, she nodded her head. She couldn't help but be even more puzzled as she softly asked, "There isn't a single man inside?" "Absolutely not." Feng Zi nodded seriously. Yi Qinghan was a little speechless. He shut his mouth in embarrassment, but his heart felt like it was being blown by a cold wind. He shuddered. If they were to encounter a group of resentful women pouncing on them like wolves and tigers, would they be able to hold them off? "Young masters, this way please." Just as Yi Qinghan was letting his imagination run wild, a small boat approached from afar. Yunyang smiled and gestured for them to board the boat. "Young Master Han, after you." Feng Zi flexed his chest muscles to show his elegance. "Ha! You're already in bed." "Oh, no, I mean, get on the boat." Yi Qinghan felt a lingering fear in his heart. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Brother Feng Zi, you go first. My body is weak, I can't take it." "Humph, since the two of you are so polite, I will go first." Xue Wuhan waved his folding fan, smiled and got into the boat. The beautiful flowers and plants flicked the edge of their clothes and followed. Seeing this, Feng Zi and Yi Qinghan also followed. The boat wasn't big, but the decorations were very elegant. It was like a small living room. The front and back of the boat were separated by a thin silk curtain, and the scenery outside could be vaguely seen. They went in and took their seats. Yunyang also came in and served them a few cups of tea. Then, she bowed and walked out of the boat, standing at the front of the boat. The Yu clan is indeed the Yu clan. Even the person rowing the boat is an exceptional beauty. Feng Zi looked around once she came in, and finally, her eyes fixed on the woman on the bed at the back of the boat. Through the blurry curtain, a graceful woman with one hand on the oar at the back of the boat could be seen. Only the side of her body could be seen. The woman was wearing a cyan palace dress, but her face was covered by a white silk scarf. Although the curtain was a bit blurry and her face was covered, just her graceful and curvaceous figure, as well as her elegant temperament, were enough to make one's heart sway. Feng Zi's words awakened the people on the ship, and they all turned their heads to look at her. Hua Chao and Feng Zi were the most direct. They stared unblinkingly at the masked woman, and they couldn't stop praising her. Xue Wuhan's black and gray eyes were flashing. He waved the fan in his hand, and he looked like he was admiring her. However, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes, and it betrayed his true feelings. Yi Qinghan only took a glance before looking away. It was mainly because Xue Wuhan's pretentious expression made him lose his appetite, and he wasn't in the mood. Moreover, Feng Zi said that there were a bunch of women who had never seen a man living on the island, so he was a little afraid. Squinting at Xue Wuhan, Yi Qinghan silently pinched his fingers. Thinking of what Yi Qingniu said 3 days ago, he let go of his fingers again, and picked up the tea on the table to drink. That day, after slapping Long Shuilu, he wanted to find something to do and use the opportunity to destroy Xue Wuhan. However, Yi Qingniu directly transmitted a message to him, telling him to bear with it. That night, Yi Qingniu came to the place where he was sleeping and had a secret talk with him. He told him that because of Yi Qingniu, the Xue family had lost a lot of treasures, which could be exchanged for a spiritual pill. Yi Qingniu told him darkly that he shouldn't do anything now, and that once he got the Xue family's treasures, he could find an opportunity to kill Xue Wuhan. Of course, he had to do it secretly, and he had to do it cleanly, without leaving any evidence. Once the Yu family's matter was settled, they would go to the prefecture battle, and it would be a 3-way battle. At that time, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill Xue Wuhan. Therefore, Yi Qinghan could only bear with it for now. Fortunately, he had vented a little of the anger he had been holding back that day on Long Shuilu, so he wasn't as angry now. Moreover, He knew that Shui Wuhan was someone he had to kill, and that he had to die, so there was no need to be too calculative with a dead person. Yun Yang, why haven't you set sail yet? Everyone admired the graceful figure of the woman rowing the boat, and they couldn't help but be more interested in entering the tranquil lake island, and they couldn't wait any longer. If the woman rowing the boat could be so outstanding, wouldn't all the women inside be sky immortals? Gentlemen, please wait a moment. There is still one more person. Ah. Coming. Yun Yang answered respectfully. Everyone looked at the front of the boat in surprise. Who else was qualified to sit on the same boat as them? However, when they saw a handsome face and slightly curled hair through the blurry curtain, they all smiled slightly. Gentlemen, you are so early. Shui Lu is late, please excuse me. Long Shui Lu walked in with a smile and greeted them politely. His face was still radiant, and there was no difference from the first time they met 3 days ago. Hello, brother Shui Lu. The people on the boat all smiled naturally, and they seemed to have forgotten what happened a few days ago. They smiled and greeted him. Shui Wuhan folded his folding fan and pointed to the seat beside him. He even personally poured a cup of tea for Long Shui Lu. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and just nodded slightly. He silently drank his tea, but he admired Long Shui Lu's shamelessness and prostrated himself in front of him. Long Shui Lu took a sip of his tea and said with a smile, "What are you all chatting about?" "Nothing much. I'm just sighing at the peerless beauty of the Yu clan's women. Young Master Long, even the Yu clan's woman rowing the boat is so beautiful. It is hard to imagine how beautiful the women of the tranquil lake island are." Although Feng Zi looked well-developed, his mind wasn't simple. Although he was rumored to have a fiery temper, he seemed to be very tactful today. He didn't offend anyone, and he befriended everyone. He was a smooth and slick person. Oh. Long Shui Lu looked at the back of the boat seriously and revealed an intoxicated expression. He sighed and said, "Such a woman is truly enchanting. Unfortunately, she is masked, and I can't see her true appearance. What a pity." Of course, of course. A woman masked also has a kind of hazy beauty. What's the saying? What you can't get is the best. This woman in front of me has the essence of it. What you can't see is more beautiful. Shui Wuhan smiled faintly. He didn't seem to care about the cold eyes that Yi Qinghan was shooting at him. He waved his folding fan elegantly. "Brother Wuhan, you should be a poet. You can recite a good poem." Hua Hua smiled gently and said with a sigh. Feng Zi also nodded and sighed. Brother Wuhan is right. The ancients said that a woman's most beautiful is when she takes off her clothes and when she comes out of the bath. I think we can add that to the list. A woman with a mask is also very beautiful. Absolutely right, absolutely right. All of your words are well thought out, and each of your words has a profound meaning. You can all be called scholars. In my opinion, a woman with a mask is either extremely ugly or extremely beautiful. I can foresee that this woman is definitely an extremely beautiful woman. Long Shui Lu nodded and moved closer. Yi Qinghan shook his head, but he sighed deeply in his heart. These perverts actually called themselves scholars. It was true that each generation was more unruly than the previous one. What? Young Master Han, do you have any other opinion? Feng Zi asked curiously when she saw Yi Qinghan shaking his head silently. I don't have any opinion. I think we should ask Yun Yang to start the boat, or we won't be able to make it for lunch. Yi Qinghan said lightly. He didn't want to express any opinion. Shui Wuhan's flirtatious performance made him want to vomit, and Long Shui Lu's shameless participation made the trip to the calm lake that he was originally interested in become boring. He stared blankly through the window at the rippling lake in the distance. He thought of his sister in Songqing, and his mood became gloomy. Darling, let's start the boat. Yunyang had followed Yi Qinghan into the boat. She had been quietly standing to the side, not saying anything, nor showing any expression. When she saw Yi Qinghan speak, she smiled and said to the woman at the back of the boat. The woman behind the boat responded in a low voice. Although her voice was soft, it was very clear and moving, like the chirping of an oriole. Everyone who heard it felt numb and sore. Everyone present was at least at the general realm, so they all heard it clearly. They couldn't help but look at the woman behind the boat with even more interest. They slowly glided through the window, breaking through the water, and gradually moved towards the small island in the middle of the lake. Yunyang looked thoughtfully at the woman behind the boat and suddenly said, "Darling, why don't you sing a song for the young masters on the boat to relieve their tiredness? What do you think?" Long Shuailu heard her and immediately said with a smile, "We couldn't ask for more. I'm all ears." Feng Zi and Hua Hua smiled as well, while Yi Qinghan nodded his head. "Thank you," Shui Wuhan said with a smile. The veiled woman behind the boat still didn't say anything or turn around. She silently rowed the boat. After a long time, she sighed and sang softly, "The shadow of the vermilion building is at noon, the jade tree is low in the shade, the moon is already 3. Greasy powder secretly sells silver carvings, the wrong knife leisurely cuts the mud golden robe, the embroidered bed is afraid of attracting the black dragon's bark, the embroidered word worries teach the blue bird's beak, 100 flavors refined to take pity on the mother, 1,000 flowers bloom, half suitable for a man, who can envy the company of a mandarin duck, the parrot is speechless, the waves like to swim bees, the magpies pretend to guess, the magpies murmur. But I love the number of palms, every time I remember the light of the hawksbill hairpin. The years of sorrow in the smoke cave are still there, the night of disappointment on the star bridge is empty, the season in front of the window is shameful, the romantic world smiles bitterly. Only the incense burner steals the wages, secretly hangs down the sandalwood sleeves to learn the ginseng, one must know that it is difficult to calm the heart, but one is willing to part with the clouds. Seeing the scenery fall, the sound of the strings still drifting, looking toward the south. The song was a poem, without the accompaniment of drums, music, or lights to add color to the beautiful scenery, it was just a simple singing. The voice of the person singing did not have any special emotions, and there was no dancing to add color, but everyone felt intoxicated, as if they had flown to the heavenly palace and listened to the peerless celestial song sung by a fairy. Good song, good melody, good poem. Such a beautiful song can only be found in the heavens, how many times can one hear it in the mortal world? Lady Nan Nan, this song really makes my heart surge, I am afraid that I will not be able to taste meat for 3 months. After a long time, Long Shuailu loudly clapped his hands and stood up, looking at the graceful figure behind the boat with tender affection, he laughed loudly and said, "Paw." Shui Wuhan waved his folding fan, stood up, and said with a slight smile, "It is indeed a good poem, who can envy the company of a mandarin duck, the parrot is speechless, I am ashamed, Lady Nan Nan, why do you envy others, why do you feel ashamed? You must know, with Lady's charm and talent, I am afraid that all the geniuses in the world will be attracted to Lady, right? At the very least, the 5 of us will be charmed by you, right?" "Extremely right, extremely right. You sang it really well. Even though I don't know much about music, I think even a pig would be able to tell that this is a peerless song." Feng Zi laughed heartily and sincerely used a lame joke to flatter the old man. Hua Chao also nodded, and very seriously said, "It is indeed a celestial song." Yet Yi Qinghan sat there alone, continuing to remain silent. He half raised his cup of tea, and looked at the cup in front of him in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing this, Yunyang could not hold back the curiosity in her heart, and turned sideways to ask, "Young Master Han, do you feel that the song is not good?" The 4 turned around, and looked at Yi Qinghan, also a little puzzled. Such a beautiful song, it was also the first time they had heard it, so why did Yi Qinghan appear so silent? Or even somewhat disdainful? Under the gazes of the others, Yi Qinghan remained silent for a while, then slowly drank his tea, and leisurely said, "The song is a good song, the poem is a good poem, and the singing is also very good, but this poem, this song, and this scene, the beautiful artistic conception created by it, have been ruined by some idiots. How sad, how lamentable." What did these words mean? Feng Zi and Hua Chao felt a little strange, while Long Shuailu and Xue Wuhan's expressions were a little gloomy. They could hear the idiots in Yi Qinghan's words, and a glimmer of light appeared in Yunyang's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. And at the back of the boat, the veiled woman, who had never turned around, suddenly turned around. Behind the white silk scarf that covered her face, a pair of beautiful black eyes that shone brightly, showed some faint interest. Chapter 56. What do you mean? Young Master Han. Feng Zi saw that Xue Wuhan and Long Shuailu were about to go berserk, so she hurriedly tried to smooth things over and asked in confusion. "Yeah. I don't think they're wrong," Hua Hua said in confusion. "They're not wrong, but what they're saying is bullsh*t. What's so exciting about singing and not knowing the taste of meat? What's the point of being envious? What's the point of being ashamed?" Yi Qinghan sighed deeply, shook his head, and continued, "You don't even know the meaning of this song, or this poem, and you dare to talk nonsense. It's a good poem about the scenery in front of you, and the helplessness of the passing of time. How can it make people excited? Isn't it funny? Oh. We're all ears to young Master Han's opinion." Xue Wuhan's face darkened. He quickly waved the fan in his hand, as if he wanted to get rid of the unhappiness in his heart. "I'd like to hear the details." Long Shuailu said coldly. "Young Master Han, you know poems. Tell us, tell us." Feng Zi's eyes lit up. She was very interested. In the Fire Dragon continent, martial prowess was the most important thing. Few people would understand the poems of literati. Although I don't understand, I feel that what Yi Qinghan said is meaningful. I also heard this poem, and there's a sense of loneliness and helplessness. I just can't describe it, Hua Hua said with a frown as he touched his beautiful face. Yunyang and the woman at the back of the boat didn't say anything. However, when Yi Qinghan described the poem, their eyes seemed to simultaneously emit a ray of light. Then, a sense of loneliness and nostalgia appeared in their eyes at the same time. "Little darling, I have a question to ask." Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just turned his body to look at the woman behind the boat. He looked at her black and shiny eyes and said calmly. The woman behind the boat bowed and said softly, "Young Master Yi, please speak. If I'm not mistaken, this poem was composed by Senior Yu Yan, right?" Yi Qinghan's words shocked everyone. Yunyang and the woman at the back of the ship looked at Yi Qinghan in astonishment, not knowing how he knew about it. After all, this was the first time he had sung this poem to outsiders. The woman at the back of the ship frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "It's indeed written by the previous saintess, Yu Yan, Have you heard it before, young master?" "Never heard of it before," Yi Qinghan said faintly. He seemed to have thought of something as he turned around and looked at the island in the distance through the curtains. He sighed and said, "This poem can be divided into 4 stanzas. The first stanza is the scenery in March outside the window, and the needlework in the room. It is difficult to teach the bluebird to deliver the letter. It contains the unspeakable worries of the young girls. They are a little nervous, a little confused, and a little resistant. The second stanza is about the mandarin ducks having company, the parrots are silent, the bees are flying, and the foxes are murmuring. It reveals the young girls' feelings of loneliness in life. They are not lamenting or envying anything, nor are they yearning for love or a man." Yi Qinghan spoke leisurely as if he had turned into a wandering poet, a romantic who was dissatisfied with the reality. The last sentence was a serious criticism of Xue Wuhan for acting coquettishly. Then, without waiting for Xue Wuhan to explain, he continued, the third stanza is about a few years in the smoke cave and a night on the star bridge. It expresses melancholy about the legendary love affair between a man and a woman. It contains a kind of calling for a fulfilling life and disappointment in love. I suppose that at that time, Senior Yu Yen was very disappointed in the love affair that had just started and ended so quickly. She was a little painful and heartbroken. She longed for a different kind of life. The fourth stanza continues the theme of the previous stanza. It expresses the fear of the desolation of the scenery, the pursuit of the joy of life, the understanding of life, and the pursuit of love. The meaning is especially open and persistent. This poem tells the story of Senior Yu Yen. When she was a young girl in the Yu family, she was a little perturbed and ignorant about the arrangement of the family and her own life. She even had some resistance. Then, during the summer fire festival, she met Yi Dao and fell in love with him. However, Yi Dao fell in love with another woman. She was a little disappointed and heartbroken in love. Then, Yi Dao died. She couldn't stand the passage of time and gradually grew old. She sighed with emotion about the desolation of the scenery and the deep memory of Yi Dao. Miss Yu Qingqing, am I right? The four childs were a little confused. It seemed that what he said was a little meaningful. Xue Wuhan and Long Shuilu wanted to refute, but they didn't know how to do so. They were not good at these literary things. They were only used to solving problems with force. However, it seemed that they couldn't deal with this guy in front of them with force. Therefore, they felt a little aggrieved, very aggrieved. However, after hearing the last sentence of Yi Qinghan, they were shocked and surprised. Yu Qingqing. Wasn't Yu Qingqing the saintess of this summer fire festival? Was the graceful woman who was rowing the boat for them Yu Qingqing? Therefore, they were a little shocked. They fixed their eyes on the woman at the back of the boat. The long and slightly curved eyelashes of the woman at the back of the boat trembled. There was a trace of surprise in her dark eyes. After a moment of silence, she put down the joystick in her hand, lifted the curtain, and walked in slowly. She bowed in a low voice and said in a soft voice, Yu Qingqing pays her respects to the childs. The childs in the boat felt as if they were struck by lightning. What was going on? Why didn't Yu Qingqing play her cards according to common sense? They thought of their ugly behavior and naked greedy eyes just now. They thought that they still had a lot of beautiful things that they hadn't shown yet. They thought that they were going to show off in the evening at the summer fire festival. In the end, Yu Qingqing played her cards carelessly and appeared in advance. All their hopes might be in vain. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Only Yi Qinghan and Yunyang were calm. Yunyang smiled, walked to the back of the boat, and started rowing the boat. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. He cupped his hands and said, Yi Qinghan pays his respects to Miss Qingqing. Greetings to Miss Qingqing. When the rest of the people heard Yi Qinghan's words, they immediately reacted. The thick skin they had cultivated for many years came into play. In an instant, everyone recovered their cultured and elegant demeanor of the childs of famous families. Everyone, please take a seat. Yu Qingqing faintly nodded her head and sat on the only empty chair at the front. She looked at Yi Qinghan with interest and said, Young Master Han is very talented. Each of your words is like a gem and your tongue is like a lotus flower. Your explanation is very good and correct. Qingqing admires you. Young Master Han is Senior Night Blade's only son, right? Feng Zihua and Long Shuilu looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. They didn't expect Yu Qingqing to have such a high evaluation of Yi Qinghan. And the first thing she said was actually to ask about Yi Qinghan's background. Hearing that Yi Qinghan was actually Yi Dao's son, they couldn't help but feel a little strange. Wasn't Yi Dao's son a good-for-nothing? With Yi Qinghan's talent and terrifying beast, if he was a good-for-nothing, then they could only go to the mines and work as laborers. Yi Qinghan's reputation was not very well known in the family. In addition, the information from their respective families was not in place yet. So they thought that Yi Qinghan was a genius that was secretly trained by the Yi family. They didn't expect him to be Yi Dao's son. Good for nothing. Only Xue Wuhan smiled bitterly. A few months ago, he also thought so. That's right. On behalf of my father, Yi Qinghan expresses his gratitude to Senior Yu Yan, for her infatuation and his sorrow for the loss of her beauty. Although I don't know much about my father's life, I feel that he always felt a trace of guilt and sorrow for Senior Yu Yan. Qinghan also deeply admires Senior Yu Yan. Yi Qinghan bowed slightly, but he felt very helpless in his heart. Father, you have a romantic debt, yet you want me to apologize and clean up your mess. It's okay. Aunt Yu Yan didn't regret falling in love with you even before she died. She once said, in this world, only Yi Dao is a real man. I don't regret my choice that year. Yu Qingqing sighed slightly. Her eyes were a little blurred as if she was recalling some past events. Young Master Han, you're in the wrong. I only found out now that you're the son of Senior Yi Dao, whom I admire the most. You're not a good friend. Feng Zi was unhappy when he heard that. He looked at Yi Qinghan with hidden bitterness. A man with bulging muscles like a giant from the god of barbarians was looking at a man with hidden bitterness. No man could stand it. Yi Qinghan didn't look at him. He said embarrassedly, you didn't ask me. Do you expect me to tell everyone I meet that I'm Yi Dao's son? That's right. Do you, Feng Zi, also tell everyone you meet that I'm a lunatic and that I'm a lunatic? Flowers and grasses quickly chimed in with a smile on their pretty faces. They looked very pretty. Everyone laughed heartily, and the awkward atmosphere was swept away. It didn't matter if they lost face just now. What was important was to get it back as soon as possible. Therefore, everyone began to present their treasures. They performed the performance and speech that they were going to perform at night in advance, hoping to get back some impression in front of the beautiful woman. However, the performance was about to end before it even started. The small boat had arrived at its destination, Tranquil Lake Island. Looking at the beautiful woman drifting away, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of them, everyone's emotions were complicated for a moment. Chapter 57. As they watched Yu Qingqing's figure gradually disappear on the small path of the island, they reluctantly withdrew their gazes and stood rooted to the ground. When they didn't know that she was Yu Qingqing, they only felt that this woman's figure was really graceful, and her every movement had an otherworldly aura. When Yi Qinghan revealed her identity, she threw down the armrest and walked over leisurely. Everyone saw the pair of black pearl-like eyes above the white silk scarf and smelled the delicate fragrance that was naturally emitted from her body. Only then did everyone realize that Yu Qingqing was actually so enchanting, even a little enchanting. There was no need for words. As long as she sat there quietly and looked at you with her clear, black pearl-like eyes, you would feel especially enraptured and overwhelmed. All right, stop looking. We've already walked so far. Won't we be able to see her true appearance at night? Yi Qinghan said softly with a faint smile. Everyone withdrew their thoughts and their souls that had floated far away and smiled embarrassedly. Young Master Han, not bad. You've taken the initiative. I didn't know that you were so powerful. You're actually skilled in both the pen and the sword. How did you know that she's Yu Qingqing? Feng Zi said with a laugh as he returned to his senses and hugged Yi Qinghan. That's right. Young Master Han, Yu Qingqing is a holy maiden. Before the Summer Fire Festival, she definitely can't leave the Tranquil Lake. How could you know her? Could it be that you've snuck in before? Hua Ji also came over curiously. As a descendant of the assassin god, his concealment skills were top-notch. However, he probably didn't have the ability to sneak into the tranquil lake island. Long Shuai-Lu and Shui Wuhan, who were at the side, were too embarrassed to come over. However, they pricked up their ears and listened curiously. It's very simple. You guys just didn't notice. Yi Qinghan wasn't used to Feng Zi's enthusiasm. He shrugged and said calmly, "First, there are many beauties in the Yu clan. However, if there are beauties of this level among the boatmen, then all the beauties in the world are too common. Secondly, temperament. How could a woman rowing a boat have such an otherworldly temperament? Third, that scarf of hers was the biggest flaw. Young Master Long had said before, a masked woman was either extremely ugly or extremely beautiful. The Yu family naturally wouldn't have an extremely ugly woman, so she would definitely be an extremely beautiful person. Even if a boat servant was extremely beautiful, I don't think there was a need for her to cover her face. That would be akin to burying one's head in the sand. Fourth, that little song. When Yu Qingqing sang that song, her tone was a little sorrowful and a little melancholy. From the poem, I could tell that it was written by Senior Yu Yan. Since she felt sad about Senior Yu Yan's deeds, it was very likely that she felt sad because of what happened to Yu Yan in the past. Therefore, I made a decisive guess, and it turned out that I was right. Respect. Young Master Han indeed has a discerning eye, to be able to observe these small details in such detail. Your words have awakened me from my dreams. Feng Zi thought about it carefully and nodded. However, he suddenly thought of a problem and shouted, "What's that?" "Young Master Han, you're still so young. You won't fight with me over Yu Qingqing, right? Let me tell you, although we're familiar with each other, your father is also someone I respect. If you dare to fight with Yu Qingqing, I'll still fight with you." Just now on the boat, Yi Qinghan obviously had the upper hand and left a deep impression in Yu Qingchang's heart. Moreover, this brat had a rather delicate appearance, and his strength and the forces behind him were not much different from theirs. If Yi Qinghan really took the initiative to attack, he wouldn't have any chance at all. That's right, young Master Han. You're not even 16 yet. Yu Qingcheng is already 16. Don't tell me you're fated to fall in love with an older sister? Once Feng Zi said this, the beautiful man Hua Shu also became anxious. His family had given him a strict order to fight for this opportunity. Moreover, he had also seen Yu Qingcheng. She was indeed a devastatingly beautiful woman, so he also said this anxiously. Long Shuai-Lu and Shui Wuhan also tensed up. One had to know that in the entire House of Aries, the 5 most powerful and promising youths were all gathered here, so it could be said that they had the greatest chance. However, if Yi Qinghan took the initiative to fight for it, then their chances were really not high. Long Shuai-Lu had been slapped by Yi Qinghan before, so he already felt a little inferior in front of Yi Qinghan and couldn't raise his head. As for Shui Wuhan, because Yi Qinghan was here, he didn't dare to go against Yi Qinghan openly for fear that Yi Qinghan would flip out, so he lowered his stance. So the two of them leaned to the side nervously, silently paying attention to Yi Qinghan's words. Why not? A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Moreover, isn't it just a few months? I don't mind. Yi Qinghan chuckled and looked at the 4 nervous people in front of him, teasing them. As expected, when he finished speaking, their faces darkened. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction and continued, "However, if the 4 of you agree to one condition of mine, I can promise you that I won't take the initiative to woo Yu Qingqing." There's something good. Say it. As long as it's not asking me to kill my father, I'll agree. When Feng Zi heard this, he immediately beamed and patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder heavily. Although he was a little surprised that Yi Qinghan would say such a thing, if there was such a good thing, he naturally wouldn't give it up. Say it, I won't hesitate if I can do it. Feng Zi expressed his attitude, a hopeful look on his face. As long as it's within my ability, no problem, Shui Wuhan said calmly. However, he was a little surprised, so he was a little reserved in his words. Long Shuilu patted his chest and smiled slightly. Young Master Han, just say it. Ha! Yi Qing Han laughed. To be honest, he admired Yu Qingqing. But he felt that a holy maiden raised in such a way by such a clan was a little arrogant and a little cold. Moreover, he was a little male chauvinist. If he had to circle around such a girl all day like a dog around its master, he would be very uncomfortable and displeased. Moreover, he thought that because of the incident with his father, Yi Dao, Yu Qingqing probably didn't like him, so he used this groundless attitude in exchange for a condition from everyone. Of course, the most important thing was that his younger sister was lying unconscious in the mountains behind the Yi family. Her life was hanging by a thread, so he really didn't have the mood to woo girls. Thus, he said very seriously, in the Elite Academy tournament, I want the few of you to help me get as many points as possible. Of course, you can't drag me down. Just this. Feng Zi asked in disbelief after waiting for a long time for Yi Qinghan to propose such a condition. Just this. Why don't you agree? Yi Qinghan said with certainty. This world was really not as important as saving his younger sister, and if the few people in front of him agreed, his journey to the Elite Academy tournament would be much smoother. Agree, 200% agree. Feng Zi answered quickly. Agree. No problem. Agree. The other three nodded quickly and agreed unanimously. Of course. They would be fools not to take such a great advantage. This condition was equivalent to no condition, and they would lose a strong opponent for nothing. Why not? Let's go, let's go. Yunyang is waiting anxiously in front. Today, I want to drink a few barrels of good wine with young Master Han. You're such a good brother. Feng Zi laughed loudly and walked forward with his arm around Yi Qinghan. Hua Hua's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits as he followed them and said seriously, Young Master Han, you're my brother. Shui Wuhan and Long Shuilu looked at each other and felt the doubt in each other's eyes. What was Yi Qinghan up to? He actually gave up such an opportunity that all the men in the world dreamed of so easily. Could it be that there was something else going on? However, the two of them couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they thought about it, so they could only follow him embarrassedly. After they left, a green figure slowly walked out from the small forest at the side. Above the white silk scarf, there was a slight frown on her exquisite eyebrows. That pair of black pearl-like eyes also shone with an inexplicable meaning. It was a little playful, and a little curious. Chapter 58. There were many wonderful things in this world, such as friendship. Yi Qinghan promised not to pursue Yu Qingqing. As expected, Wuxia and Feng Zi let go of their grudges and became brothers with Yi Qinghan. Long Shuilu and Shui Wuhan didn't seem to be too intimate, but for the bonfire party tonight, Yi Qinghan wouldn't play tricks and ruin their plan. They could only pretend to be friendly and get cold feet from Yi Qinghan. Tranquil Lake Island wasn't big, but the scenery was beautiful and the air was fragrant. Most importantly, the buildings here were very unique. There weren't many houses on Tranquil Lake Island. They were divided into East Yard, West Yard, and North Yard. There weren't many houses in the East Yard. It was mainly used to receive guests, so it was usually empty. The West Yard was where the young disciples of the Yu family lived, so there were more houses. The North Yard was where the higher-ups of the Yu family lived. Ordinary people couldn't even get close. They could only look at it from afar. It was said that there were only 800 houses on Tranquil Lake Island. Compared to Yi family's castle or other families' residences, which had thousands of houses, it was pitifully small. However, these 800 houses were all made of bamboo, which was unique. On the island in the middle of the lake, there were dense trees and bamboo houses among the trees. It gave them a very special feeling. Some were elegant, some were fresh, and most of them were comfortable. No wonder all the beauties from the Yu family had such a special temperament. On such a small island, in such an environment, it would be strange if they weren't special. They were arranged to stay in a small yard in the east yard. The yard was called Emerald Pavilion. There were 6 to 7 houses in the whole. Young masters, please rest here first. I will bring you to the bonfire party tonight. Yunyang said respectfully after she brought Yi Qinghan and the others into the Emerald Pavilion and served them tea, wine, and cakes. Then, she smiled mysteriously and clapped her hands. After a while, a few beautiful women in red entered the Emerald Pavilion. The women in red stood in front of the Emerald Pavilion and bowed, successfully attracting everyone's attention. Yunyang smiled and said, "The bonfire party will only begin at night." Yunyang was afraid that young masters would be bored, so she called a few outstanding disciples of the family to accompany you. You can do as you please. Yunyang will take her leave first. See you at night. Can you do as you please? Yunyang had already left, but her words were still echoing in their ears. This sentence was very good, very powerful. Of course, the meaning was clear. These women were sent by the Yu clan to entertain the young masters. You can do as you please, use them as you please, play with them as you please. She was a beauty, a top-grade beauty. She was a product of the Yu clan, and she was even used to entertain important guests. Of course, she was a fine product, a peerless beauty. Although these women were just standing there indifferently, their clothes were not particularly open. They wore red palace dresses, and on their exquisite facial features, there was a hint of shyness mixed with a hint of charm. The combination of innocence and charm was so perfect that it could practically make an honest person take off his pants and commit a crime. These were not the outer disciples of the Yu clan in the Moon Tower. They were the inner disciples that the Yu clan had cultivated for many years. The art of charm had been cultivated to the bone. There was no need to deliberately show it. As long as they stood there quietly, the charm emitted from their bones could stimulate the male hormones of any normal man to a limitless rise, and the evil fire in their lower abdomen would be ignited. Long Shuailu was the first to react. His Adam's apple moved by accident. However, as if he had done something wrong, he quickly coughed softly and picked up the tea to cover it up. He was a regular customer of the Moon Tower. Of course, he knew the unlimited charm of the Yu clan's women. He also very much wanted to have fun with the women in front of him. Even under his white robe, the dragon root had already raised its head slightly. However, he could not move, and did not dare to move. Not only him, everyone in the room did not dare to move, and could not move. They could only suppress it and try not to look at the 5 enchanting women in front of them. What were they here for? They came to the Yu clan, of course, to play with women. They came to taste the Yu clan's enchanting women that all men in the world dreamed of. However, what they wanted to do now was to play with the Yu clan's most beautiful and most honorable saintess. Before they got it, they did not dare to move recklessly, and could not move recklessly. The only natural person in the room was Yi Qinghan. He was firm without desire. He was not afraid of anything, and did not ask for anything. Therefore, he very naturally admired the 5 peerless beauties. He squinted his eyes, had a smile on his face, and constantly made clicking sounds. 5 beauties, don't just stand there. Each of you find a young master to sit with. Yi Qinghan looked at the 4 young masters who were trying their best to suppress themselves. A trace of playfulness flashed in his eyes, and he very naturally instructed. Since you want to move but do not dare to move, then this young master will help you fulfill your wishes. The scene at this moment was very familiar to him. He thought of the nightclubs in his previous life. In the private room, rows of ladies stood respectfully and coquettishly, waiting for the customers to order. However, the beauties here did not greet them. The ladies in the nightclubs would greet them as soon as they entered. Of course, the ladies here were of a much higher class than the ladies in the nightclubs, and definitely could not be compared. No need. Almost at the same time, 4 voices sounded in the hall. The voices were very determined, very suppressed, and also had a tinge of regret and bitterness. Young Master Han, you enjoy yourself. I'm a little tired, so there's no need. Fengzi chuckled and winked at Yi Qing Han, as if he understood. Wuxia also blinked her beautiful eyes, and said a little shyly, young Master Han, you enjoy yourself. I'm not used to it. Yes, yes. Long Shuailu nodded like a chick pecking rice, and said very seriously. Shui Wuhan did not speak, and lowered his head. Ah. Is that so? Yi Qing Han chuckled and pretended not to see their expressions. He slowly drank a cup of tea and enthusiastically said, since everyone is tired, let's take a good rest. Ladies, I'll have to trouble you to perform a sexy dance. Do something explosive so that the young masters can rest well. Ah. The 4 of them glared at Yi Qing Han angrily, as if they wanted him to eat them, but were too embarrassed to say no. If they did that, they would really be deceiving themselves, and it would be too pretentious. However, seeing that Yi Qing Han had his head down and was fiddling with the tea leaves, completely ignoring their burning gazes, the few of them could only helplessly remain silent. Seeing that the few of them did not object, the few bewitching beauties responded softly, bowed, and retreated. Not long after, they came in again. Their clothes were still red, but they were a lot less. Only a thin tube top, a very short muslin skirt, and an almost transparent muslin were left on the outside. They nodded faintly and waved the muslin in a leisurely manner in the hall. The dance was beautiful, but the people were even more beautiful. Beauties who wore less could dance even more beautifully. The air in the hall heated up under the swaying of the white, tender flesh and the red, sexy little skirt. The sound of swallowing saliva, trembling of the Adam's apple, and coarse breathing mixed with the sound of Yi Qing Han's clicking of the tongue could be heard frequently. The air in the hall was unconsciously mixed with a scorching heat, a surging wave, and a ripple. Enough, enough. All right, ladies, thank you for your hard work. You may leave first. Shui Wuhan drank 4 cups of tea in a row, but the more he drank, the hotter his body became. When he was about to drink the 5th cup of tea, he finally suppressed the fire in his heart and said loudly. Yes. All right, why do I feel that the more I dance, the more tired I am? Fengzi drank a cup of tea in one gulp, and felt that it was not enough, so she gulped down another cup and said while panting. Yes, yes. Long Shuailu nodded again like a chick pecking rice, and his expression was even more serious than before. Hua Hua did not speak, but only nodded and lowered his head. It was as if the 5 beauties in the room were poisonous scorpions, and he did not dare to look at them again. Don't. Yi Qing Han plucked a grape from under the table and threw it into his mouth. As he chewed, he said, they dance very well. It's rare to have a chance to enjoy the super treatment of the Yu family, so we should cherish it. Why? Do you think that these beauties dance badly? They dance very well, that. Young Master Han. Fengzi looked at Yi Qing Han angrily, as if he was blaming him for his prank. He deliberately emphasized the words, young Master Han, to show his anger, and continued, but we are not used to this. If young Master Han likes it, I can give the one who serves me to young Master Han. Yes. Young Master Han, that's enough. I'm tired too, so I'll give them to you too. Hua Hua raised his head and said sincerely. Long Shuailu and Shui Wuhan looked at each other and said in unison, us too. Young Master Han, you can enjoy it slowly, we are not used to it. Oh. I see. Yi Qinghan smiled mischievously, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. These animals, if they were not here, at this time, they would probably rob them. After a moment of silence, he said embarrassedly, "How can I accept it? It's okay, it's okay. There are plenty of rooms next door." Feng Zi stood up and waved his thick hands, indicating that he could do as he pleased. Hee hee. Then, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Yi Qinghan laughed lewdly and stretched lazily. He looked at the 5 beauties of the Yu family and said sincerely, "Since they are not used to it, why don't we go into the room together, and study the art of the human body?" The beauties did not speak and only smiled shyly. They nodded slightly and surrounded Yi Qinghan as they walked out of the room. "What's that?" "Young masters, I'm going to rest for a while. You guys rest well too and perform well tonight. I have high hopes for you guys." Yi Qinghan did not forget to look back as he walked out of the hall and continued to tease them. Then, he laughed loudly and disappeared from everyone's sight. Animals, animals. Yi Qinghan, this animal, he really dared to do it, he actually did it. Feng Zi said angrily as he clenched his fists as he watched Yi Qinghan's figure disappear from the room. Wuxia also looked at the bamboo door of the room reluctantly and said angrily, "I hate animals like him who don't care about brotherhood and value sex over friendship the most. When you go out with him in the future, don't tell anyone that I know him. Yi Qinghan is really lewd and unruly." Shui Wuhan waved the fan in his hand quickly, as if he could blow away the restlessness and injustice in his heart. Long Shuilu didn't say anything. He just kept pinching and pinching the grapes on the table. Chapter 59. Tranquil Lake Island, North Court. In an independent small bamboo building, a masked woman in a green palace dress was standing quietly in front of the window. She looked at the dense bamboo forest in the distance and said nothing. "Miss." After a while, a woman in white walked in softly. She bowed and called out respectfully. Then, she stood aside silently. "What's the situation at the Emerald Pavilion?" After a long time, Yu Qingqing sighed deeply and turned her head. Her black pearl-like eyes flickered as she whispered. "Miss, as you expected, after Yu Qi and the others went in, the young masters behaved themselves very well. They didn't do anything excessive, but, later, young master Yi Qinghan asked Yu Qi and the others to dance, an erotic dance. Then, young master Shui Wuhan asked them not to dance. Young master Yi Qinghan then he brought Yu Qi and the others into the room." The woman in red said carefully. This was related to the life of the Mississippi. She didn't dare to say anything that would affect the misjudgment. Yu Qingqing didn't have any expression and still stood there quietly. However, after she heard that Yi Qinghan brought Yu Qi and the others into the room, her black pearl-like eyes flashed a trace of inexplicable meaning. She asked curiously, "What did Yi Qinghan and Yu Qi do after they went in?" "Do what?" The woman in red was a little puzzled by the question. What else could a man and a woman do in a room? So, as she was a little shy and said shyly, "Of course, they did that." The family scout said that they could hear moaning coming from that room. "Humph. Yi Dao's son isn't that lustful. Call the scout team and activate the family mechanism. Peep, peep and report back quickly." A trace of shyness and anger appeared on Yu Qingqing's face. She didn't think that the young man on the boat with eyes like lightning, intelligence like the sea, and special temperament would be so unbearable. How could Yi Dao, who even the saintess didn't care about, give birth to such an unbearable son? She also didn't believe that with her charm, she wouldn't have a trace of attraction and love for Yi Qinghan. The Yu clan scout team moved very quickly. In less than a moment, news came back. The woman in red looked at the information in front of her inexplicably. She said in puzzlement, "Miss, there is no such thing happening in the room. Yu Qi is moaning loudly there." Yu Ba is massaging Yi Qinghan, and Yi Qinghan seems to be asleep. Yu Qingqing didn't show the slightest bit of happiness when she heard the answer that she was hoping for. The Black Pearl's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. She looked outside the window and said angrily, Yi Dao's son is actually the same as Yi Dao. He doesn't even care about me, the saintess. At noon, the early summer sun was a little warm and made people sleepy. However, it seemed that the sunlight of the tranquil lake did not make people sleepy at all. Instead, it made people more and more energetic. Inside the green pavilion, the 4 young masters drank a few pots of tea, a few jars of wine, and countless plates of fruits and pastries. After sitting there awkwardly for more than 2 hours, the deafening moans in the room outside the hall finally stopped. Creak. A few minutes later, the room door was pushed open and Yi Qinghan walked out feeling refreshed. He reached out to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth and stretched his body. Then, he took small steps and walked into the hall. As soon as he walked into the hall, he smelled a very sour smell. Yi Qinghan didn't care. He ignored the complicated gazes of the others and sat down casually. He picked up a bunch of grapes and ate them. As he ate, he nodded and praised, the grapes of the Yu clan are indeed different from those of other places. They seem to be sweeter. What are you guys looking at? Eat them. Pooh. Feng Zi, who had just drunk a mouthful of wine, spat out the wine in her mouth when she heard this. She said somewhat angrily, Young Master Han, don't attack people like this. If you do this again, I'm going to fall out with you. Everyone's eyes bulged, as if they wanted to use their gazes to despise him. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. He enjoyed 5 exquisite bewitching beauties by himself, and the moment he came out, he still didn't hide his arrogance at all. They had listened to the erotic songs for more than 2 hours, and there was already a fire in their hearts. But this brat was showing off so openly. Don't be angry, lunatic. Don't be angry. Didn't I just say that the grapes were delicious? Is there a need to be so angry? Why don't I ask Yunyang to arrange something else for you? Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said with a smile. Don't. You're ruthless, brat. I'm afraid of you, all right. Feng Zi had a bitter expression on her face. She cupped her hands and ignored him. The others at the side didn't dare to say anything. After witnessing this brat's viciousness, who would dare to pick a fight? If this brat did something else tonight, they would be completely finished. Young masters, have you rested well? At this moment, Yunyang walked in and said with a beaming smile. When she looked at Yi Qinghan, her charming eyes slightly narrowed, with a smile that was not a smile, causing Yi Qinghan's hair to stand on end. Feng Zi's bitter expression immediately blossomed when Yunyang walked in. She smiled and said, It's all right. It's mainly because young Master Han rested well. Yes. Young Master Han rested the best. Long Shuilu also stood up. There weren't many opportunities to add insult to injury, so of course he wouldn't let it go. Thank you, Yunyang. Young Master Han likes it very much. Hua Hua blinked her beautiful eyes and said calmly. Shui Wuhan also smiled and waved the folding fan in his hand as if he would never get tired. Thank you, Yunyang. Of course young Master Han likes it. It's all right, it's all right. Yunyang's arrangements are definitely not wrong. Why don't we arrange it again in the afternoon, young masters? Yi Qinghan stood up slowly and glanced at the young masters. He scratched his head and immediately retorted. The 4 of you said that young Master Han rested well, and young Master Han also said that he rested well. Then Yunyang's efforts were not in vain. Why don't we arrange a few more in the afternoon? Yunyang's whole body was glowing with a smile, reflecting the faint refraction of the sun behind her. She seemed to have become much younger and more charming. No need. Other than Yi Qinghan, the four of them said in unison, their attitude very firm. If they had to listen to the erotic songs for the entire afternoon, who knew if they would go crazy? Seeing Yunyang look at him, Yi Qinghan licked his lips and looked at the four of them. However, he saw the silent pleading in their eyes. He said a little embarrassedly, since they are so insistent, I can only give them some face. Forget it. Hee hee. Then forget it. How about this, Yunyang will take you to lunch first. After lunch, I will take you to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the tranquil lake. Yunyang smiled and nodded. That's great. Fengzi was the first to respond and followed Yunyang out of the Emerald Pavilion. Xue Wuhan and the other two heaved a sigh of relief and followed. Yi Qinghan chuckled, touched his chin, and followed them. They had lunch in a private room near the Emerald Pavilion. During the meal, they did not have much appetite, so they only ate a little. However, Yi Qinghan ate heartily, as if he had never eaten such delicious food before. He was completely like a country bumpkin. However, he really did not have the opportunity to enjoy such high-class food. When he was young, he was very unpopular in his family. It was good enough that he could eat his fill. After that, he went to Man City because he was short of money, so he did not dare to go to a good restaurant. When he came back from Man City and had money, he did not have the time to eat good food. He killed people and set fires. It was very lively, but in the end, he did not have a full meal and was thrown to the back of the mountain. In the back of the mountain, Yi Tianlong and the two old men had a light meal. In addition, he was worried about his sister, so he did not eat well. Now that they had finally arrived at the Yu family and had the first feast in this world, Yi Qinghan ate with excitement and ferocity. He did not know how to describe it. Even Fengzi and the others' plan to get him drunk was ruined. They all looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze, wondering why the Yi family was so poor that they did not even have a good meal. Yunyang, who was at the side, also came to a sudden realization. No wonder Yi Qingniu was so ruthless. It turned out that the Yi family was about to run out of food. After eating and drinking, the few of them began to tour the mountains and rivers. Although there were no mountains, there was a lake. The scenery of the calm lake was not bad, but Yunyang did not bring them to the West Court or the North Court. They only looked at the ordinary scenery. The few of them began to feel bored, so they apologized to Yunyang and went back to rest. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, had slept for more than 2 hours. He wouldn't be able to fall back asleep even if he went back. He also didn't lack this bit of time to cultivate, so he simply rejected Yunyang's company and quietly walked along the lakeside. Xiaohei, come out and play. Yi Qinghan felt that there was no one around. It was a good time to walk the dog, so he summoned Xiaohei. Although he had been chatting with Xiaohei in his heart, it had been a while since he had accompanied Xiaohei for a walk. Yi Qinghan kind of wanted to see this silly dog. Boss. You finally remembered me. As soon as Xiaohei came out, he jumped happily. He was currently in the growth stage and did not need to be fed with magic crystals every day. Every day, he would absorb battle chi from Yi Qinghan's war beast space. When he slept, he would absorb battle chi. His body had long been rusty. Now that he came out, he was like a runaway horse, running around everywhere. Xiaohei, don't run around. Ha! You can swim. Yi Qinghan looked at Xiaohei dotingly. When he saw Xiaohei suddenly jump into the lake, he said worriedly. However, he saw Xiaohei's 4 small melon seeds gliding through the lake. He said in surprise. Humph. You're looking down on me, aren't you? No matter what, I'm at least a holy beast. This little thing can't stump me. I'll go catch some fish to eat. Xiaohei sent a message through his soul. A trace of pride flashed through his black eyes, and he dived into the water with a splash. Ah! This soul-devouring beast can actually speak so well. Yi Qinghan laughed and thought to himself. This little guy was indeed worthy of being a holy beast. It was full of intelligence. Pew. After a while, fish flew straight towards Yi Qinghan as if they could fly. Yi Qinghan looked at the black silhouettes that were as slippery as loaches in the water. He could not help but shake his head and smile. Ha! Yi Qinghan, what secret technique is this? It can actually make the fish jump out by themselves? The strange scene here shocked others. A gentle voice sounded from behind him. It was a little surprised and a little puzzled. Yi Qinghan turned his head in astonishment. He saw a graceful woman wearing a green palace dress and a white silk scarf slowly walking over. Her pearl-like eyes looked at Yi Qinghan in amazement. Tonight is Miss Qingqing's big day. How do you have the time to play a coincidental meeting with me? Yi Qinghan chuckled and lowered his head slightly as he spoke. It's not a coincidental meeting. I purposely came to meet you. Yi Qinghan's black pearl-like eyes flashed. There was a trace of a smile and agility. Chapter 60. Oh. You specially came to meet me. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and said in confusion, Miss Qingqing, this seems to be the second time we've met, right? I don't think there's anything special that requires you to specially come for me, right? Yi Qingqing didn't say anything. She just turned her body and looked at the quiet lake quietly. The light eyebrows on her forehead frowned slightly and said with some resentment, since it's the second time we've met, I wonder what Qingqing did wrong. What made young Master Han hate Qingqing so much? Hate? This. Where did this come from? Yi Qinghan was slightly surprised and didn't understand. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Xiao He and asked him to go play at the side. He didn't want his trump card to be seen by Yi Qingqing. The reason why a trump card was because others didn't know about it. Yi Qingqing rolled her black pearl-like eyes. She was a little blaming and a little annoyed. This rolling of her eyes didn't look ugly at all. Instead, it made her originally pure temperament more mischievous and clever, which made Yi Qinghan excited. Yi Qingqing was a little hesitant. Actually, with her identity, she shouldn't have come here and said such shameful words. However, Yi Qinghan's words of not taking the initiative to woo her and his unusual behavior in the Emerald Pavilion had successfully aroused the competitive spirit of a little girl in Yi Qingqing's heart. The Yu clan's holy maiden, Li Dai, had bewitched all the men in the world. However, the previous generation's holy maiden had fallen under Yi Dao's robe, which made the Yu clan's holy maiden feel an unprecedented humiliation. And now, Yi Dao's son was the same. How could she endure this? Therefore, when she heard that Yi Qinghan was taking a walk alone, Yi Qingqing didn't hesitate and hurried over. It was just a conversation. Facing Yi Qinghan's direct question, Yi Qingqing didn't know what to say. Looking at Yi Qinghan's expression, it was hard to tell if he really didn't understand, or if he was pretending not to. Yi Qingqing bit her lips and said angrily, Qingqing heard what young Master Han said when he first came to the island. And young Master Han's unconventional performance in the Emerald Pavilion, Qingqing also heard about it. Isn't that young Master Han hates Qingqing? Sure enough, Yi Qinghan thought to himself, so this little girl came here in a fit of pique. It seems that father dumped their saintess back then, which made them lose a lot of face. Does she want to regain face from me? No way. After figuring out the cause of the matter, Yi Qinghan smiled brightly and innocently, it's this thing. Miss Qingqing, I'm willing to explain. I'd like to hear the details. Yi Qingqing turned her head and a trace of happiness flashed through her eyes. She listened attentively. Hee. Miss Qingqing, actually you've misunderstood. Actually, this is a conspiracy. Yi Qinghan chuckled and said with a somewhat complacent smile. His words were like a clap of thunder, which successfully aroused Yu Qingqing's interest. He continued, "Actually, my love for Miss Qingqing is like the bright moon in the sky, like an endless torrential river. To put it simply, I love you so much that you want to die. The seas dry up and the rocks crumble, the earth tremble, the sky fall and the earth crack. But Miss Qingqing has so many pursuers. I'm not as beautiful as that transvestite Hua Hua, not as handsome as that idiot Long Shui Lu. My demeanor is not as outstanding as that hypocrite Shui Wuhan, and my muscles are not as stylish as that lunatic. My strength and influence are also slightly weaker than theirs." So I thought and thought. How can I stand out among so many pursuers of yours? So I thought of a shocking move, loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Look, didn't he successfully lure Miss Qingqing out? Beautiful Miss Qingqing, you must believe in my sincere love for you all. At the beginning, Yu Qingqing listened with interest. But the more she listened, the darker her black pearl-like eyes became. Even an idiot could tell that he was making fun of her. Finally, after Yi Qinghan finished speaking, she did not speak for a long time. She sighed deeply and said with some resentment, "If Mr. Han doesn't like Qingqing, you can say it clearly. There's no need to make fun of Qingqing. Sorry for disturbing you, Qingqing will take her leave." Yi Qinghan's sincere speech would definitely make an ordinary woman smile until her eyes turned into crescent moons. But what kind of person was Yu Qingqing? She was the holy maiden who stood out among the hundreds of women of the Yu clan. Whether it was intelligence, or appearance, she was the best. How could she not hear the sincerity in Yi Qinghan's words? Looking at Yu Qingchang's lonely and desolate figure gradually disappearing in the emerald green bamboo forest, Yi Qinghan touched his chin embarrassedly. He was wondering if he had gone too far. To attack a little girl like this, without any enmity between them, it seemed that he felt a little guilty. Night gradually approached. A full moon, like a shining silver plate, was slowly lifted up from the west. The gentle moonlight began to sprinkle down, illuminating the entire Fire Dragon continent and the entire Tranquil Lake Island. The Yu clan was already busy at dusk. Countless people came out from the West Court and the North Court, decorating the wide lawn in front of the three courts. Today was the Yu clan's big day. It was a big day that happened once every 15 years. Of course, they had to be cautious and grand. The turf had been trimmed neatly a long time ago, through the efforts of countless people in the Yu clan. A huge open-air camp was set up on the wide lawn. In the center was a row of roaring bonfires, and on both sides of the bonfires were rows of satin spread on the ground. On top of the satin were rows of short square tables made of ancient wood. The square tables were filled with fruits and wine. On top of the bonfires, golden yellow suckling pigs and suckling lambs were being roasted, making crackling sounds. The 5 young masters arrived neither too early nor too late. Apart from Yi Qinghan, who was still dressed in black, the other 4 young masters were dressed extremely dazzlingly. They wore all kinds of tailor-made banquet robes. Their long black hair was combed neatly, and their faces were always rippling with charming smiles. They had been taught since they were young to have a noble temperament in their every movement. It made the 4 of them look like fighting chickens in a flock of chickens. They were like cranes in a flock of chickens, dazzling and eye-catching. It made Yi Qinghan, who was following behind, look like a bodyguard, pale in comparison. A group of young masters were already sitting in the open space. They were the elite children of the famous families in the House of Aries. However, there was still a gap between their families and the 5 major families, so they did not receive the treatment of Yi Qinghan and the others. It was not until the evening that they were received by the Yu clan into the Tranquil Lake Island and directly brought to the bonfire party. There were countless beautiful girls scattered around the open space. These were the Tranquil Lake disciples of the Yu clan. They had been nurtured for many years. They were also the main targets of this group of young masters. Most of these young masters were nominally subordinates of the 5 great clans and the manor lord. Thus, when they saw Yi Qinghan and the others walk in, they immediately stood up and rushed forward to greet them. Lu Xiao greets young Master Shui. Young Master Shui looks radiant today. You will definitely be the top courtesan. Brother Z, I'm Chao Pei. Do your best, Brother Z. Take Yu Qingqing back to West Wind City. Young Master Hua, I'm the cousin of your uncle's nephew. It's an honor to meet you. Young Master Long, Young Master Long. Ha, I've long heard of your name. Today, I can finally meet you. I'm extremely excited. The 4 young masters smiled faintly and casually responded to the young masters who came to greet them. They were somewhat proud and somewhat arrogant. They looked askance at Yi Qinghan, as if showing off their fame and status. Why should they be proud? Why should they be arrogant? Because the people who came to greet them were all heading towards the 4 of them. No one paid attention to Yi Qinghan, who was following behind them. After arriving at the Yu family, they had always been suppressed by Yi Qinghan. So today, they finally had the opportunity to suppress him. So they were very excited, very excited. Normally, they would not care about such a scene, but they were very enthusiastic. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He ignored them and walked to a square table alone. He poured himself a cup of tea and lowered his head to drink. Excuse me. At this moment, 5 young masters suddenly walked straight to Yi Qinghan and bowed respectfully. They seemed a little excited and a little scared as they asked politely. Ha! Yi Qinghan raised his head in astonishment and looked strangely at the unfamiliar young masters in front of him. He frowned. And the 4 people who had been chatting with the crowd were also slightly shocked. They looked over with interest and seemed to find it strange that there was someone who knew this country bumpkin. And when the young masters saw that Yi Qinghan was frowning, they bowed even lower, and their tone became more respectful. They said in a slightly trembling voice, "Excuse me, are you the one who crippled Yi Qingquang, killed Yi Rong, and imprisoned Yi Jian, young Master Yi Qinghan?" Ha! As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell into a dead silence. The 4 young masters opened their mouths wide, and their bodies trembled slightly. But they recovered their calmness immediately, but their hearts were in turmoil. They had received news from the Yi family some time ago. The Yi family had undergone a great change. Yi Jian was imprisoned, Yi Qingquang was crippled, and the elder of the Yi family, Yi Rong, was dead. But the reason was unknown in the news. Now that they heard that all these things were done by Yi Qinghan, their first feeling wasn't shock, but funny. But at the same time, they started to think about the truth of these words carefully. And the young masters at the side were also half doubtful and half shocked. They thought this young man was just a follower or something. They didn't expect him to have such a powerful background and such a fierce story. So their eyes changed at the same time, and they looked at Yi Qinghan respectfully. No matter whether he did it or not, the fact that he could sit here today and represent the Yi family, it itself represented a certain attitude of the Yi family. And the attitude of the Yi family was one that must be respected. Countless beauties of the Yi family standing at the side also looked at Yi Qinghan with slight surprise. Although they already knew that this skinny young man dressed in black, who didn't look particularly outstanding, was the popular young master of the Yi family. And they also heard some rumors indirectly, that this young master actually didn't even care about the saint of the Yi family, Yu Qingqing. But this was the first time they heard that Yi Qinghan had actually done such a big thing. Yi Jian, Yi Rong, and Yi Qingquang were all famous people in the House of Aries. Of course, they had heard about it. But now, all of them were actually crippled and destroyed by this ordinary young man. For a moment, the ripples in their eyes started to turn, and they all used their charming eyes to look at Yi Qinghan. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I am Yi Qinghan. What's the matter? Yi Qinghan was a little angry. He looked at the 5 idiots in front of him with some reproach. How could these things be spoken carelessly here? Dongfang Dao, Nangong Chang, Sima Fu, Xiahou Gong, Dugejian, greet young master. The 5 of them didn't say much, but they all knelt down in front of everyone. Their eyes were actually filled with hot tears, and they put on a good show of searching for their master. What are you all doing? Get up, can you give me an explanation? Yi Qinghan was a little confused. He frowned and stood up. Ah! The 4 young masters were dumbfounded. This Yi Qinghan actually did something like this. Wasn't he stealing their limelight? However, it seemed like Yi Qinghan wasn't acting, so they continued to watch seriously from the side. On the other hand, the young masters at the side were in an uproar. They all knew these people, and they had some dealings with them. They were the top 5 young masters among the young masters of their level. Regardless of whether it was martial strength, talent, or intelligence, they were all top-notch. Now, they actually recognized him as their master in front of everyone. One had to know that this recognition was no joke. This was a master that they would follow for life. Chapter 61. At Yi Qinghan's words, the 5 people quickly stood up. The young master in the middle, who called himself Dongfang Dao, stepped forward and said respectfully, "Young master, have you heard of masters dripping blood guards? We are the descendants of the 5 guards. When master died, our clans were suppressed by Yi Jian. In recent years, the patriarch has gone into seclusion and the young master is still young, so our 5 clans did not dare to act rashly and could only live in seclusion. Now that young master's power has been extinguished, the old patriarch has come out of seclusion again, of course our 5 clans will come out again. After obtaining the consent of the patriarch, we will come to serve young master." The dripping blood guards. Yi Qinghan suddenly understood. His father, Yi Dao, had used his unparalleled charm and peerless strength to subdue 5 strong men. They were known as the dripping blood guards. But when his father died on the god-slaying mountain, the 5 experts also died, so Yi Qinghan did not know how to react for a while. Now, the 5 people who suddenly appeared were the descendants of the 5 masters. At this time, Yi Tianlong must have played a part in the show of searching for his master. It seemed that Yi Tianlong had spared no effort in order to win back his heart. After figuring out the situation, Yi Qinghan nodded, pointed to a row of square tables behind him, and said, "Well, you sit behind me, we'll talk in detail later." The 5 people nodded, sat respectfully at the back, and remained silent. Yi Qinghan did not care about the gazes of the crowd. He sat down alone and began to drink tea. He was not overly intimate with the 5 people behind him. On the one hand, the identity of these 5 people had yet to be confirmed. On the other hand, even if there was no doubt about their identity, he still had to examine their strength and character. He did not intend to take 5 wastes or 5 villains to participate in the sect battle. After watching the excitement, getting to know each other and flattering each other, everyone lost interest and took their seats. There were 3 rows of square tables in the Yu clan, forming the word door. The seats above the door were obviously for the Yu clan or the older generation. Yi Qinghan and the other 4 sat in the first row on both sides of the door. The rest of the young masters knew that their statuses were different, so they consciously sat behind them. "Congratulations, young Master Han, you've gained another 5 strong generals." Feng Zi sat next to Yi Qinghan and raised her wine glass. Hua Chao, Long Shuilu, and the rest quickly raised their glasses too. Although Yi Qinghan had promised not to take the initiative to attack, it didn't mean that he couldn't cause trouble, right? Therefore, the 4 of them would try to curry favor with him whenever they had the chance, even though Yi Qinghan didn't really like it. "Same to you." Yi Qinghan nodded and raised his glass. As everyone chatted and chatted, the doors of the north court of the Yu clan finally opened under everyone's hopeful gazes. The first to come out was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her age couldn't be determined, and her figure was still graceful. Her skin was rosy like a young girl's, but there were faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, which made her look a little old. Behind the beautiful middle-aged woman was a tall man dressed in green. The man's eyes were like a bull's, bulging as if they were about to jump out. Behind him were 3 old men. They walked to the front with a smile and naturally sat down at the top row of square tables. "Greetings, 5 grand elders." Everyone hurriedly stood up. The rules of the Yu clan's summer fire festival were held and judged by the 5 grand elders of the 5 clans. They all knew this, so they weren't surprised. However, Yi Qinghan casually cupped his hands, but his eyes were staring at Yi Qinyo, as if he was blaming and questioning him. What was up with the 5 people behind him? "Brat, don't glare at me. They were arranged by your grandfather, and they are indeed the descendants of your father's dripping blood guards. There are no problems with their character and strength, so make good use of them." Yi Qinyo squinted his eyes, smiled, and transmitted his voice. "Ah!" Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything. These people were his father's descendants, so they were truly his people. Since Yi Qinyo said that there were no problems with their character and strength, then there shouldn't be any problems. He would observe them in the future and make good use of them. "Young masters, you are the elites of the new generation of the House of Aries. Today, I am honored to represent the Yu clan in welcoming you to the Summer Fire Festival. Your presence brings light to the tranquil Lake Island. Now, I announce the official start of the Summer Fire Festival." Yu Ji smiled and stood up. She said a few simple pleasantries, then announced the official start of the Summer Fire Festival. In the beginning, the young masters thought that there would be a very long and complicated speech. Now that they saw that Yu Ji was so understanding and immediately entered the main topic, they couldn't help but smile very sincerely. Their smiles were very bright and happy. Yu Ji was also very happy to see everyone laughing so happily. She gently raised her hand. However, after a moment, she seemed to have discovered something. Her expression was somewhat solemn, and she didn't lower her hand in midair. She only stared blankly at the northern sky. Yi Qinyo, Shuefei, and the others also stopped whispering and looked at the northern sky with some solemnity. Yi Qinghan and the others were also puzzled. They also looked toward the northern sky, but they didn't discover anything. However, after a moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded in the northern sky. Then, a black dot rapidly grew larger in everyone's eyes. A dragon roar. It's a level 7 demonic beast, the winged dragon. Only then did everyone realize what the Grand Elders were looking at. They were shocked, but they calmed down in the blink of an eye. However, the excitement in their eyes were obvious. In all these years in the House of Aries, there had never been a case of a magical beast running into the 3 prefectures to cause trouble. Therefore, it was obviously impossible for a wild magical beast to come here. Since it wasn't wild, then it was very simple. This 7th level magical beast, the winged dragon, was reared by someone. As a powerful existence, the winged dragon wasn't something that ordinary people or clans could rear. There was only one place on the continent that could rear a winged dragon, and that was the Divine City. This winged dragon was clearly flying toward the tranquil Lake Island. That meant that someone from the Divine City had come. The Divine City. What did the Divine City represent? If the tranquil lake was said to be the holy land in the hearts of the men in the House of Aries, then the Divine City was the holy land in the hearts of the people in the world. 5,000 years ago, the 3 prefectures often fought because of the differences in races and civilizations. Every time the 3 prefectures fought, a large number of warriors would die. Countless civilians, demons, and barbarians would be affected. Until 5,000 years ago, a mysterious man named Tu was born out of thin air. He single-handedly defeated all the experts of the three prefectures on the sacred mountain where the three prefectures fought. He forced the three prefectures to stop fighting and established the divine city on the sacred mountain where the three prefectures fought. After that war, the divine city became the most powerful existence on the continent. Its brilliance was like the stars in the sky. It was so dazzling and unsurpassable. It also brought 5,000 years of peace to the continent. At least the civilians wouldn't die for no reason. Those who liked fighting. Sure, go to the prefecture battles and kill to your heart's content. The more you kill, the more you'll be rewarded. Those who liked peace. Sure. Live a peaceful life without having to worry about the mutated races coming to your doorstep in the middle of the night. Afterward, other than a few loose rules, the divine city had never interfered with the affairs of the prefectures. It stood quietly on the divine mountain, like an otherworldly master, smiling at the clouds in the sky and calmly watching the storms in the world. It was because of the divine city's indifferent attitude that the people of the three prefectures began to accept the sacred mountain and the divine city represented by the powerful man. However, there were talented people in every generation. Countless experts and heroes appeared in the past few thousand years. They seemed to care a little about the tall divine city, which was pressing down on their sky and blocking their way. Therefore, they picked up the swords in their hands, walked up the mountain, and walked into the city. However, the ending was always the same. No one had ever walked into the divine city with a sword and walked out again. Never. Therefore, the divine city became a sacred place in the hearts of the people on the continent. The divine city became a taboo existence. But today, during the summer fire festival, the tranquil lake welcomed a special guest for the first time. A guest from the divine city. How could the people here not be shocked? How could they not be shocked? How could they not be excited? They looked at the approaching winged dragon, as well as the young man dressed in fluttering white robes on it. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes. He didn't have a good impression of the divine city. He had always been resisting that tall sacred mountain in his heart. It was as if that mountain was too high, so high that the people on the continent couldn't even lift their heads. And now, the divine city actually sent a young man to the tranquil lake. What was the meaning of this? Yuji finally put down her hand, but her expression was not as solemn as before. She smiled at the young man in the sky. Since the divine city didn't send those old fellows, but a young man. Today was the summer fire festival, the day the Yu clan chose a son-in-law. The young man's purpose for coming here in such a grand manner was already very clear. Although it might not be a good thing, it would at least not be a bad thing. Therefore, he was slightly relieved. Yi Qingyo and the others, on the other hand, had solemn expressions. With their status, they had the right to talk to the old fellows of the divine city. However, the young man who came to the divine city today was someone they had never seen before. Moreover, he was so ostentatious and brazenly coming to steal women. How could they not be worried? How could they not be angry? Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and Long Shuai-Lu looked a little gloomy. Another strong opponent had come. And from the looks of it, he looked pretty good. Most importantly, he had a mountain behind him. Meanwhile, Xue Wuhan wasn't as cultured and refined as he used to be. His expression wasn't gloomy either. Instead, there was some inexplicable joy and excitement. Yi Qinghan didn't care. He continued to drink his wine with a lazy look. After a short while, he regained his desire to be strong again. I'm not asking for anything, and I don't want anything. The more you guys fight, the more exciting it will be for me. It'll be a waste if I don't watch a free monkey show. Boom! The winged dragon landed heavily on the ground in front of everyone's eyes. The moment the winged dragon landed, a white figure lightly tapped his feet. His entire body emitted a golden light. Like an ancient god, he glided and floated towards the crowd. Landing steadily on the ground, the golden light instantly retracted. The young man in white smiled and cupped his fists towards the few grand supreme elders at the head of the table. Tu Qianjun greets the seniors. I've long heard of Lady Qingqing's unparalleled beauty. Today, I, too, have specially come to pay my respects. Furthermore, I heard that the young elites of the House of Ares are all here. I, too, also hope to be friends with the Martial Arts Association. Chapter 62. Tu Qianjun greets seniors. I've long heard of Miss Qingqing's unparalleled beauty. Today, I, too, specially came to pay my respects. Also, I heard that the elites of the younger generation of the Battle Gods Manor are all here. I, too, also hope to make friends with them. Pay my respects. They're probably here to snatch her. Make friends with Wu. Make friends. They probably want to give her some pointers. The few elders on the seats sneered secretly. When this brat descended, the golden light emitted from his body was the unique aura of the Duke Realm, also known as the Pseudo-Saint Realm. Furthermore, his golden aura actually reached a radius of around 1 meter. It seemed that he had the cultivation of the first level of the Duke Realm. He actually released his aura unscrupulously in front of them, who were all in the Saint Realm. Furthermore, he relied on it to glide for such a long distance, making people feel as if he was flying over. Wasn't this clearly showing off his strength? It was also clearly slapping the faces of the young masters present. It was also to build momentum for him to snatch her. It seemed that the chances of those young masters and their clan were slim. However, Yu Ji beamed with joy. This brat was rather tactful and respectful to these old fellows. Moreover, he had made it clear that he was here to pursue his daughter, not to cause trouble. She also knew that this generation's saintess was more outstanding than the previous generations of saintesses in all aspects. However, she didn't expect that even the divine city, which rarely appeared, would send people to snatch her. What was this? This was glory. This was also strength. Hence, she smiled brilliantly. Young Master 2 must be the young master of the dragon-slaying divine guard of the divine city's 4 guards. You're indeed as graceful and elegant as your father. Servants, give him a seat. Elder Yu, my father asked me to send his regards to you. There's no need to give me a seat. I have an old friend here, so I'll sit with him. Tu Qianjun smiled faintly. He turned his head and swept his gaze across the young masters. Finally, his gaze landed on Xue Wuhan. Young master, please take a seat. Xue Wuhan had been smiling all along. When he saw Tu Qianjun looking over, his smile became even more amiable. He hurriedly stood up and lowered his head slightly, indicating for Tu Qianjun to take his seat. Ah! Tu Qianjun nodded indifferently. It seemed as if he didn't care about everyone's gazes. He walked straight to Xue Wuhan's seat, and sat down peacefully. He lowered his head and smoothed his sleeves. He saw that the people in the vicinity were looking at him cautiously. He raised his head in astonishment and said, "What's wrong? Do as you wish. Don't worry about me, just pretend that I don't exist." Yes, yes. The people around him hurriedly lowered their heads and continued to drink, sip tea, and eat fruits. Their hands and feet were slightly trembling, and they accidentally spilled some of the wine in their hands. Those who were eating the fruits panicked and even ate the vines. Their expressions betrayed their panic and nervousness. Feng Zi and Hua Hua looked at each other. They could see the worry and shock in each other's eyes. This Tu Qianjun was only 27 or 28 years old, yet he already possessed the strength of a duke. This was a little too terrifying. It should be known that the two of them could be considered first-rate geniuses. At the age of 24, they were already at the 3rd level of the general realm. Coupled with their family's secret arts, their combined strength was only at the first or second level of the martial realm. It was fine if they couldn't match up to him in terms of power. After all, the divine city's glory was built through generations of battles. If they couldn't match up to him in terms of strength, then it would be a little embarrassing. Long Shuailu was also silently drinking his strong wine at the side. He occasionally glanced at Shui Wuhan, who was whispering beside Tu Qianjun, and a trace of mockery and loneliness flashed across his eyes. It was obvious that he was a little envious that Shui Wuhan had actually made friends with a young master of the divine city. However, he also looked down on Shui Wuhan's flattering behavior. Of course, it was mostly because he couldn't eat the grapes, so he said that the grapes were sour. Tu Qianjun's appearance suppressed the entire crowd. Relying on the tall mountain behind him and his astonishing strength, he descended like a deity, instantly enveloping the entire lake's light on his body. In a battle between two armies, the most important thing was momentum. Without momentum, this battle would only end in defeat. Yi Qinghan didn't show any expression, even though he was a little displeased with Tu Qianjun's attitude, which was even more arrogant than Yi Qingguang. However, he didn't intend to carry Yu Qingqing to bed today, so he didn't feel like he was facing a love rival. However, he hated Shui Wuhan's flattering attitude even more than Long Shuailu. This brat usually looked like a dog, but deep down, he was really a dog. Clap clap. When Yu Ji saw that everyone's mood had somewhat calmed down, she clapped her hands twice, and began to serve the pastries in front of the main course. Along with the clap of her hands, the door of the west courtyard opened, and 12 red-clothed women walked out. It just so happened that this red dress was very similar to the dress that they wore when they entertained Yi Qinghan and the others in the Jadeite pavilion in the morning. The upper body was a thin tube top, and only the lower half of the white and tender beautiful breasts were covered, revealing a plump snow-white semicircle. The lower body was a gauze skirt, and under the uneven hem was a pair of perfectly straight and slender white legs. On their feet were pairs of long leather boots that covered more than half of their calves. The only difference was that today, on their smooth abdomen, which didn't have any extra fat, hung a small purple bell. Snow-white skin, captivating red dress, and the purple ring around their waists, these three colors actually fused and intersected, evolving into a strange charm. The dance was somewhat similar to the belly dance of Yi Qinghan's previous life, but it was clear that no one would appreciate such a beautiful and artistic dance. They only stared with bulging eyes at the group of women, who were constantly swaying because of their twisting bodies, as well as the limitless scenery under the gauze skirt that was blown up by the wind from time to time. Yi Qinghan and the others, as well as the few old fellows above, were still fine. Their identity and status didn't allow them to be too out of line, but the other young masters didn't have so many misgivings. All of their eyes were bulging so much that they were actually bigger than Yi Qinghan's. Under the reluctant gazes of the crowd, the 12 women silently retreated, while the young masters were silently thinking of ways to snatch one from the Yu clan. Although the Yu clan's summer fire festival was mainly for the saintess to choose a man, almost every time after the matter of the saintess was settled, the Yu clan would choose a portion of the young masters with relatively higher aptitudes, strength, and influence, and gift them the 12 tranquil lake women of the Yu clan. Although it was called gifting, it was actually no different from selling them. Every Yu clan woman would be exchanged for a large amount of resources and treasures. However, these young masters who managed to snatch the Yu clan women wouldn't hesitate at all. Moreover, their clans would also be willing to use a large amount of treasures to exchange for the Yu clan woman. Of course, this wasn't just because the Tranquil Lake women of the Yu clan were unparalleled in the world. Any man who married a Tranquil Lake woman would obtain the most pleasure and satisfaction in the body. It was also because if the young masters of these clans could marry a Tranquil Lake woman, then their clans would automatically obtain the friendship of the Yu clan. They would receive a large share of the Yu clan's intelligence, martial power, and resources, until the woman died. It could be said that the reason the Yu clan women could stand tall in the House of Aries for 1,000 years was also because of this marriage alliance policy. Oh! So that's how it is. This marriage alliance policy was thought up by the genius of the Yu clan. How brilliant! Yi Qinghan exclaimed in admiration as he understood many things he didn't know before from Feng Zi's soft explanation. Feng Zi nodded as well. Her eyes were filled with admiration. The founder of the Yu clan, the Moon Queen. A miraculous woman who made the ancestors of the four great clans, the Wind Lord, the Flower Empress, the Snow Marshal, and the Night Emperor fall head over heels for her. Back then, her martial power and cultivation reached the peak of the sage realm, half a step into the divine realm. According to the clan's records, this woman naturally rejected the four great ancestors. She walked into Silver Moon City alone and created the Yu clan. Stop talking. The dishes are about to be served. You have to perform well later. I'll cheer for you. Yi Qinghan saw Yu Ji raise her hands and clap her hands again. He knew that Yu Qingqing was about to go on stage. He quickly nudged Feng Zi and looked behind Yu Ji. Hearing this, Feng Zi immediately straightened her body and sat up straight. She looked forward very seriously. As Yu Ji clapped her hands lightly, the sound of a guzheng rang out from West Court. She was playing an unknown song. Not many people present understood this. They only felt that the sound of the guzheng was like the whispering of young girls at first. It was pleasant to listen to. Then, the tune changed rapidly like the torrential rain in summer. Water droplets fell onto a jade plate. It was very crisp. Then, it changed to the sound of an ancient spring in the mountains flowing between the cracks of a rock. It was very pleasing to the ear. Finally, it changed to the sound of an armored horse's blade. It made people's blood boil. Even though everyone present was uncouth, they were gradually moved by the pleasant sound. For a moment, their hearts felt very ethereal and very peaceful. In the end, when the sound of the guzheng turned into the sound of a blade, everyone felt like they were in a battlefield of 10,000 people. Their blood boiled. Buzz, just as everyone's blood was boiling, the sound of the guzheng suddenly stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of West Court in surprise. They saw a peach-colored figure floating out from West Court. The peach-colored figure was a woman. She wore a peach-colored palace dress, and her face was covered with a peach-colored silk scarf. There was even a bright peach blossom on her head. The woman had a sword in her hand. Her left hand was held diagonally below, and her right hand was in front of her. She held a small and exquisite guzheng in her hand. She leaped down from the sky. Her palace dress flapped in the wind, making her look like a fairy from beyond the heavens. It was unknown whether it was because of the strong wind or the woman's own will, but when the woman landed on the ground, the peach-colored silk scarf on her face actually fluttered with the wind, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face. Her black pearl-like eyes contained a smile that was both charming and seductive. Her delicate nose was tall and straight, and the corners of her small mouth were slightly raised. Her red lips were slightly parted, inviting people to kiss them. Below her slender white neck, there was a piece of white jade that was half covered and half covered. When it contrasted with the peach-colored palace dress, it was so soul-locking. Her white waist was actually so small that it couldn't be grasped. Her entire person was like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. She made people feel that she couldn't be profaned, that she couldn't be violated. However, she was also invisibly attracting people, making them want to profane her, to go on top of her. This kind of feeling was extremely contradictory. Normally, no one would wear a peach-colored dress that was unique, and no one dared to wear it because peach-colored clothes gave people a very tacky feeling. But today, Yu Qingqing dared to wear it, and she wore it. Moreover, she even wore an even more tacky peach blossom. It was just that, after today, presumably, no one present would dare to say that peach-colored clothes were tacky. At least Yu Qingqing was not ordinary. Not only was she not ordinary, but that faint peach-colored color on her graceful figure, coupled with her devastatingly beautiful face, gave people a feeling that she was so attractive, so ecstatic, so fatal. Peach blossoms were poisonous. They could topple cities, could topple countries, and could even poison people to death. Chapter 63. The lady with peach blossoms stood there quietly. Her eyes glowed and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then, she placed the zither on the ground. Her 5 slender and elegant fingers danced wildly, emitting a few clanging notes. The long sword in her left hand formed a flower and she actually began to play and dance. She played a hurried and rhythmic marching song. Although there would be occasional breaks as she played and danced, the special reverberation of the zither didn't make people feel that there was a break. Instead, they felt that the rhythm was different and it was very dynamic. The dance was a sword dance, and it was very good. Sometimes it was hard, sometimes it was soft. Furthermore, everyone present was an expert and could see that the swordsman wasn't a pretty one. Aside from being pretty, one could see the formless murderous aura that accompanied the sword dance. The sword was a killing weapon, a yang weapon of extreme yang. The woman was a beauty, a woman who was as gentle as water. But today, the combination of the beauty and the sword was actually so perfect. Accompanied by the clanging sound of the zither, everyone felt as though they were on a battlefield filled with corpses. A peerless woman who had lost her lover was killing people with a sword. Moreover, the way she killed people was so beautiful and moving. The sword dance ended, and the song also ended. However, the young masters were still immersed in that moving scene just now. It was like a dream or an illusion, and they were intoxicated. Only when Yu Qingqing bowed slightly and returned to Yu Ji's side to sit down did everyone suddenly come to their senses. They applauded in unison. Lady Qingqing can topple a nation. This trip of Qinjuan's was not in vain. This dance can raise a great white. Tu Qinjuan's eyes sparkled. He picked up a large cup of wine on the table and shook it at Yu Qingqing. He raised his head and laughed as he drank it. His actions and tone were extremely elegant and flawless. Yu Qingqing smiled faintly and nodded without saying anything. Lady Qingqing's sword dance is unparalleled in the world. No one in the world can compare to you in playing and dancing at the same time. This dance should raise a large jar. Fengzi hurriedly stood up and said, not to be outdone. She raised a large jar of wine and drank it all in one go. She didn't stop at all and drank it all without leaving a drop. Seeing that Fengzi didn't even gasp for breath after finishing a jar of wine, Hua Hua and Long Shuailu, who were about to raise their cups, were dumbfounded. This lunatic is indeed a lunatic. How can we endure this? We can't possibly offer 2 jars, right? In the end, they didn't raise their cups anymore. Instead, they picked up their teacups and shook it in a toast. They said a few polite words to express their admiration for Yu Qingqing. After that, the young masters took turns to express their praises. They praised Yu Qingqing's performance to the point that there was nothing in the heavens that was unparalleled on the earth. Although their words were different, their purpose was the same. They were all expressing, we admire you very much, we cherish you very much, we want you very much, we are willing to marry you and treat you like a treasure, we hope that you will pay attention to us, consider us, we are not bad, and so on. Yu Qingqing nodded faintly and smiled in response. Finally, her gaze stopped on Yi Qinghan, who was happily eating the pork roasted on the bonfire. Her eyes flashed with a hint of, as expected. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and said coldly, young Master Han, why didn't you express your opinion? Is Qingqing's performance so unworthy of a single word from you? Yu Qingqing was very beautiful and her dance was also not bad. Yi Qinghan also wanted to praise her. But since Yi Qinghan had promised Fengzi and the others, he had to at least do some superficial work. Otherwise, he would break his promise. And if he broke his promise now, Yi Qinghan was afraid that Feng Zi and the others would also break their promise and cause trouble during the residence battle. In his heart, his sister's life was naturally the most important. Therefore, when he was dancing with Yu Qingqing, he focused his attention on the golden pork roasted on the bonfire. At this moment, he naturally wouldn't follow the others to flatter her, even though the buttocks of this horse were really not bad. Ah, not bad. Feeling Yu Qingqing's cold gaze, as well as Feng Zi and the others' covetous gazes, Yi Qinghan raised his head slightly and said. He then continued to focus his attention on the roasted pork. It seemed that this pig looked more delicious than Yu Qingqing. Ah. Not bad. What did that mean? All the young masters looked at Yi Qinghan, who was engrossed in his battle with the pig, with a variety of expressions on their faces. This was the first time Yu Qingqing had spoken today, but this young master didn't feel excited or flattered, but he actually said, not bad, in such a perfunctory manner. After he finished speaking, he continued to eat, not even looking at Yu Qingqing. Not to mention that Yu Qingqing was devastatingly beautiful, her dance today was really not bad. Just the fact that Yu Qingqing was the Yu clan saintess, with such a noble status, he still had to say a few perfunctory words to her. Today, Dongfang Dao and young master Nangong Chang wanted to recognize him as their master. They originally thought that this young master was very fierce, but they didn't expect that he was even more fierce, to the point that he didn't even care about the Yu clan saintess. Dongfang Dao and the others looked at each other and laughed, giving Yi Qinghan a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and the others were all beaming with joy as they repeatedly raised their cups. They naturally knew why Yi Qinghan was like this, and now it seemed that this brat was really interesting. He kept his promise and was a good brother. Tu Qianjun also looked over with a smile, a trace of interest in his eyes. He whispered a few words to Xue Wuhan beside him, then glanced at Yi Qinghan a few times, then silently looked at Yu Qingqing and didn't say anything. Yi Qinghan didn't care about the gazes of the crowd, nor did he care about the warning look Yi Qingniu gave him. Instead, he slightly tilted his head and said to Feng Zi beside him in a low voice, "What are you giggling for? Hurry up and perform well. Do you know what it means to gain the upper hand by a show of strength?" "Thank you, good brother." Feng Zi slapped his forehead and stood up. He let out a light cough to attract everyone's attention. He wriggled the two bulging muscles on his chest and said in a carefree voice, "Today is Miss Qingqing's coming-of-age ceremony. I, Feng Zi, am not talented, so I will also perform a few sword dances to celebrate." Although he said it was a sword dance, Feng Zi didn't reach out to hold the sword. Instead, he made a strange gesture. He stretched out his index and middle fingers of his clenched fists and leisurely swung them forward. With a sword hum, the huge sword on his back suddenly unsheathed and turned into a beam of white light that flew straight into the sky. Then, his fingers quickly changed. The huge sword twisted a few times in the air, turned around, and fell straight towards the bonfire. When it was about to touch, Feng Zi quickly changed his gesture again. The huge sword actually made a circle around the bonfire, pierced through a suckling sheep, and flew towards Yu Qingqing. It flew to the table in front of Yu Qingqing and stopped. After shaking a few times, the suckling sheep was actually split into 7 or 8 pieces and fell onto the jade plate on the table. After this was done, Feng Zi withdrew his hand gesture and the huge sword returned to its sheath. Only then did he say with a satisfied smile, "I've made a fool of myself, Miss Qingqing. This roasted suckling sheep is a small token of my appreciation." "Young noble Feng, thank you." Yu Qingqing smiled and nodded in thanks. At the same time, the young noble next to her gave Feng Zi the middle finger in his mind. "You're playing so big right from the start. You only used your Feng clan's ultimate sword control technique. How can others play later? Plus, even if you want to please Yu Qingqing, you don't need to use the big guy that you kill people to make a living to cut meat. Old man Feng, not bad." Your brat's sword control technique has probably reached the 6th level. Yi Qingniu whispered to the Feng clan's supreme elder on a square table above. Yu Ji also nodded with satisfaction and said, small area control is already very good. With the power of a 3rd-level general, I'm afraid even a 1st-level marshal can't beat him. Feng Zi's talents are considered the best in your Feng clan in the last 100 years. His future is limitless. Where? Compared to the descendants of your clans, I still have to work harder. The Feng clan's supreme elder said humbly, but his face was full of joy. Ha! My brat is ready to go. Let's see what special performance he has. The Hua clan's elder smiled and drew everyone's attention to the field. Seeing that Feng Zi got the first prize, Hua was a bit unhappy. He stood up and nodded at Yu Qingqing. He said, I'm also here to join in the fun. I'll give Miss Qingqing a mysterious gift. Saying this, Hua slowly walked toward the field. His steps were very elegant and light. However, as he walked, his body slowly became blurry in front of everyone and finally disappeared. Stealth. Everyone was shocked and changed their expressions. They had heard of the Hua clan's stealth technique, but they didn't expect Hua to disappear in front of everyone. If he sneaked up to them and stabbed them, wouldn't they die? The only young people who didn't change their expressions were the descendants of the 4 great clans, Long Shuailu, and Tu Qianjun. Long Shuailu had seen this before, so he didn't panic. Tu Qianjun didn't have any expression, but his eyes revealed a trace of contempt. It seemed that he didn't care about this kind of small trick. Of course, the few supreme elders in the field wouldn't be shocked, nor would their expressions change. Although Hua's stealth technique was quite good, under the powerful cultivation of the Saint Realm, it was equivalent to not being invisible at all. Hua left very quickly and came very quickly. After everyone opened their eyes wide and looked around for a moment, Hua finally appeared. However, he directly walked toward Yu Qingqing. He held a purple rose in his hand and walked with strange steps. His speed seemed very slow, but a series of afterimages appeared behind him. In the field, 3 Hua appeared. Hua held roses in his hand and walked over with a smile on his face. The scene was extremely strange. Finally, the afterimages disappeared and Hua stood in front of Yu Qingqing. He bowed sincerely and said, Miss Qingqing, may your beauty be like this bouquet of roses that will never wither. Thank you, young Master Hua. Yu Qingqing still had an indifferent expression. She extended her lily-white hand and took the purple rose. Ah! He had even used the afterimage clone technique to pick up girls. That transvestite actually used such an awesome escape technique to put on a show. Everyone shook their heads and secretly decided that they wouldn't embarrass themselves later. Anyway, the descendants of the 4 great clans, Long Shuailu, and a young master from the Divine City were there. Even if they thought about it, they wouldn't have any hope. It was better to think about how to snatch one of the 12 elite girls from the Yu clan. Chapter 64. After the strange performance of the beautiful ladyboy Hua, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Although all the young masters had fantasized about showing off their skills today, using their unique temperament and unique style to win the heart of the beauty, and finally returning home with glory and beauty, all the young masters had fantasized about showing off their skills today, using their unique temperament and unique style to win the heart of the beauty. However, under the abnormal special skills of the Feng family and the Hua family, as well as the performance of Feng Zi and Hua, everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They were completely sober, and they were also shocked. Obviously, Long Shuailu didn't want this to happen, so he casually made his move. His battle aura turned into a palm, holding a cup of top-notch perfume named Poison that he had spent a lot of money to buy, and he flew towards Yu Qingqing. Long Shuailu's move had indeed shocked everyone present. It should be known that battle aura was just an external release of energy. It was easy to use energy to kill and destroy enemies, but to materialize battle aura into a real palm, even if it could only hold a bottle of perfume, one would need to be at least in the Emperor realm. However, it was a pity that he hadn't managed to completely learn Palace Master Long's famous consummate skill, the Dragon Capturing Hand. Palace Master Long's Dragon Capturing Hand was extremely powerful. With Palace Master's strength at the peak of the Saint Realm, if he used the Dragon Capturing Hand, not to mention the Saint-level Azure Dragon, he would definitely be able to capture the 8th-level Tyrant Dragon. He would be able to easily throw it around like it was a broken jar. Long Shuelio's battle aura was naturally not a problem for him to kill enemies with his battle aura. However, if he wanted to materialize battle aura into a real palm, hold a bottle of perfume, and fly it for more than 20 meters, it would obviously be a little difficult. Therefore, when this palm flew, it would occasionally shake a little, and there was even one time when it almost fell. In the end, Long Shuelu was covered in cold sweat, and his face was pale. Only then did he deliver the bottle of perfume to Yu Qingqing. Looking at the faint smile in everyone's eyes, Long Shuelu knew that he had really made a fool of himself this time. After that, some young masters seemed to feel that there was still hope, and used their last bit of strength to fight. They all went up one after another, each displaying their own unique skills. For a moment, it was very lively, and brilliant. On the other hand, there were only 3 people who should have made a move but didn't. One of them was the dazzling young master of the Divine City, Tu Qianjun, who rode on a winged dragon. The other one was Xue Wuhan, who was sitting respectfully beside Tu Qianjun. The last one was Yi Qinghan, who had silently finished off the suckling pig and started to wipe out the fruits on the table. It seemed like Tu Qianjun wanted to make the last move and suppress everyone with his skill. However, Xue Wuhan looked like a slave. He sat respectfully beside Tu Qianjun. It seemed like he didn't want to make the first move. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to be interested at all. It was as if he felt that the beautiful lady on the table was not as delicious as the plates of fruits on the table. The last young master's childish performance didn't garner any enthusiastic applause. The rest of the young masters finally recognized a fact. The ultimate skills that they were so proud of were so lowly and childish in front of the 5 clans and the Divine City's young masters. Therefore, they decisively expressed their silence and gave up. They didn't want to embarrass themselves and make a fool of themselves. Wu Hen, don't you want to go up and play? Tu Qianjun swept a glance at Yi Qinghan. He had been eating fruits with his head lowered. It seemed as if he would never be full. Tu Qianjun raised his eyebrows after he confirmed that no one else was going up. Young master is here. What is Wu Hen going to do? Make a fool of myself. Xue Wuhan shook his head and said. His tone was a little respectful, a little flattering, and a little humble. Tu Qianjun let out a long laugh. He proudly stood up and coldly swept his gaze across everyone. His eyes didn't have the same look of interest as before. Instead, he looked down on everyone. It was as if he was a high and mighty king looking down on a group of ants. He looked down on everyone for a while. Then, he coldly said when everyone was a little impatient, "Haha. Indeed, you'll only make a fool of yourself if you go up. Since they've already made a fool of themselves, I'll just casually put on a show to liven things up for Lady Qingqing." Ah! Tu Qianjun finished speaking. Everyone except for Xue Wuhan and Yi Qinghan's complexion changed at the same time. This was a slap to their faces. This was a naked slap to their faces. What did he mean by, "I've already made a fool of myself"? What did he mean by casually put on a show? The complexions of the older generation didn't look good either. Slapping the faces of their descendants was equivalent to slapping their old faces. You've come from the Divine City, and your strength is very heaven-defying. But, you should at least leave some face for us old fellows. Yu Qingqing's complexion didn't change after hearing Tu Qianjun's incomparably arrogant words. She looked at Yi Qinghan, who was still eating grapes without the slightest change in expression. Then, her complexion became a little richer. Her black pearl-like eyes flashed, and she instantly smiled. Then, she used an unprecedentedly sweet and soft voice to say, "Young Master Tu, please. Qingqing will wait and see." Feng Zihua and Long Shuelio's complexion changed completely. They became a little deathly gray and looked very unsightly. Today was the Summer Fire Festival. It was the day that Yu Qingqing would choose her man. Strength, influence, and performance were all fake in this bonfire party. The most important thing was Yu Qingqing's attitude. Because the final decision was still in her hands. Originally, when they were performing, Yu Qingqing's attitude was always lukewarm. But now, Tu Qinjuan's performance had not even started, and Yu Qingqing had already expressed her attitude. One could imagine what this meant, haha. Since Miss Qingqing wants to see, I'll also learn from them and perform a few acrobatics for you to watch. Tu Qianjun looked at the blackened faces of Feng Zihua and the others. He seemed to find it very interesting and continued to mock them. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the old fellows sitting in the seats of honor, except for Xue Fei, all changed. Acrobatics. When did the unique skills of the great clans become acrobatics? The expressions of the Feng and Hua clans' Grand Supreme Elders were the worst. Yi Qingniu and Yu Ji's expressions were not very good either. The 5 great clans were of the same breadth and branch. Humiliating one clan was equivalent to humiliating all 5. And now, it was very obvious that Tu Qianjun had actually humiliated all of them. Us old fellows are looking forward to young Master Tu's performance. The Feng clan's Grand Supreme Elder spoke. His tone was full of anger. Elder Feng, there's no need to be angry. I don't mean to question your clan's imperial sword technique. I just feel that the disciples of your clan don't seem to be using the imperial sword technique very well. It just so happens that I have also learned 2 moves of the imperial sword technique. Elder, please appraise them. Tu Qianjun smiled faintly. It was as if he did not see Feng Zi's true purple face and his explosive muscles, as if they were really going to explode. He just casually waved his hand and did the same action as Feng Zi just now. Following his hand gesture, the meat cleaver in front of him actually trembled strangely. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, it soared into the sky. Then, it elegantly danced in the sky. Finally, it imitated Feng Zi and fell straight down. It pierced through a suckling pig and flew to the sky above Yu Qingqing. Once it was in the sky, the meat cleaver suddenly sped up and turned into an afterimage. It continuously shuttled through the body of the falling suckling pig. Finally, it landed at the same time as the suckling pig and stabbed diagonally into the body of the suckling pig. Ha! All the young masters looked at the suckling pig on the table that was as good as before. They also looked at the meat cleaver that was stabbed into the suckling pig and was constantly shaking. Although they were a little shocked that Tu Qianjun actually knew the Feng clan's unique skill and that he seemed to be dancing very elegantly, they still had some doubts in their hearts. Didn't you say that Feng Zi's imperial sword technique wasn't very good? What did Feng Zi say? He was able to use a huge sword to cut the suckling pig into 7 or 8 pieces. Yet, after dancing for so long, the suckling pig was still intact. Young Master Tu's imperial sword technique is indeed brilliant. Feng Zi admits defeat. While everyone was still puzzled, Feng Zi stood up and swayed. His face was ashen as he spoke in a deep voice. Pa! As soon as Feng Zi finished speaking, the meat cleaver stopped swaying. The suckling pig was like a blossoming flower. It split open from the middle and was divided into countless evenly sized pieces. Then, it was steadily placed on the plate. Young Master's skill is divine. Wu Hen admires you. Xue Wuhen stood up and cupped his hands respectfully as he spoke. The passion in his black and gray eyes was very obvious. Looking at the dozens of evenly sized pieces of suckling pork on the plate, listening to Feng Zi's sincere words, and looking at Shui Wuhan's respectful posture, all the young masters were shocked once again. However, there were too many shocks today. All the young masters felt a little numb. The things that they were proud of and glorious in the past, in front of Feng Zi and Tu Qianjuan's performance, became extremely childish and laughable. As a result, they developed a deep sense of defeat and a faint sense of inferiority. It was to the extent that they didn't even know that Tu Qianjun had suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. They didn't notice, but Yi Qinghan, Hua Mu, and Feng Zi were very sensitive and discovered it. They looked at each other and revealed an expression of disbelief and extreme shock. What situation was this? Tu Qianjun actually knew the Hua clan's stealth. What was stealth? It was the Hua clan's unique skill. The Hua clan was the descendants of the Thorn God. Only those who possessed the Thorn God's bloodline could learn the stealth skill. Furthermore, Tu Qianjun had just revealed the Feng clan's unique imperial sword technique. Since when did the unique skill of the 5 big clans become so worthless? Everyone could learn it. Could it be that the people in the divine city were also descendants of the ancient gods? And they had all the bloodlines of the 5 ancient gods? Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed. He couldn't understand it no matter how he thought about it. Finally, he looked at Yi Qingniu, who was at the top of the seats. Feng Zi and Hua Mu also looked at the grand elders of their clans. There's no need to be surprised. The people in the divine city are all descendants of the ancient gods. I'll explain the specifics later. The unique skills of the 5 big clans that they know are all imitations. They might seem good at the beginning, but in the later stages, their power and destructive power will be very different. Yi Qingniu and the few grand elders passed on the information to answer their questions. However, seeing that Tu Qianjun was using their clan's unique skill to sweep across their faces, they felt very uncomfortable, and their faces darkened. Young Master Tu disappeared. At this time, the people present finally realized that Tu Qianjun had disappeared. They all looked around, their faces full of confusion and disbelief. Although their abilities were the weakest among them, Tu Qianjun had actually disappeared right under their noses. This was too terrifying. After a while, Tu Qianjun finally solved their doubts. He suddenly appeared on the stage, holding a bunch of red roses that were a few times bigger than Hua Mu's. It was the same stealth and the same afterimage clone technique, but his stealth seemed to be more thorough than Hua Mu's. His afterimage clone technique was actually more than 10 meters long, and the number of clones was more than double that of Hua Mu's. Miss Qingqing, I think that red roses represent love more. Isn't that right? Tu Qianjun stood elegantly in front of Yu Qingqing, holding a big bunch of red roses. His body leaned forward slightly, and his face was full of confidence and a proud smile. Young Master Tu is very considerate. Yu Qingqing reached out and took the red roses. She looked at Yi Qinghan, who had his head lowered and seemed to be thinking about something. She opened her mouth and smiled. Her neat white teeth, tender red lips, and intoxicating smile made everyone's heart skip a beat. Tu Qianjun swept his gaze over all the young masters below. He was very satisfied with their shocked and frustrated expressions. He waved his hand in a confident and unrestrained manner and said with a smile, "Hee, these are just some small tricks. Since young lady Qingqing likes them, I'll show you one more trick and give you a small gift. I hope you like them." Small tricks. Faced with Tu Qianjuan's naked humiliation, Feng Zi and Hua Mu remained silent and lowered their heads slightly. Although their elders had already explained it to them, they still couldn't accept that they had lost to an outsider in the consummate skill that they were so proud of. Long Shuelio's expression was a little bad, but he was still slightly better. He even felt a little proud. At least he hadn't been slapped in the face, so he felt like the pot calling the kettle black. However, in the next moment, his face turned completely ashen. He saw a hand, a huge palm. At this moment, a huge palm flew towards the outside of the field. Closely after that, it caught that huge pterosaur and threw it into the open plain. Dragon Catcher Hand. Tu Qianjun actually knew the Dragon Catcher Hand, and it looked like he was using it very well. Although the winged dragon definitely wouldn't resist its master. However, such a huge winged dragon was actually caught by him from such a long distance. A small palm was holding a bottle of perfume, and it was flying unsteadily at such a close distance. Furthermore, a single person was able to grab a winged dragon so quickly and steadily. Even a blind person could see that the Dragon Catcher Hand was like heaven and earth. They weren't on the same level at all. Evidently, compared to Feng Zi and Huamu, Tu Qianjuan's slap in the face seemed to be more severe and thorough. This little worm doesn't have any special use. It can only bring people flying. I'll give it to Miss Qingqing as well. You can play with it when you're free, Tu Qianjun said indifferently as he retracted his hand and placed it behind his back. Chapter 65. The open space of the Tranquil Lake Island was very lively, noisy, and interesting. The Tranquil Lake Summer Fire Festival that happened once every 15 years had become even more interesting because of the appearance of a young master. Not only was this young master's strength outstanding, he definitely had the strength of the top 3 on the Earth list. Furthermore, he seemed to be omnipotent. He was very familiar with the ultimate skills of the Feng family and the flora and fauna ancient gods. Even the famous ultimate skill of the divine war abode's #1 expert, Manor Master Long, seemed to be executed beautifully by him. He was also very generous. He could easily give away a level 7 magical beast, the pterosaur, which was rare even among the 5 families. Most importantly, he came from the Divine City. The Divine City was undeniably the Holy Land in the eyes of the people of the continent. It had protected the 3 clans of the continent for thousands of years, allowing countless people to live and work in peace and contentment. Countless people didn't need to worry that war would happen to them. The city on the high and mighty divine mountain had played the most important role. Today, the young masters from various places in the House of Aries finally had the opportunity to see the elegance of some people from the divine city. They weren't disappointed. Whether it was in terms of temperament, grace, or strength, he suppressed all the young masters present, and many people were convinced. Didn't you see that the Shui family's young master, who was usually high and mighty, was like a dog in front of him? All the young masters were very excited. They were happy that they could see the peerless elegance of the Divine City's young masters. They were secretly happy that the Divine City's young masters had the ability to suppress the usually high and mighty descendants of the 5 families. They naturally thought that only the Son of God from the Divine City was worthy of the goddess-like fairy up there, and only he could possess her. This was too much. Looking at the big guy in front of her full of ferocity and arrogance, Yu Qingqing knew that she had gone too far. Tu Qianjuan's gift was a bit too much. Yu Qingqing was in a dilemma. A level 7 magical beast, the Divine City's special mount. This was not a small gift. Accepting his gift was equivalent to admitting that she was leaving with Tu Qianjun. Originally, Yu Qingqing saw that Yi Qinghan had been acting like this and didn't care about her at all. She wanted to anger him and provoke him a little. It had always been her unconvinced mentality of a little girl causing mischief. At this moment, he realized that he had gone a little overboard, so he didn't know how to end the situation. Young Master too is considerate. Such a big guy, even if you give it to the Yu clan, the Yu clan won't be able to raise it. Young Master, you should keep it first. If Qingqing chooses you in the end, it won't be too late to give it to her then. In the end, it was Yu Ji who expressed her stance and solved Yu Qingqing's problem. If it was Yu Ji who said this, there would naturally be no problem. If it was Yu Qingqing who said it, there would naturally be a problem. Therefore, Tu Qianjun nodded his head and didn't force him too much. He put away the winged dragon and happily chatted with Xue Wuhan. Some people were happy, and some people were unhappy. Feng Zi's face was gloomy. Flowers and grass were silent. Long Shuelio's handsome face seemed to be a little twisted. Yi Qinghan was still eating his fruit silently. His meaning was obvious. It's none of my business. I will definitely not get involved in this matter today. Old Nyo, you have to get back your face today. Although the Grand Elder didn't seem to have any change on the surface, he was secretly transmitting his voice to the Grand Elder. His tone was somewhat displeased and dissatisfied. Old Nyo asked your kid to go show off. Didn't you say that your kid is very awesome? Don't you want this girl, Qing Qing? The Grand Elder of Flowers and Grass also transmitted his voice over. Yi Qinghan drank his tea silently. His bulging eyes glared at the two of them, and then coldly swept a glance at Yi Qinghan, who seemed to have fallen asleep at the side. Originally, he was still anxious about why Yi Qinghan wasn't going up to show off. Now, it seemed that this kid was very smart. And now, the Feng clan and the Hua clan's elders were transmitting their voices. It was very obvious that they wanted to drag the Yi family down with them. He wasn't an idiot. Of course, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Young Master Han, you have to get back your face. Feng Zi's face was gloomy for a moment, then he came over and said in a low voice. Flowers and Grass ears twitched, and his beautiful eyes quickly turned a few rounds. He also came over and said, That's right, brother. You have a lot of ideas. Help us get back some face. We, the 5 great clans, are of the same branch. Slapping our faces is also slapping yours. Yi Qinghan spat out a melon seed, grabbed another one, and continued to eat. He didn't even look at Feng Zi or Flowers and Grass. Only when the two of them couldn't wait any longer and were about to repeat their request and emphasize their clear intentions did he say indifferently, What does it have to do with me? Isn't Xue Wuhan from the 5 great clans? Ask him to go up. Pfft. This kind of scum, I'm blind. Feng Zi glanced at Xue Wuhan, who was talking and laughing with Tu Qianjun, and revealed an expression of disgust. In the future, there will only be the 4 great clans in our generation. I won't acknowledge that dog, Flowers and Grass said coldly, as if Xue Wuhan's behavior had completely hurt his feelings. Oh. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a smile. He didn't understand why Xue Wuhan would obviously join Tu Qianjuan's side when he saw him. Moreover, he was acting so pretentiously, which made people uncomfortable. As long as Feng Zi and Flowers and Grass didn't die prematurely, they would definitely be leaders. Why was Xue Wuhan like this? And the old man from the Xue clan seemed to be silently agreeing with his behavior. However, he was very satisfied with Feng Zi and Flowers' attitude. Xue Wuhan had sent people to kill him, and he was the real culprit who had left his sister lying in the back of the mountain. He had to kill this person. Now that he saw Feng Zi and Flowers' attitude, he was even happier. Therefore, he laughed happily, then shook his head and said, I promised the 4 of you that I wouldn't do anything today, and I'm a man of my word. Ha! Feng Zi and Flowers could hear what he meant, and their eyebrows twitched at the same time. This guy was so strange. Did he really have the confidence to help them regain some face? Therefore, the two of them said very seriously, Young Master Han, of course you're a man of your word. We're begging you this time, so we can't take it as you going back on your word. Hee, I promised the 4 of you, and the 4 of you promised me one thing too. Yi Qinghan spread his hands, indicating that he couldn't do anything. He didn't want to be stabbed in the back during the residents' battle just to help them regain some face. The 2 of us definitely agree, and Long Shuailu will obviously agree too. But that traitor, Humph. Feng Zi said gruffly. She was in a difficult position. It seemed that Xue Wuhan wouldn't agree. She was in a difficult position. Yu Qingqing was also in a difficult position. Tu Qianjun had the upper hand, but now no one was performing. They seemed to have given up on competing with the young master from the divine city. Perhaps it was because they were all descendants of the 5 great clans, which made her feel a sense of solidarity against a common enemy. Or perhaps it was because Tu Qianjun's performance today was too strong and arrogant. Therefore, she didn't have much interest in this high and mighty young master from the divine city. However, if no one else continued to perform, she really didn't know how to end the situation. Therefore, when she inadvertently glanced at the black figure again and saw him spread his hands helplessly, she felt a little angry in her heart. After a moment of silence, her pair of black pearl-like eyes revealed a hint of agility. She coughed lightly and gathered everyone's attention on her. Then she said faintly, "What?" Young Master Han seems to feel that young Master Qinjuan's performance just now wasn't very good. Ha! Yu Qingqing's words successfully shifted everyone's attention to Yi Qinghan. Looking at everyone's interested gazes, as well as Tu Qianjuan's ice-cold glance, Yi Qinghan meaningfully looked at Yu Qingqing. It seemed as if he was blaming Yu Qingqing. It felt as if Tang Seng was looking at the great sage affectionately and saying, "Wukong, you're being mischievous again, young Master Han, of course he doesn't like it. How can young Master Han's talent be guessed by ordinary people? Moreover, he also wants to show off, but he's worried that Xue Wuhan and young Master Xue won't agree." Feng Zi's eyes brightened as soon as Yu Qingqing's words fell. She hurriedly stood up and said with a big grin, "Oh. Wu Hen, what's the matter?" Tu Qianjuan's eyes flashed coldly as he asked Xue Wuhan in a low voice. Xue Wuhan laughed and hurriedly explained in a low voice, as if he didn't care about the disgusted looks from Feng Zi and Hua Hua. "Humph. If that's the case, agree to him. I want to see what tricks he can play." Tu Qianjun snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Yu Qingqing's black pearl-like eyes turned and understood many things. She couldn't help but feel even more furious at the black figure. This also made her even more determined to humiliate Yi Qinghan. Thus, she said in an even more resentful tone, "Why doesn't young Master Xue agree? There's no such thing." After receiving Tu Qianjun's instructions, Xue Wuhan stood up in a heroic manner. He then turned his head to look at Yi Qinghan. Then, he said with a faint smile, "Since young Master Han also wishes to display his incompetence, Wu Hen will wait and see. Young Master Han, do your best. Don't worry about the rest." Long Shui Lu stood up at this time. It was obvious that he was telling Yi Qinghan, "Go ahead, I'll support you for the time being." Tu Qianjun had thoroughly slapped him in the face, making him temporarily forget that Yi Qinghan had knocked him out with a punch. He stubbornly believed that it was a duel, and that his skills were inferior to Yi Qinghan's, so he lost. It wasn't particularly shameful. Moreover, Dragon Fifth had told him that Yi Qinghan had also held back at that time. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. Therefore, when faced with the current situation, he immediately stood up and supported Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan performed well, then it would help him regain some face. If Yi Qinghan didn't perform well, then he could also vent his anger from being knocked out by Yi Qinghan. It would be a win-win situation, so it would be a waste not to do it. "Little Han, if you're confident, then go up and do it. This brat is making me, old ox, very unhappy." Yi Qingyo's voice immediately rang in Yi Qinghan's ears. Yi Qinghan awkwardly rubbed his nose and sighed deeply. He stood up, stretched his body comfortably, and yawned lazily. After attracting enough attention, he leisurely said, "You're right, you're right. I've always believed that the Yu Clan's Summer Fire Festival choosing men through the performances of the young masters is a very wrong way of doing things. It's a bit like a beautiful female monkey asking a group of male monkeys to dance a flirtatious hula dance. Depending on which monkey danced well, it would decide which monkey could sleep on its bed at night. Yi Qinghan's opening sentence caused an uproar among the crowd. Many people in the crowd spat out a mouthful of wine at the same time. His words offended almost all the young masters who had performed, including the goddess-like young lady Yu Qingqing. Feng Zi and Hua lowered their heads in embarrassment, but they were cursing in their hearts. Meanwhile, Tu Qinjuan's expression didn't turn gloomy because of Yi Qinghan's words. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan with interest, as if he was looking at a very interesting toy. Yu Qingqing's beautiful eyes narrowed. This brat was too hateful. Every time he opened his mouth, he would say words like choosing a man and sleeping with him. He even compared her to a female monkey. Although he said it was a beautiful female monkey, it was still unforgivable. Yi Qingnuo's mouth was wide open from laughter. This brat was pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. This aura, this sense of humor, he was as flirtatious as when he was young. The rest of the grand elders were also slightly stunned, and they shook their heads in unison. It seemed like Yi Dao's son was even more of a hooligan and wanton than Yi Dao in the past. Yu Ji lowered her head and pondered. She seemed to be thinking deeply about the deep meaning behind Yi Qinghan's words. Looking at everyone's unfriendly gazes, looking at Yu Qingqing's angry eyes, looking at Tu Qinjuan's interested expression, and looking at Xue Wuhan's mocking expression, Yi Qinghan laughed mischievously. Without waiting for everyone to fly into a rage, Yi Qinghan leisurely walked out. He rubbed his hands and continued, "Of course, this comparison isn't appropriate. In fact, I think that your performance just now was even uglier than a monkey's dance. Don't deny it first. I think that the way men fight over a woman can actually be divided into two types. The first type is pure martial strength. Everyone fight in the arena, and then fight an elimination match. Isn't that more direct? And I personally think that the things passed down by your clan's ancestors aren't for you to perform, but to kill your enemies on the battlefield, and to save your life in the face of death. The other type is pure artistic performance. Although I don't think there's such a thing as artistic in this world. However, everyone, think about it. The martial strength that you rely on to survive and fight is actually used for performance. The martial strength that you rely on to survive and fight is actually used for performance, and other than showing off your strength and special skills, as well as feeling good about yourself, what else is there in your performance? That's why I feel that your performance is inferior to a monkey's dance. No matter what others are dancing is pure art. It's not like the abstract performance of a monkey's dance that was passed down from your clan's supreme martial strength. I really don't feel comfortable watching it. And I'm a person who likes to be more direct, and say whatever is on my mind. Of course, the young masters here are all elites, and their hearts are as broad as the ocean. I think everyone won't mind. I've already talked big today. If I don't perform a bit, I reckon that you won't let me off. So, I'll just perform a dance to liven things up for everyone. Of course, it's a very pure hula dance. Chapter 66. This guy has a sharp tongue and is quite eloquent. But he's only at the first level of the general realm. An 8th grade beast. His strength is nothing much, it's a pity. Tu Qianjun smiled coldly as he shook his head and said to Xue Wuhan who was standing beside him. Compared to you, he's obviously worthless. It's just that this brat has some tricks up his sleeves. Wu Han had secretly suffered some losses from him before. Xue Wuhan smiled slightly. His tone and expression were both respectful, without the slightest flaw. He's only a flea that can jump high, it's nothing much. If you can survive this battle, you can go to the divine city and follow me from now on. Tu Qianjun was very satisfied with Xue Wuhan's attitude. He looked at the fervent look in his eyes and said indifferently. Thank you, young master. Hearing Tu Qianjun's words, Shui Wuhan's eyes emitted a fervent light. He was extremely excited and was about to kneel down to Tu Qianjun to express his respect and gratitude. Unexpectedly, Tu Qianjun waved his hand casually. He could only stand up embarrassedly and stood behind Tu Qianjun even more respectfully. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was still speaking with fervor and assurance, Shui Wuhan's lips curled into a mocking smile. His body trembled slightly and his fingers turned white from clenching his fists, expressing the excitement in his heart. He met Tu Qianjun by chance 10 years ago when he was traveling outside. At that time, Tu Qianjun was still a 15 or 16-year-old playful child. He often escaped from the divine city to play. Coincidentally, he discovered Tu Qianjun's identity, so he started to curry favor with Tu Qianjun secretly. He often brought him out to play, fawned on him everywhere, and satisfied all of his requests. Today, he finally received Tu Qianjun's reward. He finally had the chance to enter the tall divine mountain and enter the divine city. Of course, he was extremely excited. Although he entered as a subordinate, or even a servant, he didn't regret it. On the contrary, he was extremely ecstatic. This was because he had accidentally learned a huge secret from Tu Qianjun, a secret that could change his fate. Only by entering the divine city could he reach the heavens in a single bound, change his fate, and obtain a huge opportunity. The monkey is going to dance. Hearing Tu Qianjun's cold words, Shui Wuhan immediately withdrew his thoughts. He looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing in the middle of the arena. He was extremely curious in his heart. How would Yi Qinghan perform? Could it be that he would bring out his beast and perform a monkey show? It's starting. The young masters stopped their discussions and turned their attention to Yi Qinghan, who was standing in the middle of the field. They wanted to see how this arrogant young man would react. Yi Qinghan walked to the center of the field lazily. After whetting everyone's appetite, he did not make his move immediately. Instead, he suddenly made a special move. His body shook, and he raised his head. His spine suddenly became straight, and he put his hands behind his back. His expression was solemn, and there was a hint of vicissitudes in his life. His eyes gradually became deep, and his eyebrows inadvertently furrowed slightly. It was as if a young warrior had turned into a middle-aged poet in dire straits. Ugh! Yi Qinghan's instantaneous change in temperament had indeed shocked everyone. His ability to change his expression was too fast. Furthermore, he was acting as if it was really the case. Bring the wine. Just as everyone was secretly sneering, Yi Qinghan suddenly shouted. He maintained his original posture, but he stretched out his hand and waved it towards Feng Zi's square table. Feng Zi chuckled and lightly patted a jar of wine on the table with one hand. The wine jar flew steadily towards Yi Qinghan. Not a single drop of wine spilled on the table, nor did it explode. Yi Qinghan did not turn his head. It was as if he had eyes on his back. Before the wine jar touched his hand, he turned his palm into a claw. He easily grabbed the wine jar, leaned back slightly, and gulped down mouthfuls of wine. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the colorless wine turned into a lustrous white. At this moment, the lustrous white wine spilled out from the wine jar and flowed down violently like the Milky Way. It flowed into Yi Qinghan's mouth, onto his face, onto his clothes, and onto the lawn. Instantly, the strong fragrance of the wine filled the entire space. Haha, good wine. Bring me my sword. When the wine jar was almost finished, Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh. With a wave of his hand, he flung the wine jar towards Feng Zi. Then, he pointed at Duge Jian, who was behind his square table. Duge Jian smiled. He picked up his sword with his left hand and slapped the hilt with his right hand. His silver longsword shot out like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Yi Qinghan's face. At this moment, Yi Qinghan seemed to be a little drunk. His body swayed slightly, but he continued to look at the sky with narrowed eyes, as if he did not notice the sharp sword shooting straight at him. His body swayed just enough to let the silver sword slip past his face. Then, he reached out with one hand. His movement seemed slow, but he firmly grasped the hilt of the sword. Then, he took a small step forward and raised the sword above his head. He reached out with his other hand and grasped the scabbard, slowly pulling it open. Clang! The gorgeous silver scabbard was pulled out in an instant, revealing the dazzling blade. The sword was 3 feet long and 4 fingers wide. Under the moonlight, the cold blade glowed with a cold light. He casually flung the scabbard into the ground, sinking about 3 inches into the soil. Yi Qinghan reached out with his finger and slowly slid it across the silver blade. His eyes were focused and affectionate, as if he were looking at the woman he loved. Everyone present quieted down. It was as if Yi Qinghan's series of actions had brought them into a strange scene. In the Fire Dragon continent, literature and art had never been valued. Therefore, it had never been developed. This was the first time they had seen such a performance. It was novel, exciting, and also a dreamy feeling. Yi Qinghan paid no attention to everyone's expressions. He only stared intently at the sword that was raised in midair. It was as if the sword was the only thing left in his world. After a while, he suddenly moved. He held the sword in his right hand and stabbed it forward. His body quickly followed, and he quickly flicked the sword a few times. Then, his body suddenly stopped, and he suddenly shouted, watching the sword by the lantern while drunk. After saying that, his body quickly danced again. He danced like a fast sword. His movements were clean and neat, and extremely gorgeous. As he danced, he used a special rhythm to sing, watching the sword by the lantern while drunk. Dreaming of returning to the Horn Camp. 800 miles away, the sound of 50 strings flipping over the walls, the soldiers on the battlefield in autumn, the sword danced faster and faster. Then, it gradually slowed down. However, it was a blur in everyone's eyes. The seemingly slow sword could only be seen flashes of white light. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the scene. The wind started to blow on the tranquil lake island. The whistling summer wind made everyone's robes flutter. However, everyone was immersed in Yi Qinghan's novel and unique sword dance and blood-boiling poem. They didn't notice anything. However, the few old Sage Realm fellows in the seats of honor seemed to have sensed something. They frowned and looked around. The horse moves as fast as lightning. The bow shakes like a thunderbolt. Accomplishing the King of War's affairs, winning fame in life and death. What a pity! With Yi Qinghan's slow and fast recitation and the flashing sword dance, the wind grew stronger. While no one was paying attention, the concentration of the heaven and earth spiritual chi on the tranquil lake island reached a terrifying level. Perhaps after a while, or perhaps after a long time, Yi Qinghan slowly came to a stop. Amidst the crisp sound of the sword, Yi Qinghan held the sword with one hand. He raised his head slightly and closed his eyes as he stood there quietly. Strangely, the sudden gust of wind that blew on the tranquil lake island also disappeared without a trace, as if it had never happened. The entire place was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Looking at the young man standing alone in the center of the field, that young and inexperienced face filled with vicissitudes of life, and the majestic melody that no one had heard before echoed in their ears, everyone fell into a deep silence. The sudden gust of wind and the inexplicable strange atmosphere in the field made everyone feel as if they had experienced a fantastic and magical journey. It was as if they had arrived at an ancient battlefield. Everyone had transformed into a warrior, wielding their swords and killing without leaving a trace. Unfortunately, in the end, they were defeated, and the entire army was annihilated. They were left standing alone on the battlefield with their hair gradually turning white. Yuji widened her eyes and looked around with a solemn expression. It was as if she was carefully sensing the difference in the surroundings. The few Grand Supreme Elders looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise and shock in each other's eyes. Tu Qianjun stared blankly at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Shui Wuhan squinted his eyes slightly. Feng Zi and Hua Hua opened their mouths wide. Long Shui Lu licked his lips. De Gujian and the other four were filled with excitement. The young master's blood was boiling, and their faces were as red as the first tide. Yu Qingqing's eyes were blurry and rippled with extraordinary splendor. Watching the sword by the lamp when drunk, blowing the horn in my dream to link the camp. Everyone felt as if a young man was caressing the sharp sword and falling into a drunken sleep. Then, when they woke up at dawn, they heard the majestic horn sound from all the military camps. The first two lines were filled with emotions and emotions. 800 miles away, the sound of 50 bowstrings flipping over the wall, the soldiers on the battlefield in autumn. Everyone felt as if they had arrived at a battlefield where tens of thousands of people were fighting. They saw the mighty military camps with axes and halberds standing upright and pointing to the sky. Flags fluttered, and the soldiers' armor shone brightly. Coupled with Yi Qinghan's swift sword that was as fast as the wind, the hot-bloodedness hidden in the depths of everyone's hearts was completely stimulated. The horse gallops as fast as lightning, the bow shakes like a thunderbolt. Accomplishing the king's affairs, winning fame in life and in death. The last part of Yi Qinghan's sword dance was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and the tune was also sometimes high and sometimes low. It made people reminisce about the soldiers' invincible heroic spirit, which was still fresh in people's minds. Before and after death, they left behind the good name of building an immortal country for the nation. The words were filled with patriotism and passion. These two lines meant that the poet saw that he had achieved success and was proud of himself. Thus, he cheered happily. Even the tune was relaxed and majestic, raising the emotions of the lyrics to the highest point. And the last line, pity happened in vain. The tip of the pen suddenly changed, causing the emotions to plummet from the highest point. It expressed the infinite emotion of not being able to fulfill one's ambition. It revealed the sharp opposition between ideals and reality, and expressed the grief and indignation of having the heart to serve the country, but having no way to go. The whole poem was covered with a strong sense of sadness. This line echoed the first line, both describing the feelings of real life. It formed a strong contrast with the dream in the middle, and powerfully expressed the grief and indignation of having the ambition to serve the country. A brand new sword dance, a tune that no one had heard before, a poem that made people's blood boil, and filled with emotion. The cadence of the recitation matched with the bewitching sword dance. Although there were many parts of the poem that the audience did not understand, and some of the words did not understand the meaning, it did not hinder the audience from appreciating this performance. It did not hinder the shock and baptism in the depths of their souls. They did not know why, but their hearts felt intoxicated, as if they were in a dream. After a long time, it was unknown who gave the first applause, but a moment later, the applause was like a surging tide. They had never thought that a man's sword dance could be like this, and that a man could also sing. Moreover, he could sing in such a way that resonated with people's hearts. Tu Qianju nodded and came back to his senses. Then, he started to clap lightly. Although the light in his eyes was still arrogant, there was also a faint hint of admiration in it. Yu Ji sighed slightly. Her expression was cautious, and she did not clap. Instead, she pondered for a long time. Suddenly, she stood up and walked in front of Yi Qinghan with quick steps. She bowed respectfully and said respectfully, "Young Master Han is very talented. Yu Ji has danced for dozens of years, and has also taught for dozens of years. Only today did I realize that I was a frog at the bottom of a well. This old one is ashamed. Yu Ji is willing to take young Master Han as her teacher, and follow by your side. I hope that young master does not dislike me." Chapter 67. Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the beautiful middle-aged woman in front of him, looking into her sincere and longing eyes. He did not understand what had happened. He had not planned to appear today. Just as he had said, this performance was no different from a monkey dance. However, Tu Qianjuan's powerful performance and his undisguised slap to the 5 great clans made him very displeased. Thus, he casually imitated a famous sword dance from his previous life to break the ice. However, he did not know whether it was because of the beautiful scenery of Tranquil Lake Island, or because he had recalled the events of his previous life and the white-clothed woman at the back mountain of the Yi family, or perhaps because he had drunk a jar of wine that made him slightly tipsy. The more he danced, the more intoxicated he became. The more he sang, the more passionate he became, to the point that he himself sank into it. In the end, after he finished his performance, he was still immersed in his dream. Then, he was awakened by Yu Ji's sincere words. He knew that the beautiful middle-aged woman in front of him was actually old enough to be his grandmother. He also knew that Yu Ji was the Yu family's grand elder and one of the 2 saints of the Yu family. However, he did not know why this expert, who was on equal footing with Yi Qingniu, wanted to take him as her disciple just because he sang a very ordinary song and danced a very ordinary dance. Yi Qingniu and the others were also dumbfounded. They looked in disbelief at Yu Ji's sincere face. After confirming that she was not joking, they all fell silent and sank into deep thought. They thought of the sudden gust of wind just now and seemed to have connected something. Tu Qianjun was also dumbfounded. He looked seriously at Yu Ji for a while and also fell silent. The light in his eyes continued to shine. Although he did not understand what had happened, he had acutely sensed that the spirit qi of heaven and earth above Tranquil Lake Island had become much thicker. Moreover, the gust of wind just now seemed to confirm a certain guess in his heart. He began to narrow his eyes to observe the changes in the scene. Feng Zihua and the other young masters were also dumbfounded. They did not know what had happened. Didn't he just dance and recite a poem? Although they also felt that the dance was not bad and the song was very interesting. Even the grand elder of the Yu family had gone to take him as her disciple, right? Yu Qingqing was stunned as well. She silently looked at elder Yu Ji whom she respected. She actually wanted to acknowledge a junior as her master. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. She thought of that strange gust of wind just now, and a dazzling light burst forth from her eyes. At this moment, a voice transmission suddenly rang in her ears. She listened carefully, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly stood up and said in an unusually determined tone, "Young masters, I hereby announce the end of this summer fire festival. This time, I have chosen only one guardian, and he is." Yi Qinghan, hearing the determination in Yu Qingqing's melodious voice, looking at her peerless face and pearl-like eyes, Yu Qingqing's heart sank. Except for a few old fellows, everyone present was once again collectively dumbfounded. The Yu clan's Tranquil Lake Island Summer Fire Festival was held once every 15 years. They were very cautious and serious every time. Furthermore, the saint would always choose 2 guardians for the Summer Fire Festival and observe them for 3 years before deciding who would be the saint. This rule had been passed down for countless years without exception. It was just that the previous generation saint, Yu Yan, was deeply infatuated with the peerless elegance of the Yi clan's genius, Yi Dao. She actually broke the rule and chose only one person. In the end, Yi Dao didn't become the saint's son-in-law. Instead, he fell in love with Yu Shuwei, a popular artist in the Yu house. He abandoned the Yu clan saint and lifelong guest elder position and returned to the Yi clan with Yu Shuwei. In the end, the saint, Yu Yan, lived in seclusion and passed away quietly. Now, it seemed that Yu Qingqing was going to break this rule again. Not only did she end the Summer Fire Festival early, but she also personally announced the result that the man she chose was Yi Qinghan. Why weren't the young masters stunned? How could they not be shocked? Although Yi Qinghan was a disciple of the Yi clan, his strength was not bad. However, among the young masters present, there were obviously a few whose reputation and strength seemed to be higher than his. Most importantly, Tu Qianjun was a young master of the Divine City. No matter how one looked at it, Tu Qianjun was more outstanding than Yi Qinghan. Now, there was actually a dark horse. Yu Qingqing chose Yi Qinghan and even removed the position of the other protector. This completely severed everyone's hope. There wasn't even a trace of hope left. This poisonous peach blossom had bewitched everyone and made them infatuated. Now, this peach blossom actually bloomed early, and it bloomed because of one person. Was it because that person performed a rather interesting dance? This reason was obviously not sufficient, and it couldn't convince everyone. Therefore, Xue Wuhan obviously expressed his dissatisfaction. He carefully looked at Tu Qianjun's gloomy face and stood up. He closed the folding fan in his hand and frowned. He cupped his hands and said, "Young lady Qingqing, isn't this decision a little too rash? I think it's better to be cautious with such a decision." Hee. Yu Qingqing, who was wearing a peach blossom and a peach-colored palace dress, knew that there would definitely be people who would oppose and question her decision. However, she didn't expect that the first one to speak was actually Xue Wuhan, who had been low-key for the whole night. Furthermore, his high-profile appearance wasn't for himself, but for Tu Qianjun who was beside him. A trace of disgust flashed through Yu Qingqing's heart. Furthermore, it was displayed on her face without any concealment. She coldly said, "Young Master Xue, are you lecturing me?" Once Yu Qingqing's words left her mouth, Xue Wuhan's complexion changed. Even Xue Fei, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked a little pale. Meanwhile, Yu Ji continued to stand beside Yi Qinghan and pretended not to have heard anything. Xue Wuhan saw that Yu Ji's complexion was the same as before, but Tu Qianjun's complexion was getting worse. Yu Qingqing's pearl-like eyes were coldly staring at him, waiting for his reply. He could only summon up his courage and awkwardly said, "I don't dare. It's just that I feel that it's better to ask your clan's elders for such an important decision. This decision. I have considered it very carefully." After a moment of silence, Yu Qingqing faintly said, "As for the elders' opinions, I can tell everyone that I have just received a sound transmission. The meaning of this sound transmission is exactly the same as my decision. And the person who sent this sound transmission is our Yu clan's clan leader. I think everyone should be satisfied with this explanation." Yu Qingqing's words were like a bomb that exploded in the field. The Yu clan's clan leader had always been elusive and rarely appeared in front of the common people. However, her peerless beauty and peerless strength, as well as her charming techniques, had been circulating in the House of Aries for a very long time. Today, she actually sent a sound transmission to Yu Qingqing. It seemed that this clan leader valued Yi Qinghan very much. Qingqing is right. The clan leader has also sent a sound transmission to me. Moreover, I also support Qingqing's choice. Everyone, I'm sorry. Yu Ji, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth. She looked at Tu Qianjun with an apologetic expression. Her words completely severed the last remnant hope in his heart. Humph. Since it's like this, Qianjun will take his leave. After Yu Qingqing announced the result, Tu Qianjun remained silent. Now that Yu Ji had spoken, he knew that there was absolutely no hope for him today. He looked coldly at Yi Qinghan, seemingly unable to conceal the jealousy and resentment in his eyes. After he finished speaking, he directly leaped onto the winged dragon. Then, he looked deeply at Yu Qingqing, smiled coldly, and commanded the winged dragon to soar through the sky. Yun Yang, please invite all the young masters and elders to the Moon Lodge to have a good rest and entertain them well. After Tu Qianjun soared through the sky and left, Yu Ji once again ordered to arrange for all the young masters to leave the Calm Lake Island. It was the same for every summer fire festival. Once the summer fire festival ended, apart from the man chosen by the Holy Maiden, no one else was allowed to stay on the calm lake. Ah! Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing quietly in the field, with complicated expressions. Some were envious, some were jealous, some were resentful, and most of them were puzzled. However, since their master had already given the order, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask too much. They could only think of a way to snatch one of the 12 Calm Lake girls. Young Master Han, congratulations. You're very good, brat. Although I'm very jealous and resentful of you, at least the fertile water didn't flow to the divine city. I'm still very happy about this. Fengzi walked out with a cup of wine and stood in front of Yi Qinghan. She raised her head and drank it in one gulp. Her expression was a little lonely and disappointed. No need. Yi Qinghan shook his head slightly and pushed Fengzi's body away. He looked at Yu Ji and said very seriously, Elder Yu Ji, you've forgotten something. I don't think you've asked me, the person involved, for my opinion. I didn't agree to be your clan's son-in-law.